Salmonati Academy is a unique educational institution located in the heart of the continent, where young people with outstanding abilities and ambitions are gathered. Each of them has come here to realize their dreams and goals, as well as to unlock their potential in various fields of knowledge and art. The Academy is renowned for its strict meritocratic system where students' success and achievements are the main criteria for their evaluation. Those who do not reach the set level are ruthlessly expelled, making way for the more deserving. Nozomo Bounties has been a student at the Salmonati Academy for 2 years. When he entered it with his childhood friends, he left behind all that was dear to him without the slightest regret. His loyal friend from his earliest years was Ken Nodes, as well as his inseparable friend Lisa Hounds. These three spent their entire childhood together and their friendship was strong and unwavering despite all the trials. One summer afternoon, Lisa's family arrived in a small farming village on the outskirts of a small country. This village, located on the border with a neighboring kingdom, was famous for its fertile land and friendly relations with its neighbors. Food was always plentiful here, and the inhabitants led a measured and quiet life devoid of any adventures. It was on such a day, sitting on the bank of a rivulet and fishing, that Nozomo first met Lisa. She came up to him, called out to him, and curiously asked him what he was doing and if he would like her company. Nozomo, stunned by her sudden appearance, froze for a moment, just staring at her. Suddenly he realized that she was really addressing him, and Lisa, nodding, confirmed her words. She offered to spend time together, chatting and getting to know each other better. Lisa was a girl who had traveled the world with her mother for many years. Her father, a famous adventurer, had passed away suddenly, leaving a deep wound in the hearts of his loved ones. Lisa's mother, realizing that continuing their nomadic life would become too dangerous and difficult, made the decision to return to a quiet and peaceful village to raise her daughter away from her previous worries and anxieties. As Lisa and Nozomo began to talk, she told him about her travels and how her father was an adventurer. She explained that adventurers are people who travel around the world, discover new lands, face unknown dangers, and overcome incredible challenges. These stories captivated Nozomo's imagination. Although he himself was not inclined to such dangerous adventures as any boy, he dreamed of feats and great deeds like the heroes from ancient legends. Lisa's stories, filled with the spirit of adventure and the romance of faraway wanderings, fascinated Nozomo. Even though it was their first meeting, they lost track of time sharing tales of heroic deeds and daring adventures. They sat by the river while the sun slowly slipped towards sunset, coloring the sky in warm shades of pink and orange. Their laughter and lively conversations echoed through the neighborhood, creating an atmosphere of magic and budding friendship. From that day on, their relationship began to grow stronger. The childhood friendship that began on that warm summer evening began to grow into something more over time. As they grew up and became teenagers, their feelings deepened and became more complicated. They were no longer just friends, but loyal comrades, ready to support each other in any situation. But despite their closeness and strong bonds, they each had their own dreams and goals. Nozomo was passionate about enrolling in the Salmonati Academy where he could fulfill his potential and achieve high goals. This academy was known for its high level of education and strict requirements, and Nozomo was willing to make every effort to become its student. Lisa, on the other hand, inspired by her father's legacy, dreamed of leaving the village and embarking on a journey of danger and discovery. Lisa was shocked by his proposal and reminded him of his family. At that moment, Nozomo realized the rightness of her words. He grew up in an ordinary farming family, was their only son and indispensable helper. He realized that his father would probably punish him severely for such a wish. However, Nozomo's determination never faded. He firmly decided that if Lisa, the girl of his dreams, wanted to make his dreams come true, he would support her and go along with her. Lisa was deeply touched by his words and action. She could not believe that he was willing to give up everything for her. Their gazes met and tears appeared in her eyes. She felt gratitude and joy engulf her heart. Running up to Nozomo, she hugged him tightly. This embrace, this moment became more than just a show of friendship for them. In a burst of emotion, they kissed, imprinting that moment in their hearts forever. These memories resurfaced in Nozomo's mind as he lay on the grass and looked up at the sky. He realized that he was once again immersed in his dreams and memories. Pictures of the past appeared before his eyes, filled with the light and warmth of the moments they had experienced together with Lisa. He recalled how they shared dreams and made plans for the future, how they dreamed of great accomplishments and new horizons. The country was in a state of turmoil due to a devastating demon invasion. These dark times, even after 20 years, remained in people's memories as the last great confrontation of mankind against the forces of evil. To prevent such madness from happening again in the future, the Salmonati Academy was created. This educational institution was the result of the joint efforts of all the nations of the continent. Each of them openly contributed to the school in an effort to provide it with the resources and support to prevent future catastrophes once and for all. The Salmonati Academy accepted all students, regardless of their official status or background. The main criterion for selection was only grades and aptitude. Anyone who showed perseverance or had innate talent could remain at the academy as long as they met the minimum requirements. Graduates of this school secured a comfortable and prosperous life, becoming respected members of society. However, those who began to fall behind in their studies became outcasts. This is exactly what happened to Nozomo. Nozomo was once the top of his class. He shone with his knowledge and skills, earning the respect and admiration of his peers. But now his classmates looked down on him. It was the bitter truth that status in the academy was determined solely by grades, which were displayed on magical badges. Nozomo had a black badge, the lowest rank among all 10 possible ranks. These badges weren't just symbols of academic achievement. They were magical artifacts that displayed the knowledge and skill level of each student. High ranks provided privilege and respect, while low-rank badges were cause for ridicule and scorn. Nozomo's black badge was a symbol of his fall from the heights of success. He became an object of ridicule and scorn from those who had recently admired him. As Nozomo walked through the long and gloomy corridors of the academy, his footsteps were accompanied by whispers and taunts. Students whispered among themselves, discussing his failures and speculating why he had not yet been expelled. Resentment and contempt hung in the air like clouds thickening before a thunderstorm. Offensive writings covered his desk like sores on his body, and every day he faced humiliation and ridicule. Classmates spoke loudly that a weak student like him should be expelled immediately. They demanded that he leave, seeing in his presence only the cause of their own shame. Nozomo heard him called a thorn every day, accusing him of being a hindrance to his entire existence. He was asked to leave, insisting that he was only causing harm. Suddenly there was a harsh voice calling out to Nozomo and calling him trash. With a sarcastic tone, the guy stated that Nozomo was useless and he should leave, because studying at the academy was clearly beyond him. That voice belonged to Mars Dickens, a student with a hot temperament and a penchant for violence. He was standing right next to Nozomo's desk, surrounded by his buddies, ready to support his every prank. Mars was known for his aggressiveness and willingness to pick a fight with anyone he didn't like, regardless of their rank. Ever since Nozomo had dropped to a lower rank, he had become the main target of Mars' taunts and attacks. Nozomo stared silently at Mars without responding to his provocations. He realized that any reaction he made would only enrage his assailant and lead to further humiliation. Mars, enjoying his superiority, waited for a reply, but when he didn't get one, he began to mock loudly. He mentioned that the red-haired princess had left Nozomo, adding that he couldn't forget his unfulfilled dream. These words were especially painful for Nozomo, but he continued to remain silent. Mars, noticing that Nozomo was ignoring him, erupted with anger. Suddenly, he overturned Nozomo's desk, scattering books and notebooks all over the floor. He then pinned him to the ground, preparing to hit. As Mars' fist was already brought over Nozomo, ready to come down on him with brutal force, the classroom door suddenly opened and Mr. Henryvar walked in. His presence instantly filled the room with tension and an inescapable sternness. Like a shadow, he approached the scene and sternly asked Mars what he was doing. Mars, without showing the slightest fear or remorse, confidently stated that he was merely trying to admonish this loser, claiming that in this way Nozomo could reform himself. His words sounded like mockery, further humiliating Nozomo in front of his classmates. Nozomo slowly rose from the floor, trying to maintain the remnants of his dignity. His face was impassive, but feelings were bubbling inside, bitterness, resentment, but also determination. He stood, avoiding Mars's gaze, but feeling the stares of his classmates, whose eyes followed his every movement. Mr. Henryvar, tall and stern, approached the teacher's desk with a frown. He calmly and confidently declared that such squabbles should not take place in class and that all personal matters should be settled after class. His voice was cold, but there was an undeniable authority in it. He added that these incidents were only wasting his precious time, and ordered Mars to immediately take his seat. Mars, however, not content with mere obedience, turned to Henryvar and asked with insolence in his voice why the latter should shout if he was only a miserable teacher. Mars argued that Henryvar didn't deserve even the slightest respect, and he didn't need to raise his voice to be heard. Henryvar, remaining calm, replied that if he were indeed a shabby teacher, one can only imagine what abominations they would learn from him. Mars stated that Henryvar clearly had a problem with his head since he was spending so much time teaching black-ranked students. Mars then looked back at Nozomu with disdain and walked to his desk. Henrivar, without losing his composure, announced that Mars should report to his office after class. He then opened his book to the correct page and began the lesson. His voice was even and confident, as if nothing had happened. Henrivar explained that magic was a process of building mental strength, and that practicing this strength allowed one to manipulate the magical elements to create different effects. He emphasized that magic could be used to enhance one's body or to affect the environment. Henrivar continued his lecture by explaining that by using certain elements, one can create spells that can play into one's hands. He explained that magic that affects the world around us requires a vast amount of magical elements and is commonly referred to as ritual magic. Ritual magic was originally used to invoke the gods to call down rain for crops, but over time its use has expanded. Henrivar emphasized that ritual magic is one of two modern magical methods. The other method is word magic, used to formulate spells. He announced that tomorrow's lecture would be devoted to the study of ritual magic. The students would experiment with different kinds of catalysts to achieve specific magical results. Henrivar ordered everyone to be ready for tomorrow's lesson. Henrivar, standing in front of the class with an expression of sternness and determination on his face, turned to Nozomu and announced that he was excused from participating in the upcoming exercise. Henrivar's voice was firm and unwavering, which immediately quelled any objections. Nozomu, feeling the blood rush to his face, whispered that he wanted to participate. But Henrivar, without relenting, said that Nozomu was barely reaching the black rank level, and his participation would be a waste of time for everyone. However, after a moment of thought, Henrivar added that Nozomu could participate, but with one condition: he must keep to the side and not disturb the other students. The class was filled with whispers and muffled taunts. These sounds of derision and scorn seemed to poison the air, making it even harder for Nozomu. Henrivar shouted sharply for everyone to be silent, his voice sounding like a thunderclap. He stated that he would not tolerate such talk and reminded the students that the difference between them was minimal. After all, they all wear the same useless, black-colored badges. Lisa, unlike Nozomu, made it to the top of the academy. She earned the nickname Red-Haired Princess due to her high scores and outstanding skills. Her meteoric rise to the highest rank was flawless and no one could stand in her way. When Nozomu was her lover, he felt the pressure to match her level and strive for perfection. However, despite his best efforts, he could not live up to the expectations placed on him. First, he lacked the natural acumen and mental ability that was so necessary at the academy. Second, he had never held a sword before entering the Salmonati Academy, and he did not have the excitement and passion for the martial arts that Lisa had. Nozomu did not realize how high the demands at school were. His dreams and ambitions seemed unrealizable. No wonder he found himself behind everyone else. The expectations placed on him were unrealistic, but he never gave up. Deep down he believed that he could make it, that he could prove to everyone that he was worthy of being here. Nozomu had friends and a girlfriend who sincerely wanted to help him overcome all the difficulties, but most of all he wanted to keep his promise to Lisa. This promise was sacred to him, for he still strived to be useful to her, to become stronger for her sake. Gradually, however, he began to realize that his efforts seemed futile. Something happened inside him that changed him forever. He felt as if he was shackled in invisible chains that prevented him from developing and improving his skills. These chains were heavy and insurmountable, and his constant development stopped. The people around him became increasingly hostile, and this only increased his suffering. Daily bullying became an integral part of his life. His classmates mocked him, humiliated and insulted him, seeing him as an easy target for their anger and frustrations. However, despite all the difficulties, Lisa remained at his side. She did not leave him in distress and continued to support him. Every day she increased the amount of training with Nozomu, hoping that he would start to progress again. Lisa saw potential in him and believed that he could overcome his difficulties. Her faith and support was a source of strength and inspiration for Nozomu. That summer, their first year at the academy, they grew closer to each other than ever before. Their training and time together strengthened their bond. Lisa and Nozomu spent long hours perfecting their skills and discussing the future. They shared dreams and hopes, made plans, and believed they could overcome all obstacles. Their bond grew stronger and stronger, and it seemed that nothing could destroy their unity. Suddenly, however, everything changed. Suddenly, everything that seemed so strong and secure collapsed. Lisa suddenly stopped and declared that they needed to stop everything because Nozomu was in a desperate situation. Without further explanation, she said goodbye to him and walked away, leaving him alone. Nozomo remained standing, watching her remove herself and realizing that Lisa never showed her anger and always supported him despite all the difficulties. Without any warning, rumors spread that Nozomo had allegedly cheated on Lisa with another girl. These rumors swept through the school like a storm, leaving behind a trail of distrust and contempt. Nozomo desperately denied all accusations, insisting that he would never betray Lisa. But despite his assurances, no one believed him. Lisa, known at school as the red-haired princess, shone with her beauty and outstanding abilities. Her nickname reflected her skills and grace, making her an icon among the students. In the face of her greatness, Nozomo seemed like a loser with no future, an object of ridicule and scorn. Rumors spread inexorably, and soon everyone in the school began to treat him as trash. Nozomo suddenly found himself all alone. All his friends had turned their backs on him, and there was no one to even talk to him. Many of his former comrades joined in the constant bullying, some even going over the edge by using physical force. Every morning going to school, Nozomo prepared himself for another wave of ridicule and humiliation. He tried to talk to Lisa, hoping that she would understand him and believe in his innocence. But her only response was a look of deep hatred and disappointment. Despite all of this, Nozomo continued to attend classes and trained hard. He kept his vow, hoping that hard work and dedication would help him endure. The only person who did not turn his back on him was Ken Nodes. He and Ken were of the same rank, but Ken showed an incredibly fast growth in skills that made him a real star among the students. Ken was calm and polite, and he often participated in training with Lisa and Nozomo. One overcast day, as Nozomo was wandering through the narrow streets of the city, his attention was suddenly drawn to a familiar figure. It was Lisa, and walking beside her, as calm and confident as ever, was Ken. Lisa looked incredibly happy, her face glowing with joy as she laughed at something Ken had said. Nozomo froze in place, hiding in the shadows of the building, watching them from afar. He felt his heart clench with pain and jealousy. Nozomo heard repeatedly from other students that Ken cared for Lisa in her most difficult moments. When she was heartbroken over her breakup with Nozomo, Ken was always there to support and comfort her. Naturally, they started dating soon after. Seeing Lisa so happy around Ken was unbearable for Nozomo. He could feel how every joyful expression on her face, every laugh of hers was distancing him further and further away from her. At first, Nozomo was deeply distressed. He remembered their training together, their conversations, and the moments when Lisa had supported him. Now, however, she was smiling happily at Ken even during their training sessions together. Nozomo had seen these two, synchronized and harmonious, defeat all other couples in training battles. Their unity and harmony in battle was an incomparable sight. Nozomo realized that Lisa no longer needed him. There was no room left in her heart for him. It was completely occupied by Ken. This realization was like a blow that knocked the ground out from under his feet. Nozomo felt alone and unwanted, but this was only the first step towards a new understanding of himself. The disciples stood in a fighting stance, swords in hand. Their gazes were full of determination and intense anticipation. Mr. Henry War, a tall and imposing man with a stern gaze, walked along the formation, his presence arousing awe and respect. He announced that today there would be paired training battles, but added that the students would not be able to choose their partners. He would do so at his discretion. He emphasized that he would not tolerate any objections. Mr. Henry War explained that apprentices could use any amount of physical and magical power at their discretion, as well as use kai and traditional magic. However, while strict, he reminded them that they should try not to kill each other. Kai is an Eastern style of magic that is known for its unique properties. This ancient technique aims to improve the strength and flexibility of the body, allowing the practitioner to reach incredible physical heights. Mastering Kai requires not only physical training, but also deep inner balance and harmony. Unlike Kai, traditional magic is more complex and requires tremendous effort and concentration to achieve noticeable effects. These two forms of magic were unique to the continent of Arkmil, and played a key role in the lives of its inhabitants. The continent of Arkmil was famous for its rich history and magical traditions. The heart of these traditions was the city built around the Salmanati Academy, Arkazam. This city was not just a place of learning, but a center of magical research and discovery. All the ancient artifacts and magical texts found in ruins across the continent were brought here to be actively studied and taught to the students of the academy. Together, the city and the academy formed the epicenter of magical science and knowledge, attracting the best minds and talented mages from all over Arkmil. Not long after the training battles began, Mars, a tall and muscular young man with piercing eyes and a smug smirk, approached Nozomo. His face expressed contempt, and, smirking, he disparagingly called Nozomo scum. Mars was known for his arrogant and aggressive behavior, and now his attention was completely focused on Nozomu. With a sneer in his voice, Mars stated that he and Nozomu seemed to have ended up as partners in this fight and suggested that they end it soon. The next second, as if on cue, both raised their swords, preparing to fight. Their school uniforms, designed specifically for battles, were reinforced with basic spells engraved on the fabric. These spells not only gave extra durability, but also provided basic defense against magical attacks. However, many students preferred to carry extra armor to strengthen their defenses. Nozomu, on the other hand, was one of those who did not use extra defense, relying only on his dexterity and skill. Nozomu's choice was a unique sword that was created in a distant land on islands surrounded by mists and myths. It was a katana, a skillfully crafted weapon designed to deliver chopping and stabbing blows. In the hands of a master swordsman, the katana could easily shred steel feathers as if they were sheets of paper. However, for the students of the Salmonati Academy, the use of such weapons was rare. On the continent of Arkmil, katanas were virtually unknown and extremely difficult to obtain. Nozomu chose the katana for a reason. It was the weapon that suited him best, as he could not rely on magical enhancements like many of his peers. His path was different. He chose to dedicate himself to perfecting conventional fighting techniques. His sword became an extension of himself, a symbol of his determination and perseverance. Nozomu realized that for him, mastery of this sword was the key to victory. He practiced day and night, honing every movement to the point of automatism. With the katana in his hands, he felt stronger and more confident, knowing that his future depended on his own strength and skill. Mars, seeing Nozomu's choice, did not miss the opportunity to ridicule him. With contempt in his voice, he insulted Nozomu once again, asking if he was going to fight or just stand idly by. His words were full of venom and arrogance. As he came closer, Mars whispered that it really didn't matter because Nozomu was just a useless brat and fighting him was a waste of time. Those words were like a stab to the heart, but Nozomu didn't let his emotions take over. He knew he had to stay focused and calm. Henrivar, standing at the edge of the arena, loudly ordered the chatter to stop and the fight to begin. His voice sounded like a roll of thunder, causing the observers to tremble. Mars, with a smirk on his face, immediately raised his sword and swiftly flew towards Nozomu. His attack was swift and fierce like a storm. Nozomu, keeping his composure, repelled the blow, but Mars immediately grinned, mocking his slowness. The fight continued at an incredible speed. They flew at each other, swords flashing through the air, colliding with a deafening clang. Each blow, each attack was filled with tension and determination. The sounds of swords echoed around the area, echoing off the walls of the arena. Mars, using all his strength and aggression, struck one blow after another, hoping to break Nozomu's spirit. Nozomu, clutching his katana, responded to Mars' attacks with remarkable precision and grace. His movements were smooth and calibrated, each step the result of long training. He blocked Mars' blows, dodged and counterattacked with all his skills. But Mars did not relent. His taunts and insults continued. Mars grinned contemptuously, glared at Nozomu and asked with a sarcastic sneer if that was all he was capable of. He suggested that Nozomu finish the fight and just give up so as not to waste time. Mars' words, filled with venom and arrogance, echoed in Nozomu's ears. This was the moment when his entire world shrunk to one decisive moment. At this critical moment, Nozomu suddenly remembered Kai magic. He remembered his teacher telling him about an ancient technique that used life force in return to greatly increase physical abilities. Kai magic was not just a mere art of combat. It required deep inner balance, concentration, and unity with oneself. In the next second, Nozomu, gathering all his will and determination, once again rushed into battle. His movements were swift and precise, like a trained master. The katana in his hands glistened, reflecting the sunlight like an extension of his spirit. Mars, enraged and full of contempt, also wasted no time. His strikes were powerful and aggressive. He sought to crush his opponent. Every strike of Mars found his opponent, but Nozomu masterfully repelled all attacks. His katana moved with astonishing speed and precision, blocking and counterattacking. Mars, getting even more angry, said with a sneer that he would probably have to teach Nozomu how to behave properly. His voice was filled with venomous contempt. But Nozomu, despite his fatigue, did not give up. They continued to fight, their swords ringing like battle bells, each blow echoing in the heart of the arena. Mars, seeing that his efforts were not producing the desired result, was on the verge of despair. His face contorted with rage as he shouted at Nozomu to get out of his sight. However, Nozomu, stubborn and unwavering, continued to strike. His determination and concentration were unwavering. The fight became more and more fierce, each strike of the katana filled with determination and power. The spectators watched this exciting fight with bated breath, realizing that this was not just a fight, but a clash between two strong-spirited men. Mars, out of rage, shouted, demanding that Nozomu disappear and die. His voice, full of anger and contempt, echoed around the arena like a challenge to fate itself. In the next moment, he gathered all his strength and unleashed a powerful blow at Nozomu with wild fury. The blow was so powerful that Nozomu flew backwards like a puppet, hitting the ground with a thud. A cloud of dust kicked up into the air, hiding him for a moment from the eyes of onlookers. Mars, breathing heavily, turned away, his chest heaving convulsively. He coughed, as if spewing out his contempt and fatigue, and without looking at Nozomu, he contemptuously threw out that he was just an annoying insect. His words, full of hatred, hung in the air like a poisonous mist. Mars, believing that the fight was over, began to relax, his muscles trembling slightly from overexertion. Lying on the cold ground of the arena, Nozomu thought for a moment about how useless this fight had been. His thoughts were clouded by frustration and pain when suddenly a sharp spasm pierced his body, causing him to twist in pain. Dizziness overwhelmed him and he lost consciousness. When Nozomu opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a soft bed in a lighted room. His body still whimpered with pain, but the surroundings were unaccustomedly cozy. He looked around slowly, trying to figure out where he was. There was a woman sitting next to the bed, Norn Altana, the school teacher and doctor. She noticed that Nozomu had regained consciousness, and her gaze softened. Nozomu was already accustomed to her caring presence, the way he often found himself in the infirmary after hard training and fighting. Altana checked his condition and said that she had already healed his wounds on his back and chest, and asked if he had any other complaints. Nozomu felt slightly dizzy, but other than that, his condition was tolerable. His life was constantly full of emotional and physical pain. Each day seemed like an endless struggle, and often he found himself in the infirmary. He felt a deep gratitude to Altana for her care and attention. Nozomu realized that he owed her an unpayable debt for her help. He pulled himself together and thanked her for her help, feeling deep gratitude for her care and skill. Altana, with a smile on her face, replied that it was her duty to help every student, and that Nozomu should not worry about it. Her words were full of warmth and sincerity, and Nozomu felt himself relaxing a little under her caring gaze. Suddenly the door swung open and a girl ran into the room screaming. It was Henry Var, the head of the 10th grade at the academy. Her face glowed with concern as she turned to Altana and asked about the patient's condition. Seeing Nozomu, she smiled with relief, her eyes shining with joy. Altana, shifting her gaze to Henry, reminded her that she had asked her to call her by her first name more than once when they were at the academy. Nozomu, observing this interaction, noticed that there was a special bond between them that spoke of a deep friendship that went beyond professional relationships. It was a warm reminder that even in the strictest institutions there can be sincere and supportive relationships. Henry, laughing, remarked that there was no one around and therefore one could dispense with formalities. Altana, however, remaining in her seat, pointed to Nozomu, reminding him that he was here and witnessing their conversation. Then, closing her eyes, she added that Henry knows how she feels when she is called that. Henry, realizing her oversight, approached Nozomu's bed, her face expressing genuine concern. She gently inquired about his condition, and Nozomu, slightly embarrassed by her proximity, whispered that he was fine. He noticed that Henry was standing too close and asked her to back away a little. Her warm gaze met his and she smiled and took a step back, realizing his embarrassment. Altana, watching their interaction, turned to Henry with a slight smile, assuring her that Nozomu would be well soon. She explained that he had a couple bruises on his chest and back, a slight concussion, but the pain should subside soon. Her voice was full of confidence and professionalism, and Nozomu felt Altana's words envelope him like a soft blanket, giving him confidence that he would recover soon. Suddenly there was a noise outside the window, and all three of them instinctively turned around to look at the source of the sound. They saw the walking students gathered outside, laughing merrily and talking to each other. It was obvious that classes were over, and Nozomu realized that he had spent more time in the infirmary than he had planned. Nozomu, feeling a surge of strength after the care of Norn Altana and Henry Var, ran out of the infirmary. He stopped for a moment at the door to thank them for their help and attention. He explained that he had to go, his eyes full of determination. Henry, however, noticing his haste, asked him to wait. She firmly stated that she had not yet finished examining him and that she needed to ask him some questions. Nozomu, realizing her concern, reluctantly moved closer. Henry, leaning toward him, asked in a whisper if he still went to the forest. Nozomu, sensing the inner tension, nodded. Henry, seeing the indecision and tension on Nozomu's face, gently but insistently stated that it was extremely dangerous to go into the forest alone. Even experienced knights who are well-trained and battle-hardened face difficulties and dangers in this forest. Her eyes expressed genuine concern, and she emphasized that Nozomu should find other students and walk with them. Nozomu, hearing her words, quietly apologized, feeling guilty for his carelessness. However, despite her warnings, Nozomu could not stay still. His inner voice, full of determination and eager to prove his strength, pushed him forward. He ran out of the room, shouting as he went that he was fine and needed to leave. His footsteps echoed loudly in the hallways, as if to accentuate his desire for independence. Altena, watching Nozomu leave, noticed with a slight smirk that he was gone, but there was a flicker of genuine concern in her eyes. Henry shouted after him, not hiding her annoyance, telling him not to run away when his teacher was talking to him. Her voice echoed through the empty corridor, as if emphasizing the importance of her words. Nozomu, however, continued to run down the corridor, his breathing becoming increasingly heavy. His mind whirled with thoughts of his situation. The incident that happened recently made him feel like the weakest in the class. He felt like he was constantly being ridiculed and underestimated, which made him uncomfortable. Memories of his first year of school, when his abilities first manifested themselves, came flooding back to him. Abilities were special skills that any being could manifest, and to this day, the Academy did not know the exact reason why humans possessed them. There were a myriad of abilities, each with its own unique benefits. Some could control the elements, others could read minds or heal wounds. But Nozomu's case was special and tragic at the same time. His suppression ability was extremely rare, and unfortunately, it didn't bring Nozomu any tangible benefits. This ability was more of a curse than a gift, and hindered him rather than helped him. Unlike other students whose abilities could be used to increase their strength or improve their skills, Nozomu's ability was like an invisible chain restraining his potential. Despite this, Nozomu did not give up. He tried to find ways around his limitations. He could still apply enhancements when using items, magic, and kai, but these effects were too weak to really help him. The enhancement gave a temporary advantage, but it couldn't make up for the damage done by his suppression ability. Nozomu could feel his power seeming to drain through his fingers, leaving only a shadow of what he could have become. His ability constantly held him back, placing insurmountable limits on his physical and magical abilities. Every time he tried to reach a new level of mastery, his suppression ability got in the way like an insurmountable barrier. While other students were able to progress easily, Nozomu had to fight for every step forward. As long as this ability exists, anyone who possesses it faces a constant debuff in practice, as if an invisible force imposing restrictions on their body and spirit. This was especially hard for Nozomu, for his suppression ability not only restrained his physical abilities, but also inhibited his magical skills, making him vulnerable and weak in the eyes of others. Altena looked thoughtfully at Henry and said with a heavy heart that Nozomu always left immediately after his wounds were healed. Her voice was full of worry and motherly concern. Every time he returns, he looks even more crippled than before. She tried to understand what motivated him when he set off into the unknown. But every time she asked him where he had been, Nozomu answered the same thing: he went into the forest, and always alone. Altena recognized that, thanks to Henry, Nozomu was gradually beginning to open up and talk to her more and more, but his behavior remained the same. She expressed confidence that Henry could break his mental barrier, as she just needed to keep an eye on him and continue to be there for him. Henry, listening to her, sighed and shared her thoughts. She had been told that teachers and students couldn't be more than teachers and students, though she didn't believe this cruel truth. She felt powerless when it came to magic, but strived to help Nozomu with his techniques. Henry quietly admitted that she was not a swordsmith, and recalled the moment when Nozomu had almost achieved an advantage using his technique, magic, and kai at the same time. It was an amazing sight, but to be honest, the fight was painful to watch. His effort was incredible, but the result left a lot to be desired. Henry explained that even though they were all rank 10 students, many of them were very skillful, and had achieved high results due to their ability and perseverance. She continued by explaining that this was their 3rd year at the academy, and with their grades, it was no wonder they were at such a high level. The rank of level 10 is not only reserved for students, but also for high-level adventurers or those who are equal to them in skill. Nozomu, despite his limitations, possessed skills that far exceeded those of other students. His potential was enormous, but he needed to refine his technique and learn how to use his skills as effectively as possible. Altena, looking thoughtfully at Henry, agreed with her assessment. She knew that Nozomu's body was sufficiently trained. His proportions were almost perfect, and he didn't have a hint of being overweight. Upon close inspection, one could tell that his training was extremely strenuous and intense. However, his body was also covered with numerous scars, indicating his incessant fighting. Altena was sad to see him in such a state, realizing what he was going through. She whispered quietly that she often caught herself thinking about quitting this job. Seeing Nozomu in such a state was unbearable. Her motherly heart clenched with pain every time she saw his new wounds and scars. Henry, with an expression of incomprehension on her face, asked Altena why she was saying that. Altena sighed and explained that, as a doctor, her heart ached to see such a young man go through so much agony. She tried to convey that all these coincidences and traumas that Nozomu was receiving were completely abnormal for his age and situation. It hurt her deeply to watch him constantly come back with new wounds and scars. Henry, looking out the window at the fleeing Nozomu, wistfully noticed that he seemed determined to accomplish something important. She asked Altena if this was wrong, but Altena, smiling softly, replied that drive and determination were wonderful, but it seemed to her that Nozomu was at his limit. She continued by saying that despite all the training and practice he receives here at the academy, she wondered if there was something that Nozomu would only be able to accomplish alone. Her words were filled with worry and doubt. She realized that there was a fire of aspiration burning in Nozomu, but she feared that this fire could burn him from the inside out. The Spasm Forest, a place of mystical beauty and danger, serves as the home of the Salmonati Academy. This dense, gloomy forest is located in the heart of Arkhazam, surrounding the academy like a protective barrier, but also being its greatest threat. Tall trees intertwining their crowns create semi-darkness even on the sunniest of days, and the dense forest vegetation is nearly impenetrable to the uninitiated. This forest is home to a vast array of plants, many of which have magical properties. These plants attract students and commoners who live off hunting monsters and gathering valuable resources. Rare herbs and mushrooms with healing or strengthening properties can be found here, as well as dangerous poisonous plants that require caution and knowledge to collect. On the one hand, the rich forest can be a blessing to people, providing an abundance of resources and opportunities for learning and exploration. Academy students often spend time here studying the flora and fauna, learning the art of survival, and refining their skills. They create their own potions and experiment with the magical properties of plants, breaking new ground in science and magic. On the downside, however, the Spasm Forest hides many dangers. This forest is home to ferocious predators lurking in the shadows, ready to attack anyone who dares to enter their territory. Great Arkhazam, a city that was built about a decade ago, has quickly become the center of civilization and culture in the region. At its heart is the Salmonati Academy, a prestigious institution that trains the most talented mages and warriors. The academy is surrounded by surrounding neighborhoods, each with its own unique purpose and atmosphere. It is believed that the entire city of Arkhazam develops around this center of knowledge and magic. The central part of the city, as already mentioned, is occupied by the Salmonati Academy. The tall towers and majestic buildings of this educational institution rise above the city like symbols of wisdom and power. The stone walls of the academy, covered with ornate patterns and magical glyphs, testify to the rich history and significance of this place. Students from all over the world come here to learn the secrets of magic and martial arts. The northern part of the city is the political and administrative center. Here are the buildings where important decisions are made that determine the fate of Arkhazam. The political and administrative offices, built of white marble and decorated with carved columns, inspire respect and reverence. Only aristocrats and high-ranking officials, whose rank and merit entitle them to rule the city, are allowed into this area. Luxurious mansions and manicured parks create an atmosphere of wealth and power. The eastern part of the city is reserved for civilians. It is a lively and bustling neighborhood where the life of all the residents of Arkhazam boils. There are student dormitories, houses of ordinary citizens, cozy cafes and taverns, and a variety of stores and stores. Wide streets paved with cobblestones intertwine to create a labyrinth in which every corner is full of life and energy. This neighborhood breathes youth and enthusiasm, as it is home to many students and young professionals. The southern part of the city is the commercial district of Arkhazam. It is unique in that its markets offer all sorts of rare goods from all over the world. Merchants from distant lands bring their exotic wares here, creating a veritable kaleidoscope of colors and flavors. This place is literally the daily bread of the city's economy. The streets of the shopping district are filled with stalls and stores that attract passersby with their bright signs and tantalizing aromas of spices and delicacies. The South is also home to the Travelers Guild, where students, depending on their ranks, can participate in union affairs and undertake a variety of missions and tasks. The western part of the city is home to many workshops and craft shops. Here you can find blacksmith shops, weaving workshops, pottery studios, and more. Artisans from all over the world gather in this neighborhood to hone their skills and practice their craft. The streets here are filled with the sounds of hammers, the clatter of looms, and the rustle of pottery wheels. This neighborhood is a true treasure trove of craftsmanship where traditions are passed down from generation to generation. A great road paved with old stone snakes through all the neighborhoods of Arcazam, linking them together like arteries that feed the heart of the city. It begins at the gates of the Salmonati Academy, winds around its majestic towers, and continues through the political and administrative quarters in the north, crosses the residential neighborhoods in the east, winds through the commercial streets in the south, and ends at the workshops in the west. This road is not just a path, it is a symbol of the unity and vitality of Arcazam, connecting all its parts into a single whole. Beyond the city boundaries, like a dark and mysterious sea, stretches the Spasm Forest. From a bird's eye view it looks like a vast green ocean, the crowns of trees tightly interlocked to form a continuous cover that seems impenetrable and mysterious. This forest is full of life and danger. Its dense thickets hide many secrets that beckon explorers and adventurers. The Spasm Forest is also called the Gibble Forest, and this nickname is fully justified. Every year it takes to itself those who dare to venture into its depths. People disappear without a trace, leaving behind only memories and whispers of their fate. The forest seems to have a life of its own, consuming those who try to conquer it, making it all the more mysterious and frightening. Before Arcazam was built, this area served as the border between the Kremazin Empire and the Kingdom of Huorsuan. For centuries, these lands remained a neutral zone that no one ruled. Only natural forces and magic ruled here, and this legacy can still be felt in every branch, every leaf of the forest. Mighty magical beasts roam these expanses, their presence inspiring fear and respect. These beasts rarely appear near the city or near the roads, preferring to hide in the farthest and most inaccessible corners of the forest. They live in harmony with nature, part of an ancient balance that no one dares to upset. Their roars sometimes reach the ears of the townspeople, reminding them that the forest is full of life and danger. Locals know that magical beasts dwell in the depths of Spasm and try to avoid these territories, respecting their right to privacy. Nozomo fought the woman in a dense forest where the shadows of the trees created the illusion of many enemies around. With both hands he held his sword, his grip confident and determined. He knew that this fight would not be an easy test. The woman he was fighting seemed to be the epitome of strength and grace. Her movements were swift and precise, as if she had 100 eyes watching his every move. With a slight chuckle on her lips, she whispered that his efforts were not enough. Her sword gleamed in the moonlight and struck his blade with force. The blow was so powerful that Nozomo couldn't stay on his feet and fell to the ground. But despite the pain, he didn't let the sword out of his hands. He knew that the sword was not just a weapon, but his extension, his soul. Nozomo, feeling that his strength was running out, tried to run away from his opponent. His breathing became heavy, his heart pounded in his chest, and his thoughts fluttered like flushed birds. He knew he had to increase the distance to get a moment's respite. But the moment he took a step to the side, the woman lightning fast Kai technique was used, turning his movement into a blur. It was a magic that provided her with acceleration to lightning speed, making her movements almost elusive. She caught up with him instantly, like a shadow, and her voice, cold as a winter wind, whispered in his ear that he was too slow. Those words, spoken with icy calmness, pierced his soul, making him feel helpless and vulnerable. Her eyes, sparkling with fury and determination, looked down at him as if they were passing judgment. Taking advantage of the ghostly strike created from the compressed and dense Kai, the woman raised her sword above Nozomo's head. Despite the apparent simplicity of this technique, its effectiveness was frightening. This versatile technique, achieving incredible speed, allowed the sword to travel a dozen meters in seconds, making it virtually invisible to the eye. The compressed Kai energy made the attack unpredictable and almost impenetrable. Their blades made contact, and the clang of steel echoed through the forest as if signaling the beginning of a brutal symphony of battle. The sparks from their swords illuminated the dark shadows of the trees, creating the illusion of fireworks in the night. Nozomu, feeling the gravity of the moment, looked into the eyes of his opponent, which burned with determination and cold confidence. He knew that what stood before him was not a mere warrior, but a true master whose skills had been honed by many battles. Gathering all his strength, Nozomu addressed her as a teacher, his voice trembling from the tension and questions that overwhelmed his mind. He asked if she really wanted to kill him. There was not an ounce of doubt in her eyes when she replied that if she wanted to kill him, she would have done it back when he tried to escape. After all, he was as good as dead then, and she had the opportunity to end this fight in the blink of an eye. Her words, spoken with an icy calmness, penetrated his heart, making him feel vulnerable. She added that if he continued to dodge like this, he would end badly. There was a warning in her voice that was impossible to ignore. She explained that in a real battle to the death, she would not hesitate to finish him off without giving him a single chance to escape. Those words sounded like a sentence, cold and ruthless, but there was a hidden truth in them that Nozomu had to accept. He remained silent, realizing the gravity of her words. His mind was racing with thoughts of how to become faster, stronger, and learn to anticipate attacks. Nozomu's inner world was racked with contradictions, fear of impending doom and determination to overcome his limitations. He realized that his teacher sought not only to teach him technique, but also to temper his spirit, to make him capable of withstanding death. The fight continued, each swing of the blades cutting through the night air, filling the forest with sounds like the song of steel. Nozomu, realizing his vulnerability, began to retreat again, trying to increase the distance between himself and his opponent. The woman, without wasting a moment, raised her sword above him, her movements so fast and graceful that they seemed almost supernatural. The sunlight played on her blade, giving it a sinister sheen. As she was about to deliver a crushing blow, Nozomu managed to dodge at the last moment, rolling across the ground. His heart pounded and his breathing hitched, but he didn't let himself stop. Concentrating all his strength, he thrust his blade forward, preparing to counterattack. But he suddenly stopped, frozen in place. The woman took advantage of his confusion and swiped her blade across his face, leaving a thin but deep cut. Blood slowly trickled down his cheek, like a symbol of his defeat. She noted that just a little more and he would be dead. Her voice was cold, but there was a hidden concern in it. Nozomu stood motionless, feeling the coldness of the blade at his neck. At that moment, he realized the gravity of his situation and accepted his defeat. His eyes met the eyes of the woman, and in them he saw not only strength but also wisdom. The woman in front of him, Shino, his secret teacher, was the epitome of martial prowess. Her movements were honed to perfection, her technique leaving no chance for error. She was a legend, known for her feats and swordsmanship. Before the city was built, she had come to these forests to perfect her skills, to learn from nature, and to fight the magical creatures that inhabited these lands. Nozomu, barely catching his breath after a grueling fight, gathered his wits and turned to Shino to declare that he wasn't done yet and asked for permission to fight again. His eyes burned with determination and his voice trembled with exertion. He knew that this fight was not just a training session for him, but a test of strength and skill. However, Shino, keeping calm and wise, noticed that he was in too much of a hurry. She advised him to learn a lesson from his defeat, to study the weaknesses in his opponent's defense, and to better understand his own mistakes. Nozomu, barely containing his emotions, recognized that only a master like her could react so quickly at such close range. Shino, with a slight smile on her lips, replied that anyone could reach that level of skill. She pointed out that his last attack was too sluggish an attempt, and naturally, she had foreseen his weakness. In fact, she had sensed the movement of his body, anticipating his every action even before he himself realized his intentions. Shino, casting a glance at the darkening sky, declared that that was enough for today. Evening was coming, and it would soon be time for dinner. She ordered Nozomu to get them something to eat, and her face lit up with a slight smile. Nozomu, putting his sword away in its scabbard, replied with a smile that he would do anything for a teacher. Shino, teasing him, asked if that meant he would get anything she wanted. Nozomu, embarrassed by her words, whispered that it was absurd. Realizing that time was running out and feeling the tension building, Nozomu contemplated leaving before she really decided to test his patience to the end. He lowered his head, his thoughts wavering, and without another word, he began to run away. His movements were quick and agile. He jumped over tree roots, trying to get as far away as possible. Shino, watching him, thought about it. She could see his skill growing every day, albeit slowly, but the progress was obvious. Her eyes, filled with pride and hope, followed him as he disappeared into the depths of the forest. She knew that new challenges lay ahead for Nozomu, but she was confident that he could handle them. This young warrior had all the qualities to become great, and she was ready to guide him along the way. Shino, sitting by the fire and watching the flickering flames, involuntarily fell into memories of her first meeting with Nozomu. It had happened in one of the most dangerous parts of the Spasm forest, where even experienced hunters and adventurers rarely went. This area of the forest was home to ferocious beasts and magical creatures whose presence terrified anyone who dared to approach. Ordinary people avoided these places, realizing the risk was too great. Shino, clad in her battle attire, moved through the forest as silently as a shadow. She looked around carefully, listening to every sound. Suddenly, the distinct sound of a sword swinging caught her attention. She was alert and cautiously walked in the direction where the sounds of training were coming from. As she approached, she saw him, a young warrior practicing alone in the wilderness. She was interested in his tenacity and determination, but as she continued to watch him from the shadows of the trees, her curiosity was replaced by concern. Nozomu looked pale and lifeless, his movements uncertain and awkward. The skin on his arms was torn and hanging in shreds. His inflamed joints were clearly in pain, and every swing of his sword was a struggle. He lost his balance every time he tried to perform a move. Shino could see him torturing himself to achieve an unattainable ideal. His eyes were full of despair, but at the same time burning with indomitable determination. He was malnourished, which only added to his already miserable condition. Her heart squeezed with pity and compassion, and she realized that she could not stay away. Shino stepped out of the shadows, her figure appearing like a ghost among the gloomy trees, and her voice, cold and hard, cut through the night air. She looked at Nozomu, her eyes glittering with determination and knowledge. She declared that such training was pointless, that he was only torturing himself without achieving anything meaningful. Her words sounded harsh, but there was a hidden concern in them that Nozomu may not have immediately picked up on. However, Nozomu paid no attention to her words. His eyes, full of pain and despair, looked at her with determination. He had to become stronger, for his first love had abandoned him, and now everyone around him treated him like scum. He stated that he wanted at least one thing: for others to stop bullying him. His voice shook with emotion, and in every word he felt a deep wound that would not heal. Nozomu continued, explaining that until he gained respect, he could not go home. He must train, but he has no future, his abilities are not improving, and they don't seem to be able to improve. His words sounded like a judgment on himself, and Shino felt her heart clench with pain. She realized that he was just killing himself for the respect of others, and apparently those around him are really cruel to him since he acts so desperately. Seeing his lifeless, clouded eyes, Shino remembered the starving beggar she met when she left her hometown. Back then, that man had been on the verge of death, and his eyes were filled with the same despair and hopelessness that she now saw in Nozomu. However, now, looking at such a young warrior, her heart was torn with pain. She tried not to think about it, but the same look in someone so young, it tore her from the inside out. Suddenly, demon dogs sprang out of the dark forest, their eyes burning with hellfire and their mouths full of razor-sharp teeth. They swiftly chased after Nozomu, and Shino saw him in mortal danger. These dogs, which at first glance looked like ordinary dogs, actually fed on human meat and were fearsome predators. They surrounded Nozomu, snarling and grinning, ready to tear him to pieces. Shino knew that this child, despite his best efforts and training, could be easy prey for these demons. The hounds were low-rank creatures, but their strength was enough to kill a human with a single bite. Nozomu lay on the ground, his heart pounding in his chest like a hunted beast, and fear gripped his body. In his condition, these dogs seemed to him as dangerous as dragons. She approached him, her figure looming against the gloomy trees like the shadow of death itself. Looking at Nozomu, Shino noticed that something akin to a death wish flashed in his eyes. However, she knew that if he really wanted to die, he should die like a warrior, with dignity, with honor. These words, spoken with an icy calmness, caused Nozomu to look at her in surprise. His eyes read a question. Why did she think he wasn't ready for this? Shino confirmed her thought by saying that he could only die after learning to wield his sword for real. From that day on, about a year and a half passed. Shino trained Nozomu tirelessly, transforming him from a weak and desperate young man into a fierce warrior. Nozomu learned the ghost sword technique, which was to execute a sharp strike of compressed kai directed at an opponent. Kai compressed to the limit and released at an incredible speed creates a powerful energy blast that can pierce through even the strongest armor. This technique, although considered basic, in the hands of a true master turned into a deadly weapon. Shino could kill any opponent with this technique alone. Her sword was so sharp that it could cut through an iron pot like a piece of paper, as if it were made of silk. Nozomu, though his sword was inferior to Shino's, possessed an equally sharp and dense blade. His sword, created from solid steel and tempered in the finest traditions of martial arts, became an extension of his arm, enhancing his attacks and defense. Considering his abilities were sealed, it was only a matter of time for him to surpass Shino. He practiced constantly, striving to reach new heights and overcome his limitations. With the kind of power that Nozomu displayed, Shino was certain that the reason for his inability to become stronger at the academy was due to the suppression of abilities that the schools focused on. In the schools, students were taught standardized methods and techniques that did not take into account everyone's unique gifts and characteristics. The skills she taught Nozomu were exceptionally powerful and required high concentration and focus. However, he needed to concentrate on wielding the sword rather than controlling Kai. To compensate for his shortcomings, Shino made him train to the point of exhaustion, building physical strength and developing combat skills. Shino often explained to Nozomu that his skills were difficult to apply in training fights at the academy. If he wanted to display his true strength, he needed to first learn the many ways to use those skills without Kai. She insisted that his success in battle depended not only on magic, but also on pure physical strength and the ability to use a sword. Before he could apply Kai, he needed to become a sword master so that he could be ready to fight in any situation. She warned that without proper physical training, any opponent could simply sweep him away. Shino often reflected on what they lived for and grew stronger. She saw that Nozomu's heart had already been broken once before, and it had deeply traumatized him. His ruthless training was a way to escape from reality, from pain and frustration. He was obviously trying to escape from himself, his past, and his fears. This constant struggle with himself was the main cause of his sociophobia. He purposely avoided everyone, trying to keep anyone out of his heart and his life. Shino didn't see this as wrong. She understood that everyone was entitled to their own pain and their own way of dealing with it. However, she knew that once escaped from reality and ended up in another world, it was almost impossible to go back. Shino thought for a long time about her decision to help Nozomu. She knew that his training and pursuit of self-improvement was a way for him to escape from reality and the pain he was experiencing. She decided to call their training an escape, realizing that this was his way of trying to find his place in the world. Shino wasn't sure she was good enough to be his mentor, but she knew she had given him everything she had learned over the years. She believed that when it was her time to leave, Nozomu would be able to break free from the shackles that bound him. Nozomu raced through the dense thickets of the forest, his breathing heavy, his heart beating like a hammer. The forest of spasm stretched around him, immersed in the shadows of ancient trees that seemed to be the motionless guardians of this wild and mysterious land. Shadows flickered around him, and every step was filled with tension and anticipation. He saw only rats scurrying across the forest floor, trying to avoid his path. Suddenly his gaze fell upon a group of mushrooms that were familiar to him for their poisonous properties. These mushrooms were not to be eaten, and their presence made him angry. He stopped for a moment to catch his breath and gather his thoughts. The mushrooms reminded him of how dangerous and treacherous this forest was. Everything in it could be a death trap, from the plants to the predators lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, the silence of the forest was shattered by the rumble of an explosion echoing through the trees. Nozomu froze, his instincts instantly tensing. It was an explosion, no doubt about it. His mind began working feverishly, trying to figure out what could have caused such a sound. Humans rarely wandered into this forest, and any unusual sounds made him wary. Magic is a general term for energy that utilizes spirit-based powers. Spiritual power was commonly used, and this analog of Kai had existed for centuries. Nozomu was well aware that magic could be incredibly powerful and destructive. A thought flashed through his mind. Judging from those sounds, someone was fighting a dangerous beast-like demon. This demon was clearly stronger and more dangerous than the demon dogs he had encountered before. Curiosity and a sense of duty did not allow Nozomu to stay away. He realized that this could be a chance to test his strength and the skills Shino had taught him. He took a deep breath, gathering all his resolve, and moved towards the sounds of battle. Each step he took was careful not to attract the attention of possible enemies. The thick thickets of the forest and the shadows of the trees sheltered him like faithful allies. Nozomu peered cautiously out from behind the trees, scrutinizing what was happening ahead. His gaze fell on two huge ferocious bears whose powerful bodies seemed indestructible. He immediately recognized them as demon bears, the terrifying creatures that inhabited these forests. They usually hunted alone, but these two were probably brothers. A special red hair that couldn't be mistaken for anything else glistened on their backs as if covered in armor. This fur was said to be as strong as a shield and served as an excellent defense against weapons. Theirs were a B-rank threat, which meant that it required a high-ranked warrior to capture or destroy them. Ordinary warriors had no chance of dealing with a creature of that rank. Nozomo knew that it would take at least 5 warriors of his level to defeat one such bear. His heart beat faster, adrenaline beginning to boil in his blood. He couldn't imagine how he could deal with such monsters alone. Suddenly, a girl jumped out from behind the trees, her movements fast and confident. Swinging her sword, she attacked the bears, leaving them no chance to retaliate. Nozomo strained his eyesight, trying to get a better look at her. He had seen her before and it seemed like they were in the same course at the academy. However, her rank was much higher than his. She moved with incredible speed and grace. Her strikes were precise and powerful. The girl continued to attack the bears, her sword glinting in the moonlight, cleaving the air, and leaving behind trails of magical energy. She was one of the best in their course, and her skills were admired by all who watched her. At the academy, she was called the Princess of Night because of her long, black as the night sky hair that seemed alive in the light of the moon. She was Iris Dina Franschild, the heiress of a noble family known for its martial traditions and magical talents. Her movements were full of power and confidence. Each of her blows was like a symphony created for destruction. Another girl suddenly appeared beside Iris. Her presence was like a light breeze that refreshed and calmed. She called to the gust of wind, as if asking it to whisper to her of approaching danger. The girl used the magic of flight. Her body soared as if swept up by invisible wings. That girl was Thelma Lime, one of the most famous and powerful mages at Salmonati Academy. Her reputation stretched far beyond the institution, and many considered her talents to be unique. With her power alone, she already surpassed most of the Academy's faculty, which drew admiration and envy from her fellow students. The second Thelma appeared in the clearing. She used the wind whirlwind magic. It was a magic spell that created a powerful vortex that cut through an opponent. This spell belonged to mid-level magic, but in Thelma's hands, it gained incredible power. She was called the Singer of the Four Winds because of her exceptional skill in controlling the element of air. Nozomo could not take his eyes off her, admiring her skill and confidence. Iris Dina Franschild and Thelma Lime were 2 of the Academy's top students. They were not just strong magicians, but also symbols of hope and strength to all the other students. Nozomo watched them in awe, realizing how powerful they were. He wondered how much effort Thelma had expended to bring down the demon with her technique. Nozomo stood as if mesmerized as he watched Thelma Lime's incredible strength. Her magical abilities were so powerful that even simple spells seemed fantastic to him. He realized that behind these abilities was a colossal magical power that he was not allowed to comprehend. He wondered where people got so much power from, how they reached such heights of skill. But his musings were suddenly interrupted by an eerie roar from deep within the forest. The girls froze for a moment, their attention focused on the source of the sound. In the same second, Nozomo ran out of the bushes, his heart beating in his chest like a frantic. Right behind him, another bear appeared. This beast, huge and ferocious, stood right in front of Thelma, its eyes burning with rage and bloodlust. Iris, noticing the threat, instantly attacked the bear with her sword. Her movements were lightning fast and precise, as if she had anticipated every action of her opponent. She used her unique ability to attack without casting spells, her body moving with incredible speed and grace. Nozomo, without wasting a second, drew his sword and lunged at the bear. He immediately realized that Iris and Thelma had missed one important detail. There were actually 3 bears. The third bear appeared suddenly, and its menacing figure loomed over the girls. Nozomo's heart beat faster, adrenaline boiled in his veins, and he rushed forward without thinking. The bear, sensing a new threat, roared, its eyes burning with rage. Nozomo didn't hesitate, his sword glinting in the moonlight, leaving behind traces of magical energy. Iris and Thelma stared at him in surprise, their faces expressing a mixture of amazement and appreciation. Nozomo didn't know why he had rushed to help, but there was no time to ask questions. He had only a split second to make a decision and act. His movements were fast and precise, but he realized that his skills and prowess were inferior to Iris and Thelma. Their abilities were almost the same as his own ghost sword skill, but their power level was much higher. Nozomo knew that Kai abilities should be taken seriously, but because of his suppressed abilities, everything he did seemed weak. In addition, his body still hadn't recovered from the recent training battle with his master, and every step was difficult for him. Nevertheless, he continued to fight. His attacks were desperate but determined. The bear tried to counterattack, but Nozomo dodged, his movements smooth and quick. He could feel his body straining to the limit, but he didn't give up. He knew that Iris and Thelma were watching him, and that gave him strength. The bear roared and collapsed to the ground, its huge body shaking in death spasms. Iris, seeing that the fight was over, immediately ran up to Nozomo. Her eyes glowed with gratitude, and she apologized for not noticing him earlier. Her voice was full of genuine regret and appreciation. She thanked him for his courage and help, her words full of respect. Nozomu nodded, feeling his heart overflow with pride. He knew that this fight was an important step on his path to becoming a strong warrior. Iris knelt down beside Nozomu, her eyes glowing with concern and care. She asked if he was injured, and Nozomu, looking straight into her eyes, shook his head negatively. Her face softened and she expressed her relief, thanking him for saving them. Thanks to his intervention, she and Thelma were now safe. Her eyes read sincere gratitude, and Nozomu felt his heart fill with pride. As they were saying goodbye, Iris thanked him again and introduced herself. She revealed that she and Thelma were in their second year at Salmonati Academy, and were even in the same group. Her voice sounded confident and friendly, and her manners were refined and elegant. Nozomu listened attentively, absorbed in her words. Suddenly, Iris noticed Thelma approaching, who was shyly hiding behind her back. Her eyes flashed from behind Iris's shoulder, and Nozomu saw shyness and uncertainty in them. Iris explained in an apologetic tone that Thelma was a bit timid, but despite that, she was her best friend. Thelma, embarrassed, also apologized to Nozomu and explained that she is a bit shy, especially around guys. She added that it wasn't because of him, it was just her personality. Nozomu, understanding her state of mind, smiled and assured her that everything was fine and nothing was wrong. He tried to speak softly and confidently to reassure Thelma. Gratitude flashed in her eyes and she relaxed a little, feeling supported. Iris, trying to figure out who was standing in front of her, looked at Nozomu carefully and suddenly asked who he was. Her question sounded soft but confident, and Nozomu felt his heart beat faster. He felt a slight tremor in his voice and felt embarrassed under her scrutinizing gaze. Iris noticed that Nozomu was wearing the Salmonati Academy uniform, which immediately caught her attention. She concluded that he was also a student of that prestigious school. Nozomu realized that in the world of Salmonati Academy, where a person's worth is determined by his rank and ability, everyone knows who he is. He realized that those who now showed him kindness could turn away at any moment if they found it advantageous. In this world, any mistake could be fatal. So when Iris asked her question, Nozomu felt the weight of all those thoughts. He realized that it might have been better not to give his name to avoid unnecessary trouble, but it would have been impolite. He also knew that Iris's family was one of those who helped build Arkhasam. Her father had served the royal family of Forsin as a longtime advisor to the kingdom. This fact made her opinions and perceptions especially important. Weighing all these considerations, Nozomu, despite his inner doubts, introduced himself as a sophomore from the 10th rank group and gave his name. Iris raised her eyebrows in surprise, her gaze becoming more attentive. She thought for a moment, and then expressed her surprise and suspicion. Her voice was soft, but there was a note of distrust in it. She remarked that it was a bit strange that a rank 10 student was wandering in the forest all alone, and asked where his company was. Nozomu was dumbfounded by her question and froze, not knowing what to answer. Behind Iris's back stood Thelma, her face expressing the same confusion and expectation. Nozomu suddenly admitted that he had no company, and that he was really alone in the forest. This confession startled Iris and Thelma. They exchanged glances, and in their eyes they read surprise and concern. Iris and Thelma were among the most outstanding students of Salmonati Academy, rank in the world of the Arknal continent. Rank was more than just a numerical grade, it was a symbol of honor and recognition, reflecting a person's level of skill, and achievement. Becoming a rank holder is a great honor, available only to a select few, those who have proven themselves to be exceptional and powerful. On the continent of Arknal, the rank is awarded to travelers and mages based on their feats and achievements. It is a system that evaluates a person's level of ability and skill. Rank is awarded not only for defeating dangerous creatures such as demonic beasts, but also for completing difficult missions, creating new research and innovative inventions. All of this counts towards rank and raises a person's status in society. Rank holders rank alongside first-class rangers, royal knights, and court mages. It is not just a title, but a recognition of their outstanding abilities and skills. Rank holders can not only fight on the battlefield, but also study non-combat sciences such as economics or military tactics, demonstrating their versatile talents. This makes them not only powerful warriors, but also wise strategists and scholars. The only students who were given the rank of A in the second year of Salmonati Academy were 5 unique students, including Iris and Thelma. It was a testament to their exceptional abilities and undeniable talent. They became a symbol of hope and inspiration to other students, their successes serving as role models. Nozomu was well aware that even those of higher rank feared encounters with demonic beasts. These creatures were not only ferocious and dangerous, but also incredibly cunning. He tried to explain that no one wanted to work with someone like him. Iris, surprised by his admission, hesitated. Her eyes expressed bewilderment and sympathy. She noted that students who could survive in this forest were extremely rare, so she didn't understand why no one wanted to take him in. She added that his presence in the farthest part of the forest must have a good reason. Nozomu was silent for a moment, pondering her words, and then admitted that he had come to the forest for training. He suddenly cried out that he knew he could get stronger, and that no matter how slowly it happened, he would be happy with even the slightest progress. However, he also doubts that he can become as strong as everyone else, and he knows that better than anyone else. But that doesn't mean he should just give up and die. Iris and Thelma were stunned by his sudden statement. Their eyes read surprise and admiration for his determination. Iris apologized for her words and expressed her understanding of his position, but still thought his actions seemed a bit strange. Nozomu assured her that everything was fine and apologized for his rudeness. Nozomu looked at Iris carefully, and after gathering his wits, he asked how he should address her. She smiled and said that he could just use her first name. After all, they were just students and there was no need for formality. Her tone was soft and friendly, and it calmed Nozomu down a bit. He felt the tension subside a bit. Iris, noticing his embarrassment, stopped him when he wanted to say something and told him to stop worrying. Her confident voice and warm smile added to his confidence. Nozomu nodded, grateful for her understanding. Then he looked around and asked the question that had long plagued him. What were they doing in this forest? After all, aside from himself, this was no place for students. Iris looked at him carefully, her eyes sparkling with memories, and she began to explain. She and Thelma had received a mission from the guild, and it had caused Nozomu to be surprised. He hadn't expected that their mission could involve such a dangerous place. Iris, with a serious expression on her face, began to talk about the rumors that had reached the guild. According to her, a dragon had been seen, a mythical creature that in legends had always been considered the most powerful of all living creatures. Dragons had incredible power and the ability to control other creatures, making them the greatest of all creatures. In ancient times, according to legends, they ruled the world, subjugating all living creatures. It is said that whoever slays a dragon gains all of its power, becoming almost invincible. She continued, explaining that seeing a living dragon is almost impossible. Most people have never even seen its skeleton, and stories of those who have managed to slay a dragon exist only in ancient history books. These stories have always been shrouded in mystery and legend, and no one alive today has been able to confirm their authenticity. Although many in the guild were skeptical of these rumors, Iris and Thelma couldn't let them go unheeded. If there was even the slightest chance that there was a dragon lurking somewhere in this forest, it should be checked. Iris explained that a dragon could be a type of demon beast. If the creature spotted is indeed a dragon, it is most likely small and not of high intelligence. However, even such a small dragon can pose a serious threat with its attacks. This beast may possess the highest possible level of demon, making it extremely dangerous. Iris emphasized that indecisive heroes didn't stand a chance in a battle with such a creature. Nozomu listened to her carefully, realizing the gravity of the situation. He expressed his understanding and promised to remember her words. Iris added that even she, despite her strength and experience, should not fight a dragon if the rumors were true. Nozomu was taken aback by her candor. He realized that the dragon was not just a mythical creature, but a real threat. Iris and Thelma, despite their confidence and strength, were cautious and realized that it was not worth the risk. Suddenly, Iris approached Nozomu to ask if he needed materials from the defeated bears. She explained that although they were not worth a fortune, the meat and wool could be sold at a good price. Iris added that she felt indebted to him for his help, and offered to take it all to him as a thank you. Nozomu looked at the downed bears, pondering. He assured Iris that she shouldn't feel indebted, and he hadn't thought of anything like that when he helped them. However, after a brief pause, Nozomu agreed to take some meat. Iris, smiling, suggested that Nozomu return to town with them, but he, after a little thought, replied that he would return tomorrow. Iris expressed understanding and thanked Nozomu once again for his help. Her eyes sparkled with gratitude and a smile lit up her face. Thelma, who was standing behind her back, thanked him embarrassedly, hiding her gaze and trying to hide her excitement. Nozomu, who was feeling a little uncomfortable, assured them that the help had been rendered without any problems, and that he too would be leaving soon. He asked them to be careful on their way back. Iris and Thelma began to back away in one direction, while Nozomo headed in the other, pondering the strange encounter and what lay ahead. Walking down the path, Iris suddenly stopped and looked at Thelma. She noticed that her friend was not behaving as usual. Iris knew Thelma didn't get along with guys, but her shyness and embarrassment were unusual. She asked Thelma what was wrong and why she was acting like this. Thelma looked at Iris and struggled to gather her thoughts and apologized for her behavior. She revealed that she had heard many bad things about Nozomo. He was rumored to be cheating on Lisa and liked to play around with girls. She added that if these rumors were true, she and Lisa grew up together and Lisa fell in love with him. But Nozomo was only interested in her body. Iris, listening to Thelma's story, realized that all these rumors were about Nozomo. Her thoughts wavered between what she had seen today and what she was hearing now. The Nozomo she had seen was brave, determined, and willing to help despite the danger. He didn't look like a man capable of such terrible acts. Her heart wavered, and she tried to find the truth among the conflicting information. Thelma continued that despite everything, she was still a little frightened when she heard these rumors. Iris, looking reassuringly at her friend, assured her that if they met Nozomo again, she would have a chance to apologize to him for her suspicions. She asked Thelma not to think about it too much and not to let rumors affect her opinion of people. Meanwhile, Nozomo, left alone, continued walking down the path, thinking about what had happened. He felt his inner doubts and anxieties engulfing him again. Nozomo approached Shino. His steps were quick but sure. When she noticed him, a slight smile appeared on her face, but her eyes sparkled with hidden anxiety. She noted that he was a little late, and with a note of irony asked if he thought the opposite sex dominated him. Nozomo, not understanding the hidden meaning of her words, asked why she seemed angry with him. Shino, unable to bear it, knocked him down. Her movements were precise and quick like a predator's, and Nozomo realized that she was clearly in a bad mood. Stepping aside, she sharply stated that men only knew how to get in the way of women, and if you asked such a one to bring dinner, he would fail. Nozomo remained lying on the ground, looking after his teacher and pondering her words. He knew that Shino expected more from him and felt that he had disappointed her. The next day, Shino toughened his training twice as much. Exercises that seemed difficult to him before now became almost unbearable. Shino spared him no mercy, demanding maximum effort every time. Nozomo realized that this was her way of making him stronger, but at times he felt like he was at the edge of his abilities. In the evening, after a hard day, Iris lay in her room with her eyes closed, immersed in thought. She recalled the events of the day, especially the moment when she had watched Nozomo. His speed and sword technique were simply incredible. He was like the embodiment of strength and determination, and his sword, made of mithril, a metal with a high affinity for magic, reflected his power. She understood that such a metal could store magic, making the weapon not only strong but also flexible. Her own sword, given to her by her father and sword master, had been her faithful partner since she first came to this city. This sword with magical properties was more than just a weapon to her. Its shining blade, adorned with delicate silver patterns, had always made her feel protected and strong. Engraved on the blade was the phrase of the silver wings of the evening star, symbolizing its power and grace. She stood at the window of her room, framed by heavy velvet curtains, and gazed pensively at her sword glittering in the rays of the setting sun. Its strongest attack, known as the lunar eclipse, was capable of piercing through any defense. Kai and magic are referred to as the sources of the soul. These ancient energies, hidden in the depths of every being, are remarkably powerful, but their nature is different. Magic is a manifestation of spiritual energy drawn from the very heart of the caster. It requires deep inner concentration and harmony with oneself. Magical spells depend on the caster's emotional state, clarity of mind, and ability for self-control. Every magician knows that his power is directly related to his state of mind. If a mage loses control of his emotions, his spells can become unmanageable. Kai, on the other hand, draws its power from the physical foundation of the caster. It is the energy that circulates through the body, nourishing the muscles and bones, giving strength and endurance. Kai is life energy that can be channeled and concentrated to enhance physical abilities. While magic requires calmness and inner peace, Kai requires physical fitness and discipline. Kai can be compared to the flow of a river. If its course is blocked, the energy builds up and can destroy everything in its path. This sword was created specifically to neutralize the repulsive nature of magic and Kai, harmoniously combining them into one blade. It was forged by craftsmen who know the ancient secrets of metallurgy and magic. Its blade was capable of cutting not only steel and stone, but also the scales of a dragon, the most powerful creature she had ever heard of. Iris, holding back a shudder, remembered the stories of dragons, those mythical creatures that once ruled the world and terrorized entire kingdoms. Her thoughts returned to Nozomo. She remembered the 10 seconds in which he had accomplished a task that had seemed almost impossible. His movements were so fast and precise that she barely had time to follow him. She realized that it would have taken her much more time and effort to achieve a similar result. In his eyes she saw an unwavering determination and confidence that she herself sometimes lacked. Standing at the window of her room, Iris looked out at the forest stretching beyond the city. She knew that Nozomo had decided to stay there for the night. Even she, with her skills and magic sword, would not think of staying in that dangerous place after sunset. The Spasm forest was full of dangers, especially at night when the beasts were most active. Being in their territory at such a time was tantamount to suicide. She realized that Nozomo was out there all alone, and she admired his courage and determination. Iris knew that only suicidal or very experienced scouts and secret agents could dare such an act. She remembered stories of those who disappeared into the forest without a trace, and those who returned but were never the same again. The forest hid not only beasts, but ancient creatures that few knew of, and Nozomo seemed ready to meet them face to face. Her thoughts returned to Nozomo again. She remembered his face, his expression when they met. He had the same fire in his eyes that warriors have when they are ready to fight to the last man. She saw in him not just a warrior, but a man with a deep inner strength, striving to overcome his fears and weaknesses. Her thoughts returned to him again and again, and she wondered who he really was and what lay behind his outward confidence. The next day around noon, Nozomo was walking through the academy's courtyard. The sun was high in the sky, casting its bright rays all around him. Nozomo squinted, covering his eyes with his hand to protect them from the blinding light. Around him, life was bustling. Students chattered, laughed, and discussed the latest news and assignments. Their lively conversations filled the space, creating an atmosphere of joy and lightheartedness that seemed to be beyond Nozomo's reach. As he passed by groups of students, he could feel their gazes on him. He felt uncomfortable around other students, for he knew that many of them despised him. The rumors and gossip that spread through the academy made him an outcast. He felt every slanted word, every glance full of dislike. He didn't want to eat lunch in the school cafeteria, where these feelings were amplified tenfold. However, eating lunch outdoors was not particularly pleasant either, especially on days like this when the sun shone particularly bright. Nozomo headed towards one of the quiet corners of the courtyard, hoping to find some peace there. His morning training session with Shino had been particularly brutal, and he felt exhausted. His body ached, and his strength had left him. Money problems had forced him to skimp on food, and now he had to make do with only what he could afford. He found a secluded spot under a tree where he could hide from prying eyes. Sitting down on the grass, he took a bun out of his bag and began to chew it slowly. The flavor was bland, but he knew it could have been worse. He ate mechanically, immersed in his thoughts, trying to gather strength for the rest of the day. Suddenly his attention was caught by a girl standing nearby. She looked younger than him, but something in her gaze seemed familiar to Nozomo. Looking at her uniform, Nozomo immediately realized that she was an Eclose student. Eclose is an auxiliary school closely related to Salmonati Academy. It focuses on educating younger students, usually around the age of 10. The aim of this school is to identify children who already show signs of giftedness at a young age. Eclose helps them to develop their abilities while they are still young and amenable to learning. Mostly, children of dignitaries are enrolled in this school, and it is no surprise that many of them have special talents. Nozomo thought that the girl looked too young even for an Eclose student. He noticed how she started making strange movements, as if she had stepped on something or tried to brush something off. He couldn't just pass by and decided to find out what was wrong. His natural sense of justice and desire to help overpowered his inner fears and insecurities. As he approached the girl, Nozomo noticed her worried face and quietly asked if she was okay. She turned around and looked at him. Her large eyes shone with some confusion, but not fear. He thought he had seen someone very much like her before, maybe in one of his dreams or long ago memories. Nozomo cautiously asked her if she was from Eclose and what she was doing alone in this place. The girl nodded and, stammering, began to explain that she had been playing with Tank during her lunch break. Her voice was quiet and a little shaky, as if she was afraid of being misunderstood or judged. Nozomo was surprised to hear such a strange name and looked up to where the girl was looking. On one of the tall branches of the tree sat a small black kitten playing with a shiny bracelet that it had apparently stolen from the girl. The kitten seemed to be enjoying his trophy, running his paws over it and licking the sparkling beads. The girl explained that it was her bracelet, and that she didn't know why, but the kitten had taken it and dragged it up the tree. There was sadness and worry in her voice. She raised her eyes to Nozomu, hoping that he could help her. The girl begged the kitten to return her bracelet and come down. Nozomu, after scrutinizing the tree, noticed that it was quite tall, with smooth bark and sparse branches, making it difficult to climb. He rolled up his sleeves, realizing that even for him, experienced in climbing trees, it would be a challenge. However, determined to give it a try, he started his way up. His experience in the forest often required him to be able to climb trees to hide from monsters or find rare ingredients for training. The familiar movements helped him quickly reach the desired height. Once not far from the kitten, Nozomu gingerly reached out his hands to the small animal, trying to calm it down and take the bracelet. However, the kitten hissed at him, showing its tiny but sharp teeth. The next second, the kitten lunged at Nozomu, beginning to scratch and meow loudly. Nozomu, despite his efforts, received several painful scratches. Grabbing the kitten, he felt it twitching in his hands, trying to free itself. The struggle continued, and the kitten, at one point, managed to break free, taking the bracelet with it. At that moment, an unfinished bun fell out of Nozomu's pocket, falling to the ground. The cat stood on the branch, its green eyes sparkling with mischief, and its tail flicking from side to side like a predator playing with its prey. He was clearly enjoying his antics, holding a shiny bracelet in his teeth. Nozomu looked at the cat and realized that because of this little animal, he was left without lunch, because the bun that had fallen out of his pocket was now lying on the ground, covered in dirt. Gritting his teeth and gathering all his strength, Nozomu decided not to give up. He tried again to approach the cat to retrieve the bracelet. The girl below was watching anxiously and quietly asked if they were all right. Nozomu, trying to reassure her, nodded in response, though he himself could feel the tension building. In the next second, Nozomu made a decisive leap towards the cat. However, he miscalculated his strength and trajectory, and his feet slipped off the smooth bark of the tree. At the moment when he felt himself losing his balance, the cat, as if mocking him, gracefully jumped off the branch and landed directly on the girl's hands, holding the bracelet in its teeth. Nozomu was falling, and it was a terrible sensation. It was as if time had slowed down, and he felt the air whistling in his ears as his body rapidly approached the ground. The impact was strong, and pain immediately pierced through his body. Lying on the ground, he lost his orientation for a moment, but after gathering his will into a fist, he looked at the girl. She, standing with the cat in her arms, was looking at him worriedly. When she asked him if everything was all right, Nozomu nodded with an effort, trying to smile to reassure her. The kitten, meanwhile, was nestled snugly in her arms, the bracelet dangling from his neck like a precious piece of jewelry. Nozomu stood up, feeling every muscle aching with pain, and asked if the bracelet was all right. The girl carefully examined her jewelry and said with relief that it seemed to be fine. Then, with sincere gratitude in her eyes, she thanked Nozomu for helping her. He saw her face light up with joy, and it filled his heart with warmth despite all the hardship he had just now. Nozomu, realizing that it was no big deal for him to help the girl, quickly reassured her. Suddenly, the girl realized that she had not introduced herself, and was a little embarrassed by this. She gave her full name as Samaliana, but added with a smile that her friends usually called her Somiya. Nozomu, deciding to be polite, also introduced himself and with a friendly smile asked if she would be uncomfortable if he also called her Samiya like her close friends. The girl nodded happily, expressing her sincere gratitude for his help. Nozomu smiled back, feeling his heart fill with warmth. It was the first time in a long time that someone had thanked him so sincerely, and it felt good. Nozomu looked at the girl whose smile was so sincere and bright that it resembled a ray of sunshine with surprise and joy. In her eyes glittered gratitude. Suddenly, the bell rang, signaling the beginning of class. Nozomu, realizing that the girl needed to hurry, gently warned her about it. She nodded and said that she really should hurry back to class. After thanking Nozomu sincerely once more, the girl began to run away. He stared after her, realizing that he was left without lunch. But it didn't matter, as he felt needed and useful for the first time in a long time. Later, Nozomu watched as Professor Henryward stood before a crowd of students, speaking about ritual magic, one of the oldest and most powerful forms of magical art. Nozomu chose a seat in the corner, away from everyone, and listened intently to the lecture. The professor explained that if the students listened carefully and followed the instructions exactly, they would have no problem mastering the material. However, for those with no magical skills at all, the subject would present a considerable difficulty. Henryward pointed to the magical altar set up in the center of the classroom and explained that today, the students would be creating their own altars. Once the constructs are ready, they will need to use spells to channel magical power into the center of the altar. This will cause a burst of magic, the strength of which will depend on each caster's natural magical abilities. The magic will be based on the spell chosen. Whether it is a beam of light or a jet of water, the reaction will be appropriate. The professor also emphasized that the correctness of the magic circle is key and depends on the caster's skills. The caster's skills in magic were a crucial factor in the creation of ritual altars, and this was evident to Nozomu from the first minutes of class. He tried to imagine what it would be like to feel magical energy, to control it, but it remained an unattainable dream for him. He knew that Mars was the real lucky one. The one possessed both Kai and magic at a very high level, making him almost unique. Ordinary people like Nozomu possessed either the ability to Kai or magic, but rarely both at once and certainly not to an equal degree. People like Mars who could effectively use both Kai and magic were less than 1%. And those who could use them simultaneously were a rarity, almost a myth. All the students' gazes were fixed on Mars as he displayed his impressive skills. They were discussing how incredible his skill level was. Someone in the crowd remarked that before coming to the academy, Mars was known as a rowdy guy who was often involved in street fights. These skills he carried over to the academy, where his natural aptitude for combat and magic was displayed in all its glory. Nozomu, sitting in the corner of the auditorium, pondered his fate. His abilities were suppressed, and it prevented him from fully participating in magic classes. He often wondered why fate was so unfair to him. He wished he could be just like Mars, free to use magical skills, but instead he had to settle for little. However, he was now determined to make up for lost time and tried to attend all lectures. Even if he couldn't actively participate, he would sit, listen, and learn. No grades were given to him, but he knew that the knowledge he was gaining would be useful to him. Salmonati Academy focused on students with outstanding talents, giving them more privileges and opportunities. The higher a student's ability level, the more doors were open to them. Such students had access to better teachers, better equipment, and could even participate in special missions. Suddenly, Nozomu's gaze fell on Iris, who was standing in the middle of the field, surrounded by a group of students. She stood out among the others not only because of her statuesque figure and pitch-black hair, but also because of how confident she held herself. Her bright green eyes shone with determination and inner strength, making her even more noticeable and imposing. Iris was known at the academy not only for her skill in magic and martial arts, but also for her charm and kindness. She was a leader, an idol to many students, and her opinion carried weight. Next to her stood another girl, also attracting attention with her exquisite beauty and grace. Her long blonde hair fell over her shoulders in soft waves, and her blue eyes shone with calmness and wisdom. At some point, as Nozomu looked closer, he realized that this was Lisa, his first love. His heart twitched. Memories came over him in a wave, making him forget everything around him for a moment. The classes with different levels and their training locations were clearly separated, allowing students of different ranks to train according to their skills and abilities. Nozomu, as a sophomore with rank 10, always hoped that he would never run into Lisa. It had been over a year since he had last seen her. Once they had promised each other a future together, their relationship full of hopes and dreams. Now, standing on the edge of the training field, Nozomu looked at the scene in front of him with sadness and nostalgia. Nozomu watched Iris and Lisa's duel with bated breath. He saw Lisa rushing towards Iris like a deadly whirlwind. Her movements were incredibly fast and precise. She was firing ghostly projectiles that were flying towards Iris with the speed of bullets. But she stood still, with unwavering calmness, as if she knew her opponent's every move in advance. Lisa came at her with the fury of a hurricane, but Iris skillfully dodged every blow, keeping up the furious pace of the battle. Her natural skills allowed her to move with such grace and precision that it seemed as if she were dancing in this deadly waltz. Nozomu couldn't take his eyes away, marveling at her skill and coolness. Lisa seemed to possess absolute superiority in battle. Her confidence and strength were astonishing. Nozomu scrutinized Lisa's every movement, her confident wielding of the sword causing him to admire her. Every step she took, every swing of her blade was precise and lightning fast, as if she was the embodiment of martial arts. Nozomu could not tear his eyes away from this sight, and in the back of his mind, he wondered if Iris had any chance against such power. It seemed that Lisa was invincible, her attacks leaving no chance for a counterstrike. But suddenly, like lightning, Iris struck back. Her sword flashed through the air, and Lisa barely had time to defend herself. Nozomu was stunned. How could Iris attack so quickly and accurately? At that moment, it reached him. Iris had mastered the art of using skills without casting spells. It was something incredible beyond his comprehension. She was simultaneously fighting with a sword and using magic. Her sword was clearly not a simple weapon. Iris used chains to attack Lisa's legs, forcing her to lose her balance. At the same time, a black fog began to thicken around Lisa, robbing her of her ability to see. It wasn't just a fight, but a true magical duel. Iris skillfully combined physical attacks with magical ones, creating a deadly combination. Her blows were precise and ruthless, each swing of her sword accompanied by a magical effect. Nozomo realized that Iris was using magic to poison Lisa, weakening her with each passing moment. This duel resembled a clash between two titans. Iris, with her incredible skill, confronted Lisa, who until that moment had seemed invincible. The fight continued and the girls blocked each other's blows without taking a step back. Lisa's every attack was swift and precise, creating strong gusts of wind in the arena, as if nature itself was responding to her movements. As she moved, her figure blurred into quick and elusive reflections, making her even more dangerous and unpredictable. It was a ruthless struggle in which every second could be decisive. Iris, on the other hand, held herself firmly and confidently. Her eyes focused and her movements smooth and polished. She countered Lisa's every attack with grace and strength, as if her body and magic were one and the same. Iris seemed to be in perfect harmony with herself and the world around her. Suddenly, Nozomo noticed Iris slowing down and moving away from her rival for a moment. He knew that this was no accident. Iris was about to use something special. In the next second, Iris took advantage of this pause and used fire magic. Flashes of flames burst out from her hands and enveloped Lisa, scorching the air around her. Lisa screamed, ordering Iris to stop, but the fire did not subside. This spell was not the most powerful of the mage's arsenal, but its power was comparable to the gusts of wind that Thelma used in her attacks. The flames ran rampant, surrounding Lisa on all sides, creating unbearable heat and blinding light. Iris didn't stop, her eyes burning with determination, and she continued to direct the fire at her rival. When Iris finally completed her attack, the ground between her and Lisa looked like a field after a battle. Black from the fire, charred and cracked, it was a reminder of the clash that had just occurred. The smell of cinders and scorched grasses wafted around. The air was electrified, as if nature itself was shuddering from the power of the magic Iris had just unleashed. Nozomo stood at a distance, shocked by what he saw. He could never have imagined that someone of his age was capable of such destructive actions. After the fight was over, when the dust had settled and the air had stopped shaking from the strain of magical energy, Lisa approached Iris. Her face was still flushed from the effort, but there was a glow of respect in her eyes. She asked Iris how long she had been preparing for this attack. Iris, still breathing a little heavily, explained that she had started preparing from the very beginning of their battle. Lisa's attacks were ruthless and required maximum concentration and preparation time. She admitted that she had to concentrate on the battle. Otherwise, Lisa could defeat her. Lisa nodded, her face softening. She realized how much hard work had been put into this battle and expressed her understanding. She smiled and added that she considered it a compliment. As Lisa began to move away from Iris, the latter was pensive. Her mind was swarming with thoughts brimming with new discoveries and contradictions. Iris realized that Lisa was the same girl that Nozomo had once loved. Now, as she learned, Lisa was dating his best friend Ken Nodes. Iris watched Lisa head towards Ken with ease and her face lit up with happiness when she was near him. Iris herself couldn't say that she knew them personally, for it would be foolish to judge people she didn't know at all. However, seeing them together evoked a certain emotion in her. Iris shifted her gaze to her blade, which was now calm and still. She reflected on the battle that had just ended. If only she could have launched her attack a little earlier, things might have turned out differently. It usually took her about 10 seconds to summon that powerful attack, but Nozomo had managed it in a second that time. She couldn't find an answer to how he was doing it. His ability to apply magic skills so quickly was something incredible. Suddenly, Iris noticed Nozomo in the window. He was standing nearby and seemed to be watching what was happening. Hopefully, she waved her hand at him, hoping that he would notice her and come over. But Nozomo, after casting a fleeting glance, walked past, disappearing from sight. A feeling of disappointment arose in Iris's heart. She realized that Nozomo had simply ignored her. It made her wonder what was going on in his mind. At that moment, Thelma, her friend and companion, approached her, holding an elixir in her hands. Thelma was always there when Iris needed support. She smiled and held out the elixir, and Iris gratefully accepted it. Iris took a few sips, feeling the cool liquid refreshing her after the intense battle. Iris and Thelma stood watching the next battle that was unfolding on the training field. Iris usually preferred to watch her classmates sparring from the sidelines, finding it fun and a source of valuable lessons. It became her habit to study other people's moves and techniques so that she could use them in her own training. Iris realized that the ability to observe and analyze was just as important as practicing on the battlefield. Suddenly her gaze fell on the window, where she noticed Ken's figure. Thelma, noticing the change in her friend's facial expression, asked if she was all right. Iris nodded and continued to watch the fight unfold before her. At this moment, Thelma, who was standing nearby, seemed immersed in her own thoughts. Finally, she turned to Iris and with some uncertainty in her voice, she expressed her desire to ask a question. Iris, noticing the seriousness on her friend's face, looked at her carefully, waiting for her to continue. Thelma gathered her courage and said that she wanted to know more about Nozomu's abilities. This question awakened in Iris a wave of memories and thoughts about the young man who had so often appeared in her thoughts. Nozomu, standing at the edge of the training field, was immersed in his gloomy thoughts. After breaking up with Lisa, his mind continuously returned to the same question: why did she leave him for someone else? This question drilled into his mind like a sharp blade, digging into his heart. Why did he force himself through this unbearable pain as if he were participating in some idiotic game where there were no winners and no consolation? Why couldn't he get stronger despite his best efforts and endeavors? Why not just give in to this pain and move on already, leaving behind everything that was causing the suffering? Thoughts like dark clouds were continuously circling in his head, not giving the slightest bit of peace. Nozomu could not find a single reason why he deserved this torment. These invisible chains, like steel shackles, bound his mind and soul, preventing him from moving forward. He came here even after a long and exhausting fight with his father, when he angrily told him never to come home again. This decision was his entrance into a dual reality where the pain in his heart eliminated itself by locking itself from within, creating a vicious cycle of misery and loneliness. Nozomu hadn't been like this before. There was joy, hope, and a desire for something more in his life. But now, despite his best efforts and constant hard training, there was no improvement. He tried his best, even tried to talk to Lisa, to ask her at what point things had gone wrong. But her look of disgust only made him suffer more. From then on, no matter what he did, he only tormented himself with an endless barrage of questions to which he could find no answer. The reality that confronted him seemed like an impenetrable wall, and he had no chance of changing it. Nozomu thought of Shino, remembering all their training together and her strict but fair instructions. He desperately needed her help to train even harder and reach new heights in his skills. Over the past few years, he had developed a dangerous habit of forcing himself to train more and more ruthlessly, as if trying to drown out his inner pain and doubts. It had become his only defensive reaction to his own imperfection and disappointment in himself. There was nothing left in his broken heart but a rigid discipline that helped him keep control of his emotions. He knew it was wrong, that this approach was only destroying him from the inside out, but he couldn't stop. Only through brutal discipline could he suppress his emotions and maintain the illusion of strength and confidence. Suddenly, reality burst into his thoughts, a little girl running straight at him, not noticing his presence and swooping down on him. In her hands was a black kitten that was struggling furiously. Nozomu managed to pick up the girl, preventing her from falling, and recognized that it was Samia, still with the same kitten he had helped her catch earlier. Samia was breathing heavily as she tried to calm the agitated kitten. She looked at Nozomu gratefully and smiled as she told him that the kitten had escaped during her afternoon practice. She explained that it must have noticed the open window and took the opportunity to go for a walk. Nozomu smiled back and remarked that since she was fine, he could continue with his business. He started to walk away, but suddenly Samia stopped him by pulling his sleeve. Nozomu looked at her in surprise, and the girl, slightly embarrassed, asked if they could meet tomorrow. Nozomu, a little confused, asked what she meant. Samia explained that he had already helped her twice and she would like to thank him for that. Besides, she would enjoy spending more time with him and talking longer. The girl looked at him with her big, hopeful eyes, and Nozomu thought about the fact that for the first time in a long time, someone had offered to meet him without any selfish intentions. He realized that if Samia socialized with him, she might start to be shunned or even mistreated like he was. Plus, he had obligations to Shino and the need to return to training after class. Nozomu remained silent, thinking over all the possible consequences. Samia, seeing his confusion, suggested that perhaps he didn't want to date. However, feeling guilty that he might have upset her, Nozomu, a little embarrassed, replied that he was busy after school, but they could meet for lunch. Samia rejoiced at his agreement, her face lighting up with joy. She said goodbye to him and started to run away, and Nozomu watched her, feeling a warm feeling inside. He wanted to stop her to say something, but did not have time, because the girl had already disappeared around the corner. He didn't even have time to add a word, marveling at her energy and vitality. At night, Somiya stood outside in the courtyard of her house, raising her hands up and reciting the spell with dogged determination. The sky was cloudy, and a light breeze rubbed her hair as she tried to focus on the magic words. However, despite her best efforts, the spell did not work. Somiya stopped on the stairs, pondering why she wasn't doing well, why she wasn't as good as her older sister. It was at that moment that Iris began to descend the stairs. She noticed the pensive expression on Somiya's face and gently asked her what she was thinking. Iris, with a smile on her face, assured her that she was doing just fine and that she was just being too hard on herself. Somiya was happy to see her sister. She had always admired her abilities and wisdom. At this point, there were a total of 6 elements of magic known. The most common and frequently used were earth, wind, fire, and water. These 4 elements were the primary ones, and almost every magician had a connection to one of them. The other 2 elements were less common and were known as light and darkness. These elements required special compatibility, and not every mage could master them. A person's use of an element was determined by their natural connection to that element. However, lower-level spells could be learned without full compatibility, relying on the magician's willpower and concentration. The more complex the spell, the more important compatibility with the element became. Iris approached Somiya and asked with concern in her voice if she was having trouble with any particular spell. Somiya, a little embarrassed, opened her magic book and pointed to the section on light magic. Iris looked at the page carefully and noticed that starting with light magic was quite ambitious. Light magic was considered one of the most difficult to master, requiring not only fortitude but also a deep understanding of the essence of light. Somiya explained that the spell she was trying to use was based on creating a small glowing ball of light known as a lantern. Iris, extending her hand, summoned a small blob of light in her palm. Its soft and warm glow illuminated her face, and she began to explain to her sister that in order to successfully perform the spell, she needed to focus on the speed of the spell. Light magic required a lot of energy, and it was important to find the right balance so that the glow didn't fade too quickly. Iris showed how to hold the flow of energy so that the light remained steady and even. Iris specialized in the element of darkness, but her talents extended far beyond one school of magic. She could easily utilize other elements as well, making her one of the most gifted students at Salmonati Academy. Somiya was amazed to see her sister controlling light with ease. She tried again to create a light clot, but so far, so unsuccessful. Iris sat beside her on the grass and patiently guided her, sharing her knowledge and experience. The 2 of them sat in the courtyard, enjoying the cool evening air and the soft light of the street lamps. Iris, looking carefully at her younger sister, noticed that Somiya seemed noticeably happier lately and asked her why. There was genuine concern and interest in her voice. Somiya, a little embarrassed, told her that she had recently made a new friend. Iris raised her eyebrows in surprise and began to ask her what he was like. Somiya, thinking about it, remembered Nozomu. She described him as a person who always seems sad, as if he is always tormented by something. But he is also very kind and caring. Somiya told the story of how her kitten stole a bracelet a couple of days ago and hid in a tall tree. She was desperate, not knowing how to get her item, but Nozomu came to her rescue, climbed up the tree and returned the bracelet. Iris, smiling, expressed understanding and praised her sister for having such a good friend. Somiya reflected on the fact that Nozomu clearly avoids socializing with people and he seems to be greatly disturbed by their conversations. He seems very sensitive and vulnerable, but she knows for a fact that he is a kind person, otherwise he wouldn't have helped her when she was in trouble. His actions spoke volumes despite his reticence and aloofness. Iris, smiling slightly, began to tell me that she too had recently met some interesting individuals. Among them, there was one person who particularly stood out from the rest. He was unlike anyone she had known before. Somiya, sensing her interest, began to ask Iris more about who it was and what was so special about him. Iris was immersed in memories of Nozomu, his sullen and sad expression that she had noticed during the training fights. His eyes were full of pain and despair, as if he carried the weight of the world on his shoulders. Iris couldn't understand why he had that look on his face, but a hunch that it might have something to do with Lisa made her think even deeper. She had never connected the 2 things before, but now, remembering the moments she had spent around Nozomu and hearing about their past, she began to realize that perhaps his condition was related to heartbreak and lost love. Lisa, Nozomu's first love, had left a deep mark on his soul. Their breakup seemed to have destroyed him from the inside out, leaving scars that didn't heal even after time. Iris only now realized that his presence in that place was not accidental. Perhaps he had come there to try to deal with his pain, to find some solace in training and fighting. He looked so broken, as if he had lost not only his love but the meaning of life. Iris shared her thoughts with Somiya, confessing that she honestly wasn't sure what Nozomu was really like. He always kept to himself, never talking to her or anyone else for long. It made him even more mysterious and hard to understand. She couldn't figure out his true nature, but something about him drew her in, made her want to know more. Somiya, after listening to her sister, noted that it was indeed strange. She was surprised that Iris was interested in someone who hardly ever spoke to her. Normally, Iris could easily find common ground with people, could talk to anyone, but with Nozomu it was different. His silence and aloofness were like a shield protecting him from the outside world, but at the same time arousing interest and a desire to penetrate beyond that protection. Iris began her story by recalling the moment when they were suddenly attacked. They were in the middle of the forest, busy with their investigation, when a man appeared out of nowhere. He moved so fast and gracefully that the monsters were chopped to pieces in a matter of seconds. His movements were so polished that Iris was certain even the most skilled swordsman she knew could not match him. She realized that there was a huge difference between magic and Kai, and although she was skilled in magic, she would never be able to move with such speed and precision as he. Somiya, listening to her sister, came closer, and while looking at her with admiration, she stated that she didn't even realize that there was someone who could be better than Iris. Iris smiled at those words, but then looked at her watch and noticed that it was getting late, and it was time for Somiya to go to bed. Somiya shouted that she wanted to talk more about the man, but Iris insisted that it was already time for the girl to go to bed. She explained that she needed to rest in order to grow up big and strong like herself. Somiya pouted and noticed that her sister was treating her like a small child again. Iris, unable to hold back a smile, admitted that perhaps she was. Iris smiled, her eyes sparkling with kindness and warmth, and she said softly that, in truth, she didn't know the man well enough to draw any conclusions about him. She suggested an interesting idea to Somiya, both of them not try to learn more about their new friends, and then exchange the information they gained and tell each other. Somiya happily agreed, her eyes shining with anticipation. Hugging her book as if it was her most precious treasure, Somiya began to climb the stairs to her room. Iris stood at the bottom, escorting her with her gaze, and suddenly felt her eyes fill with tears. She realized how little Somiya was still, and how much she had to go through. Memories of Somiya being born prematurely swept through her mind like a storm. Their mother was gravely ill and died during childbirth, leaving Iris alone to care for her little sister. Since then, Iris fought for her life day after day, taking on the role of mother and protector. She remembered how she made the decision to protect her baby sister from all troubles and become the head of the Franchild family. Even when she was only 6 years old, she already knew that this was her calling. Iris began to master the art of sword wielding with such fury and diligence that her training became something between a ritual and a survival fight. Every movement was calibrated to the smallest detail, every fall teaching her to get up even stronger. She overcame every obstacle that came her way with a tenacity that any warrior would envy. Her heart burned with determination to fulfill her family's expectations, to be the leader they were waiting for. Nothing could stop her from fulfilling her noble duties as head of the Franchild family. Iris never looked for love like other women her age did. Her heart was occupied with dreams of battle feats, of becoming the strongest. She wanted only one thing, to wield sword and magic at the highest level. And now she was truly the best in her class, earning the respect and admiration of her classmates and teachers. Standing under the starry sky, she reflected on how much labor and effort she had put into her development. She had achieved the position she had once only dreamed of, and she was proud of it. She wanted to understand why Nozomu was so desperate to support Lisa despite all the rumors and condemnations that hovered around him. Her mind was filled with thoughts of why people thought he was the ultimate scumbag who had betrayed the love of his life. After all, everything pointed to the fact that he had wholeheartedly and selflessly supported her in everything. In her mind, these thoughts were forming into a kind of drama from a book that had so many contradictions and understatements. Iris tried to understand how two people who had once been inseparable could suddenly drift apart so abruptly. She had the feeling that something very important had been left out of the picture, that there was some hidden truth that explained Lisa's cold attitude toward Nozomu and the constant rumors surrounding him. She thought about the fact that perhaps the quarrel between Nozomu and Lisa was much deeper and more complicated than one might suppose. This experience that Nozomu went through created in him a constant and unquenchable desire to change. His every movement, every effort, every muscle strain, all spoke of his persistent attempts to become a better person. You could see glimpses of his endeavors on his body, the scars he'd gotten in countless training and fights, the lines of tense muscles that spoke of the stamina and strength he developed every day. Iris wondered what kind of training he subjected himself to in order to achieve such strength and prowess in combat. These thoughts kept her in suspense. The next day, Nozomu and Samiya sat on the grass under the shady trees. A light breeze rustled the leaves affectionately, creating a calm and peaceful atmosphere. Samiya was enthusiastically telling Nozomu about how her sister had insisted on her going to bed early last night, claiming that it would help her grow up sooner. Samiya, pouting her lips, indignantly declared that she was no longer a small child and could decide when to go to bed. Nozomu, with a slight smile on his face, pointed out that she was only 10 years old, and by all standards she was still a child. Samiya, slightly offended, noticed that Nozomu spoke just like her sister, which made him feel inwardly uncomfortable. Realizing that he might have hurt her feelings, Nozomu immediately apologized, trying to soften his gaffe. On the continent of Arkmill, adolescence began at the age of 15, and until then, children were considered very young. Nozomu asked Samiya with interest if her sister was a student at Salmonati Academy, since he was a second-year student himself. Samiya, smiling, remembered that Nozomu was also a student, and asked admiringly what it was like to study at the academy. Her eyes lit up with curiosity as she added that it must be really cool. Nozomu thought for a moment, and then said he wasn't sure if that was really the case. Showing his black badge, Nozomu explained to Samiya that he had the lowest rank, meaning limited abilities and resources. Samiya, seeing the badge, stated with a smile that then she and him really looked alike. She explained that she is not as good as her sister who excels in everything she does, for she is only trying to find her place in this world. Nozomu noticed so much joy and optimism in her eyes that it made him smile warmly. He realized that this girl had incredible inner strength despite all the hardships and challenges she had to overcome. Nozomu noticed the bracelet on Samiya's wrist and asked interestedly what it was that looked so expensive and meaningful. Samiya proudly told him that this bracelet has been passed down in her family from generation to generation. It is a symbol of their family bond and unity even when they are far apart. She explained that the bracelet reminds her that despite distance and time, they will always be together. She recounted that this bracelet had been locked away in one of their family's old warehouses for a long time, hidden from view. It was kept there as an heirloom, passed down from generation to generation, and every member of the family knew of its significance and power. Last year, on her birthday, her sister decided to give it to her. The gesture was filled with deep symbolism and love. The bracelet was a reminder to her of her family, her roots, and that no matter what happened, they would always be together. It was a symbol of their unbreakable bond that she wore with pride and awe. Nozomu remarked that this was why the bracelet was so expensive and precious to her. He realized how important it was to have such family little things that connected with family members and gave a sense of unity and warmth. Nozomu looked at Samiya with a soft smile and asked when her birthday was. Samiya, blushing a little at the unexpected attention, said that her birthday was just around the corner. She added that unfortunately her father was away right now and wouldn't be able to join the party, but her sister had promised to throw a real party, and she was excited about it. Nozomu smiled sincerely and said that it sounded wonderful. He then asked Samiya what she thought about lunch, to which the girl happily replied that she was having lunch with her sister today. At that moment, as if by magic, Iris suddenly approached them. It turned out that she had been looking for Samiya all this time, worried about her safety. Samiya was surprised to see her sister, and Iris, noticing Nozomu beside her, was astonished. She hadn't expected to see him in the company of her younger sister and immediately felt some sort of dissonance. Samiya ran to hug her sister as if she hadn't seen her in ages, her small arms wrapped around Iris's waist and her face lit up with joy. Iris looked at Nozomu with tenderness and warmth as she hugged her sister, her eyes reflecting slight surprise and interest. With a soft smile on her lips, she quietly said that she didn't expect the new friend that Samiya had talked so much about to be Nozomu, causing him to be slightly embarrassed. Those words caught Samiya off guard, and she looked at her sister in surprise, asking her if she knew Nozomu, her voice sounding with a note of bewilderment. Nozomu was also surprised and confused at the same time, realizing that he still hadn't tied all the details together, and his thoughts were flitting between past and present. He suddenly realized that Samiya had never once said her last name, and it was only now when she said it, Franshield, that all the pieces of the mosaic came together in his mind. In the same instant, the puzzles came together in Nozomu's mind. He remembered her bracelet, which could not belong to an ordinary person, her stories about her sister, his peer with black hair. He didn't understand how he could be so blind and not see the obvious. Nozomu felt foolish realizing that these details had been before his eyes all this time, and now he was overcome with embarrassment. Iris handed Samiai her lunch, carefully wrapped in a white cloth. She then turned to Nozomu and with a friendly smile invited him to join them. Nozomu hesitated, not knowing what to say, feeling slightly embarrassed at such an unexpected invitation. He looked at Iris, her beautiful face radiating calmness and confidence, and his thoughts muddled in his head. She was like a goddess to many students, trustworthy and always ready to help, and it seemed to him that he was not worthy of her company. Nozomu knew that she was practically idolized, and realized that she received many lunch invitations. Unlike him, the loser, he found it hard to believe that he could be welcome in her company, and his thoughts vacillated between the desire to accept the invitation and the fear of being rejected. He also realized that if they had been in a more crowded place, this news would have spread around the school with incredible speed, and that made him even more hesitant. Nozomu started to apologize, saying that he would probably refuse, but Samiya didn't stop. Without waiting for his response, she grabbed his hand and dragged him to her place, insisting that he eat with them. Nozomu tried to stop her, feeling out of place, but Samiya was persistent, her eyes sparkling with determination. Iris, watching their interaction, noticed that Nozomu didn't like public places and it made him uncomfortable. Her gaze became soft and understanding. Nozomu, embarrassed by the attention, apologized and said that there were too many people around and he didn't like it, his voice trembling with excitement. Samiya, with her usual vivacity and energy, offered to eat right here under the trees where no one was around, her smile glowing with joy. Iris agreed to her sister's suggestion, adding that she wouldn't mind eating in a quiet place, her voice sounding soft and soothing. Samiya happily stated that she was fine anywhere as long as Nozomu was with them. Her words were filled with genuine joy and warmth. This touching confession made Nozomu smile, and he felt his heart fill with warmth. He suddenly realized that these two sisters had become something important to him, giving his life new colors, and this thought filled his soul with light. Nozomu addressed Iris, calling her lady as if emphasizing her high status and respect. Iris instantly stopped him, gently but firmly explaining that he should not add formality when addressing her. Her words were full of confidence and calmness as she explained that in Arkhazam, homeland status no longer mattered as much as it used to. Nozomu nodded, expressing understanding and respect for her words, realizing that he had to change his attitude. Nozomu, still feeling slightly embarrassed by his formality, asked Iris about Thelma and whether she planned to join them. Iris, with a slight smile, reminded him that Professor Jihad had invited Thelma to his office, and so she would not be able to have lunch with them. She added that Thelma had told her to go ahead and have lunch without her, which caused Nozomu to become slightly wistful. Nozomu thought about the principal of Salmanati Academy, Jihad Rondel. This man was a legendary figure known throughout the continent. He fought on the front lines of the war against the demons that broke out 20 years ago, and changed the history of Arknal forever. Jihad Rondel was considered one of the strongest swordsmen in the world, his name synonymous with courage and fighting prowess. The Great Demon Migration began in the northeastern part of the continent, heralding a great catastrophe later called the Great Invasion. The demon hordes swept over the lands of Arknal like a merciless tsunami, leaving behind only destruction and death. Hundreds of thousands of people died, millions were forced to leave their homes, fleeing to neighboring lands. It was a time of despair and chaos, with the future of humanity hanging in the balance. For the first time in history, all countries united in the face of a common threat. Large armies gathered from all parts of the continent stood in the way of the demonic horde. This war was the greatest test for all involved. Heroes like Jihad Rondel led their armies with unparalleled courage and determination, fighting for the survival of their world. The damage caused by the demon invasion was immense. Entire countries were wiped out, their populations scattered to other regions in search of refuge. With the immediate threat gone, leaving devastation in its wake, many countries faced internal turmoil. A flood of refugees filled the streets of devastated cities, and people wondered if the world would ever recover from such a cataclysmic event. The widespread destruction and loss of life forced the continent's leaders to think about the future. They decided to create a place where refugees could find shelter, and where the younger generation could prepare for possible new threats. Thus was born the idea of the Salmanati Academy, meant to be a symbol of rebirth and hope. The Salmonati Academy became a place where the best minds and military strategists came together to share knowledge and develop new technologies. Arkhazam, the city built around the academy, became a center of research and innovation. Each country invested its resources to create and maintain this unique place. Iris, noticing that Nozomu was brooding, tried to distract him from his gloomy thoughts by assuring him that he didn't need to worry about Thelma. At that moment, Nozomu's attention was caught by the cute puppy drawing on Iris's bag. Her bag decorated with a childish drawing seemed to be a contrast to her serious and cold-blooded image. His face lit up with a smile, and Iris, noticing this, asked what was wrong. Nozomu, still smiling, explained that he had simply seen something unexpected. It was hard for him to imagine that a serious and strong girl like Iris could have such a cute detail. Samia, noticing where he was looking, cheerfully announced that her sister adored dogs, although she herself thought cats were cuter. Iris smiled, confirming her sister's words, and that smile lit up her face, making her even more attractive. Iris looked at Somia and said with a smile that she was wrong and dogs were definitely cuter. She added that puppies were especially cute, and there was nothing in the world that could match their charm. Nozomu did not understand why they had suddenly started this argument, but watched them with interest. Samia, disagreeing with her sister, stated that she understood what the argument was about but still thought that cats were better. Iris, not backing down, continued, she is sure that Somia has seen how dogs wag their tails and follow their masters everywhere. These cute gestures make you want to hug them and never let them go. Somia, determined to defend her position, pointed to the kitten nestled in her lap and asked how Iris could claim that dogs are cuter than cats. She added that when she strokes her kitten, it purrs and makes the cutest sounds she has ever heard. Nozomu, sitting off to the side, watched this lively conversation with a slight smile. He was amazed at how easily and casually they were talking, as if they had forgotten everything in the world. Suddenly, Iris came to her senses and, embarrassed, apologized to Nozomu for getting a little carried away with their argument. She suggested that Samia continue the discussion tomorrow. Samia, beaming with happiness, declared that tomorrow they would have a grand meeting called Cats vs. Dogs, and she was sure that this time they would finally find out who the winner was. At that moment, Samia turned to Nozomu and looked at him with interest and asked him how they met Iris. Nozomu embarrassedly mumbled that they met by chance. He felt his cheeks begin to blush, trying to avoid unnecessary attention. He wasn't used to talking about his chance encounters and exploits that might be appreciated by those around him. Iris, catching his embarrassment, looked resolutely at Samia and explained with a smile that this young man was capable of destroying a demonic bear in less than 10 seconds. She told this with such pride as if she was talking about her own accomplishment. Samia suddenly realized that all the amazing stories Iris had told her in the past few days were about Nozomu. Her eyes widened with surprise and admiration. She had in no way expected that the humble guy she had met would turn out to be such an outstanding warrior. Iris, noticing her sister's reaction, continued the story. She explained that Thelma, her close friend, had almost fallen victim to an attack, but Nozomu had saved her at the last moment, showing incredible bravery and skill. Nozomu, not wanting to look like a hero, tried to diminish his importance. He began to deny his role in the rescue, explaining that he was just the lowest-ranked student in the school. He felt his voice shaking with embarrassment, for he was not used to praise and admiration. He explained that his abilities were suppressed, making him the worst student in the academy. Iris frowned slightly and remarked that it was strange, because his attacks were so powerful and precise. She didn't understand why he remained at such a low level. Nozomu, sighing, began to talk about his training. He explained that his attack was too powerful to be used in training battles at the academy. He revealed that he had been told that with such a powerful attack, he could accidentally kill someone. That was why he had to train to the limit of his abilities. He told how every morning and evening he practiced, striving to reach the limit of his strength. But even with such efforts, his magical abilities were not enough. He explained that with so little magical energy, he could only perform an attack once. Nozomu continued, explaining that due to his insufficient Kai handling skills, many magic techniques and methods were inaccessible to him. He felt his voice growing quieter, for he realized that his efforts often seemed futile. Iris, looking thoughtfully at Nozomu, reminded him that he had once said that when he used any enchantments, he was only able to attack with 1 or 2 Kai blades. Her gaze read a mixture of surprise and concern. She asked why he shouldn't join a group. After all, it was always easier to overcome difficulties in a group. Nozomu, slightly drooping, quietly stated that no one wanted to team up with him. His voice sounded muffled, as if he had already accepted this fact. Iris, not understanding why this was happening, asked if his suppression of abilities was the reason, and Nozomo nodded, confirming her guess. At that moment, all three of them fell into silence, pondering what they had just heard. Every word Nozomo said echoed in their hearts, making them think about the injustice of the world in which they lived. Iris, looking at Nozomo with a kind of sympathy and determination, stated that she did not know if it was right to say such a thing, but he did not need to be strong to be in the group. She reminded him that he was familiar with the Spasm forest, and that knowledge alone would certainly raise his priority on the list. She explained that his experience and knowledge of dangerous places could be invaluable to any team. Nozomo, embarrassed, asked why she thought that. Iris, gathering her thoughts, explained that after he had left her and Thelma in the forest, he had gone deeper into the thicket, alone. It was brave and dangerous. She explained that it definitely meant that he had spent the night in the forest, and the Spasm forest was an incredibly dangerous place, filled with demons and other creatures. There was respect in her voice. For all intents and purposes, the forest is no place for someone inexperienced and unskilled. Nozomo wouldn't tell them, but he actually stayed the night at Shino's place. It was one of the safest places to stay in the forest because Shino was a dragon-class adventurer, and her abode was an impregnable fortress for any creatures. However, Nozomo had spent countless nights in the forest when Shino kicked him out. He knew every path, every danger, all because of Shino, who sometimes kicked him out into the forest at night to make him stronger and tougher. Iris, looking at Nozomo carefully, asked him a question that had been bothering her for a long time: why he hadn't joined any group. She cautiously wondered if perhaps the reason was his painful breakup with Lisa, or perhaps hostility from the other students. Iris also suggested that there might be another reason, which he had not yet mentioned. His thoughts whirled through his head, bringing him back to those painful moments when he had broken up with Lisa and how the other students had started treating him badly. Iris, seeing his confusion and pain, gently asked him not to misunderstand her. She explained that she didn't know the whole truth about his situation and wasn't inclined to jump to conclusions without having all the facts. She was interested in the truth, not rumors. But Nozomo, unable to withstand the rush of emotions and memories, suddenly stood up. He looked at Samia, trying to remain calm, and apologized, saying that he had to leave. He then quickly withdrew, leaving the two of them alone. Samia, puzzled by Nozomo's sudden behavior, turned to Iris, waiting for an explanation. Iris looked at Samia and noticed that her younger sister didn't know the whole truth. She slowly began to explain that the students of Salmonati Academy dislike Nozomo. They consider him a useless lowlife due to his lack of significant progress and accomplishments. However, Iris realized that this was not the whole truth. She wanted to personally talk to Nozomo and find out what was really going on. Iris was surrounded by people who respected her path and her efforts. The thought of Nozomo becoming an outcast did not settle in her mind. It seemed impossible to her that someone who had worked so hard would be rejected and humiliated. She saw him as someone with a deep-seated sense of insecurity and distrust of the world around him. These traits were characteristic of those whose hearts had been broken into small pieces. All Iris wanted was to get to know Nozomo better. After all, he had saved her friend with an attack she had never seen before. She wanted to tell him that she didn't believe the rumors about him and that he deserved better. But his reaction to her words came as a surprise to her. It was the first time her words had been rejected by someone, and it hurt her more than she could have expected. Iris realized that she hadn't thought about his situation, and was unprepared for this outcome. Perhaps she had said too much and done something wrong. She decided that she needed to apologize to him and try to mend their communication. Nozomo walked through the dense forest surrounded by century-old trees and dense bushes, his footsteps muffled by the soft carpet of fallen leaves. The branches of the trees overhung him, creating dense shadows through which only occasional rays of sunlight broke through. He walked slowly, absorbed in his thoughts, and felt his heart grow heavier with each step. It had become a habit for Nozomo to run away from reality, to seek solitude in the forest, where he could forget himself in the silence and tranquility of nature. Part of his soul was still reaching for the academy, wanting to go back and find out what Iris was going to tell him. These thoughts tormented him, causing internal conflict. But he knew he needed to distract his thoughts to get rid of the pain that constantly plagued him. As he passed by the other disciples who had gathered in the forest clearing, Nozomo involuntarily listened to their conversations. Their voices were full of joy and carefree, something he hadn't experienced in a long time. They were discussing their upcoming exams, practice battles, and weekend plans. But as soon as he got closer, the conversations fell silent and a tense expression appeared on the faces of the students. Lisa was not the only one who turned her back on Nozomo when rumors began to circulate around him. These rumors quickly spread throughout the academy, and most of his friends turned their backs on him without hesitation. They didn't bother to find out the truth or give him a chance to explain himself. Nozomu felt that they all appeared to be the same, willing to believe the worst and turn their backs on him in a difficult moment. Suddenly, Nozomu realized that the group of people he was passing by consisted of Lisa, Ken, and their mutual friend. Lisa was sitting in the center, and her eyes widened in surprise at the sight of Nozomu, as if she had not expected to meet him here. The girl standing next to Lisa cast a look of disdain and ill will at Nozomu, her lips curved in a sneer. Ken noticed Nozomu and greeted him, which in Nozomu's mind immediately triggered painful memories of seeing Ken and Lisa smiling and walking together after their breakup. That scene caused him unbearable pain, like a knife in his heart. Nozomu nodded in response to the greeting, and noting that it had indeed been a long time since their last meeting, his gaze shifted to the girls. Camille Wuanos, who was standing next to Lisa, couldn't stand it and exclaimed that he dare not speak to them as if they were close. Her voice sounded harsh and cold, like the blow of a whip. She added with a venomous grin that she was surprised Nozomu was still attending this school. Camille was Lisa's first friend after her arrival at the academy. Camille was also Nozomu's friend during her first year, but when rumors began to spread, she was the first to turn her back on him, doing so with extreme cruelty. Lisa, without hiding her disdain, looked directly at Nozomu and coldly asked what he needed. Her voice sounded as if he was nothing to her, not worthy of attention. Nozomu remembered the countless attempts he had made to prove his innocence, how his every word had been in vain, and everyone around him had rejected his requests, refusing to believe he was right. His heart gradually began to grow cold, as if an icy shell was enveloping him from the inside. He tried to explain himself, to clear up this misunderstanding, but no one would let him speak or justify himself. At some point he gave up, deciding that there was no point in fighting for the truth anymore. He began to hide the pain deep inside himself, sinking into an abyss of despair that grew deeper and darker each day. Each day his heart became more and more closed and his soul sank into hopelessness. He began to lose faith that he could make a difference, that his life could get better. Giving up on the idea that he could do things right at all, he focused on working to restore his state of mind, trying to find solace in training and self-improvement. But even these efforts seemed futile, as if he was hitting an invisible wall that threw him back every time, making him feel helpless and worthless. Nozomu looked at Lisa and tried to ask how she was doing, but his voice was cut off halfway through. Her presence was causing him to feel a flurry of emotions tearing at his soul. Pain and resentment mixed with a desire to regain a lost relationship swept over him like a storm. He gathered his strength and tried to speak to her again. Lisa, noticing his attempt to move closer, stopped him abruptly. Her face contorted with anger, and she ordered him not to come any closer. She declared that she could not even look at him and demanded that he disappear, get away, and never come back. Nozomu froze in place, his body paralyzed with pain and confusion. He didn't know what to do and felt his heart being torn to pieces. Lisa, seeing that he wasn't leaving, stood up and with one last glance, headed in the other direction. Her contempt and disgust were obvious, and it was unbearable for him. At that moment, Camille approached Nozomu, her face contorted with anger. She pushed him to the ground with force, and he felt his body hit the cold, hard ground. Camille angrily asked if he could see how upset Lisa was, and added that he was a scumbag who had yet to be found. Nozomu remained sitting on the ground, his body trembling with pain and humiliation. Ken and Camille followed Lisa, leaving Nozomu alone. He felt tears coming to his eyes, but held back, not letting them spill. The pain he felt at that moment was unbearable, tearing his soul apart. He stood up and, gritting his teeth, ran toward the woods, his steps heavy and uncertain. His mind was clouded with suicidal thoughts. Memories of meeting Iris and confronting Lisa tormented his heart. He ran faster and faster, trying to escape from his feelings and find some relief in movement. Meanwhile, Shino, climbing the trees, was pondering about the fact that she still couldn't find anything to eat. Her thoughts were busy searching for sustenance when she spotted Nozomu rushing through the forest. Nozomu could no longer contain his emotions and felt his heart being torn apart. He stopped and looked at his compass. The hand was spinning frantically, which was very strange and alarming. He realized that this was not a good sign, for the direction took him deeper and deeper into the forest, into the heart of danger. The forest was full of demonic beasts, and this was the first time his compass had shown such a failure. He decided that it was probably due to the weather conditions, but he still couldn't shake off the feeling of unease. After looking around, he realized that this place could barely be called safe, but he decided to wait it out here, build a shelter, and wait for the fog to leave. He began to build a shelter to wait for the fog to leave and climb a tree to come to his senses. Suddenly, he noticed a strange glow deep in the forest between the trees. It was so unexpected and incomprehensible that it caused him a feeling of uneasiness. The glow caught his attention, and he stared intently into the forest, trying to figure out what was going on. His heart beat faster, adrenaline pumping through his veins. An unimaginable storm was raging all around, its roaring wind and flashes of lightning creating a chaotic cacophony that blasted everything around them. Nozomu didn't understand what the hell was going on, and his heart was beating in an alarming rhythm. Thunderclaps rumbled on all sides, and the ground beneath his feet shook as if the world itself was trying to destroy him. Covering his face with his hand, he tried to see something through the raging elements. His eyes were watering from the bright flashes of lightning, and after a moment he saw something in the sky that made him freeze with horror. Suddenly, a huge black dragon appeared directly above him, its massive wings slicing through the air, creating an unbearable noise. The creature exuded an overwhelming aura and absolute power, and its eyes burned with malice and ancient wisdom. Nozomu stared at the legendary dragon, a representative of a species that should have remained only in stories and legends. His breathing became ragged, and he felt fear paralyzing his body. But suddenly the dragon, noticing him, abruptly changed course and flew straight at him. The creature's huge paw was approaching with incredible speed, ready to grab him. In the next second, the dragon struck the place where Nozomu had just stood. He managed to scramble away at the last moment, and rocks and debris from the ground fell on him. The rumble of the shattered ground deafened him, but he knew he could not stop. He realized he had to run, and his every instinct screamed at him that the danger was too great to fight. The weapon he usually used to escape from monsters was his last hope. It consisted of the light he used to get to this place. Nozomu, gathering all his will, started running, feeling his legs treacherously trembling. Suddenly, the dragon opened its jaws right next to him, and Nozomu saw the sharp teeth coming towards him. He jumped to the side, and the dragon missed. He fell, but immediately got up, not allowing himself to freeze in place. The dragon flew right beside him, and in that instant all sounds in the forest disappeared, as if time had frozen. The creature's thunderous roar deafened him, and Nozomu saw the mountain on which the dragon had landed turn into a huge crater the size of Salmonati Academy. Deep cracks tore the ground, and its shards flew in all directions. Nozomu jumped back and ran forward to see the dragon's wings begin to glow with a bright, blinding light. He knew that this meant only one thing. The dragon was preparing to use spirit magic. Its wings filled with light, and Nozomu felt the creature's energy build up. This magic was different from ordinary magic that didn't use spirits. He pulled out his blade. Looking at the glowing dragon, his hand trembled. But he did not allow himself to give in to fear. He knew that spirit magic required no additional training and could be activated as soon as a spirit decided to use it. In the next instant, fireballs flew at Nozomu, and he barely had time to dodge. The blazing projectiles crashed to the ground, leaving behind craters of fire. He realized that compared to the other types of magic, spirit magic was drastically faster and more powerful. Nozomu moved with extreme speed, dodging the dragon's attacks. Nozomu fended off the fireballs with his sword with all his might, trying to keep them away from him. Each sword strike left a flash of light behind it, but the fireballs kept coming, growing larger and larger. They were coming at him with such speed that it seemed as if they were endowed with a mind of their own, and were purposefully trying to destroy him. Soon Nozomu realized that he could no longer resist. His strength was running out, and every movement was difficult. He fell to the ground, feeling the energy leave his body. His body was shaking with fatigue, and his heart was beating as if it was ready to jump out of his chest. But the black dragon was inexorably approaching, its huge shadows swooping over Nozomu like harbingers of doom. The dragon's huge claws slammed into the ground, and the earth shook with the impact. The dragon struck the place where Nozomu lay with its paw, and he flew aside, hitting a rock. The impact was so strong that for a moment he lost consciousness. Lying on the cold ground, he felt his body tearing up in pain. Images flashed in his head, as if memories were surfacing on the surface of consciousness, one after another. Lisa appeared before his eyes, and he remembered how he had once wanted to support her dreams, how he had directed all his efforts for her happiness. He had thought so then, and continued to think so now, in spite of all that had happened. Then his thoughts turned to Shino. Despite her harshness, she had always remained a loyal friend, and Nozomu knew that behind her outward harshness lay a kind heart. He thought back to Henry and Norn and the care and support they had given him. These people were important to him, and he always felt their support even in the most difficult moments. Suddenly, Iris appeared before his inner gaze. She tried to convince him that she would not judge him based on rumors, and that her opinion would only be based on personal observations. But Nozomu, as was his custom, decided to do things his own way, and simply ran away without giving her a chance to prove her point. He realized that he had always done this in serious situations, running away instead of fighting. Now he was lying on the ground, feeling his strength fading and realizing that he was once again in a helpless position. Pain was seeping into every cell of his body, and he felt utterly devastated. Everything he had done, everything he had strived for, seemed so distant and unattainable. The inner struggle between the desire to give up and the last effort of will continued, and he knew that this could be his last fight. Suddenly, through the thick fog and raging storm, a figure appeared beside Nozomu. It was Shino, rushing towards him with her sword at the ready. The swing of her sword was lightning fast, and it slew the dragon, causing it to retreat for a moment. Seeing Nozomu, Shino frowned and asked what he was doing in this dangerous place. Nozomu, still stunned by her sudden appearance, couldn't answer right away. He was amazed that she had found him here, in the thick of the forest and in such a situation. Shino explained that she'd lost sight of him in the damn fog and had decided to go looking for him, suspecting he might be in trouble. And as it turned out, her fears were confirmed. Nozomu was clearly in serious condition. Shino remembered how often she had to fight magical creatures that were too strong for Nozomu. But what she saw now was beyond her expectations. In front of her stood a dragon with 5 wings of different colors, whose body was as black as coal. Without a doubt, it was the legendary Dragon King. Shino realized that fate had played a cruel joke by setting her and Nozomu up against such a powerful opponent. She never thought that she would meet a monster with such legendary status at such an age. Nozomu stood motionless, unable to tear his gaze away from the majestic creature in front of him. It was the Dragon King, Tiamat, a legendary creature that was the stuff of myths and legends. Shino, standing nearby, explained that about 5,000 years ago, Tiamat began eating his own kind, which eventually led to his sealing. Nozomu was shocked to learn that Tiamat ate even his own brethren. He was feared and despised as a heresy among heresies. Legend said that this dragon disappeared from the face of the earth 5,000 years ago when it was sealed. Shino, seeing Nozomu's confusion, explained to him that facing such a divine being was indeed a great misfortune. She covered him with her body, realizing that Nozomu's internal organs were damaged. Shino told him to listen carefully. He had to escape while she distracted that monster. Nozomu, feeling helpless, asked what would happen to her. At that moment, the dragon struck again with its paw, but Shino managed to grab Nozomu and run away to the side. Shino, sensing the growing tension of the situation, screamed that if they stayed together, their chances of survival would be slim to none. She realized that the monster was too strong even for their combined efforts. Raising her voice, she told Nozomu to run as fast as he could and not to turn around, lest he slow down and risk his life. Determination and fear for his life merged in her cry. Realizing that retreating was Nozomu's only chance, Shino rushed at the dragon with incredible bravery in an effort to buy him time. Nozomu, unable to accept her sacrifice, shouted after her, but saw her use her unique phantom blade skill. Her movements were lightning fast, and the sword in her hands became an extension of her will. Shino delivered a powerful blow to the dragon's paws, hoping that it would harm it. However, her hopes were dashed when she realized that the attack had no visible effect on the dragon. The dragon's wings began to glow again, casting a dazzling light all around. Fireballs sparkled in the air and flew straight towards Shino. She instantly raised her blade, using all her strength to defend herself. With one powerful swing of her sword, she managed to cut through the 5 beams of light, but the attacks continued. Concentrating all her kai, Shino destroyed an additional 10 beams of light, but it was only a temporary respite. After that, Shino gathered her last strength and smashed the attack of 20 rays of light that were inexorably approaching her. She could feel each blow exhausting her more and more, but despite that, she continued to fight. However, the waves of rays of light did not stop their attacks, and it seemed like there would be no end to them. The dragon's strength was boundless, and each new ray was stronger than the previous one. Shino had no free hands left as her sword was busy with constant attacks and defense. She decided to use the scabbard of her sword as an extra shield to fend off some of the attacks. It was an unusual and risky decision, but she had no other choice. Every time she fended off an attack with the scabbard, she could feel the power of the rays of light increase. As time passed, the power of the rays of light began to grow inexorably, becoming more and more destructive. Shino could cut no more than 5 rays of light with a single strike, then the number decreased to 4, then 3, and finally 2. Her kai, her life energy, began to fail her, and the effectiveness of her attacks plummeted. She could feel her body getting heavier and heavier, her movements slower and slower, and her strikes less accurate. Shino realized that she could barely contain this monster. Each new blow was getting harder and harder, and she felt that her strength was running out. She realized that she wouldn't be able to keep up this pace for long, but despite that, she continued to fight. In the past, there was no way Shino would have been able to handle this. Her arm muscles were already beginning to ache as if someone had poured lead into them, and she could feel the strength gradually leaving her body. Every movement became labored, as if she was fighting not only an external threat, but her own body, which was betraying her. She realized that if she had been in better condition, her chances might have been better, but right now she was exhausted to the point of exhaustion. Instead of training and strengthening her body, she was practically withering away in this forest, spending her energies on survival rather than development. Shino realized her uselessness at this moment. She felt weak and failing, as if she was even worse than her lousy apprentice to whom she had always tried to set an example. The exhaustion she was feeling was not only physical but also mental. It was slowly but surely creeping up on her. She felt the loss of all 5 senses, as if her body was slowly refusing to serve her. Taste disappeared first, then her hands and skin went numb, as if anesthetized, losing all sensitivity. Even the smell of burning beams of light that used to be so pungent and unpleasant disappeared. The sounds of exploding beams of light began to disappear, their deafening hum turning into a quiet whisper. Her vision began to deteriorate. The pictures before her eyes became blurred and fuzzy. She realized that she was dying. The realization of this fact was horrible, but at the same time she felt some strange relief. If she died here and now, perhaps her agony would end. But along with that, she realized that she enjoyed spending time with Nozomu. It was an unexpected discovery, for she had always thought of him as just a student, nothing more. She never thought she could become so attached to someone. She thought that if she was able to save him, then everything she had gone through would not be in vain. That realization gave her a new wave of strength. Suddenly she heard Nozomu's voice. He called out to her, and she was dumbfounded. She thought he was gone, that he had saved his life as she had asked. When she turned around, she saw him sitting on the ground, exhausted and bleeding. Her heart clenched with pain. She screamed at him to run faster, to get away and save himself while he still had a chance. She realized that her time was running out, but if he could survive, her sacrifice would not be in vain. Shino was horrified at the realization that the rays of light were heading straight for Nozomu. She knew that her strength was running out and she would no longer be able to protect him. Her last hope was in the Kai skill, the Light Destroyer. She channeled her Kai into the ground, forcing it out from under her enemy to lift him into the air and destroy him with the power of Kai. Among all the Kai abilities Shino possessed, this was the strongest with the greatest attack. It was her strongest skill, but she knew her Kai was running low, and her strength was not enough for this opponent. Shino screamed as she saw the rays of light approaching Nozomu. He was lying on the ground, defenseless and exhausted. In the next second, Nozomu flew off to the side. His temperature began to drop, and blood flowed from his wounds like a river. He lay on the ground bleeding, his body feeling death approaching. It was far more painful than all the past times he had been attacked. The loss of blood began to impair his brain activity. His thoughts became confused and he could barely remember who he was and what was going on. Nozomu thought about what would happen if he died now. He realized the cruel reality when a huge shadow cast by a powerful dragon loomed over him. Every detail of the creature, from its scales glistening in the dim light to its eyes full of ancient wisdom and an unquenchable thirst for destruction, testified to its overwhelming power. Seeing the dragon so close, Nozomu felt a cold terror creeping to his very heart. But along with this fear came something else, an aversion to death, to the idea that his life could be cut short here and now. This aversion to death ignited a new force in him, awakening hitherto unknown reserves of energy. The cold that had chained his heart and paralyzed his body began to gradually recede, giving way to a burning desire to survive. Nozomu realized that he didn't want to die, that he wasn't ready to give up so easily and cease to exist. He remembered all those moments when he had avoided excuses and the desire to escape from the cruel reality, and it gave him strength. When a person gives up excuses and desires to escape from harsh reality, a single thing awakens in him, a desperate desire to live. This desire to live, burning within him, grew like a flame, taking over his entire being. Nozomu felt his resolve strengthen, and it gave him the strength to get to his feet. He rose despite the pain and fatigue, gripping the hilt of his sword so hard that his knuckles turned white. He wanted to burn away the remnants of his life, to ignite the light so that it would not go out, despite all the hardships. This desire to live was so strong that it flared up in him like a bright flame, lighting his way. Nozomu's concentration soared, his thoughts became clear, and time seemed to slow down. He saw every detail, every flap of the dragon's wing, every movement of the enemy. His senses sharpened, and he felt he could control his body and mind like never before. Raising his sword, he rushed into the attack, heading straight for the dragon. But he soon realized that his movements were too slow. His every movement seemed excessively slow to him, as if his body was shackled by invisible chains that prevented him from moving forward at the proper speed. This slowness, like invisible fetters, was pulling him backward, preventing him from reaching his goal. Nozomu felt each of these invisible chains as if they were real. He could feel them wrapping around his arms, legs, body, preventing him from moving freely. But with each step forward, he felt himself breaking those chains one by one. With each movement, he was freed from the invisible fetters that kept him locked up, and that gave him the strength to move on, no matter what. With each passing second, he felt his body becoming lighter, and his movements faster and more precise. His determination and willpower were breaking those chains, allowing him to walk towards his destiny. Nozomu couldn't break those chains. They seemed indestructible, as if they were made of the strongest materials imaginable. Every step he took was heavy and agonizing. These invisible chains seemed to wrap around his body, shackling him to the ground and preventing him from moving freely. He knew that these chains were just a product of his imagination, generated by his fears and doubts. But to Nozomu they were absolutely real. Despite this, he was confident that he could free himself from them. His determination and desire to live were stronger than these shackles. He felt that if he kept fighting, he would definitely be able to break them. Nozomu ran, speeding up his run with all his might, heading straight for the dragon. With each step, his speed increased, and he could feel his body becoming lighter, and his movements becoming more precise and confident. Because of the incredible acceleration, he was too fast. The dragon, trying to follow him, looked around but could not catch his movements. For a split second, Nozomu disappeared from the dragon's sight. It was like a flash, an instant when he became so fast that even a mighty creature like the dragon did not have time to follow him. Nozomu ran, snatching up his blade. He could feel his heart beating faster and faster, adrenaline pumping blood through his veins, filling him with power and energy. In the next second, he used his special skill, the Phantom Blade. This technique allowed him to concentrate Kai to the point where it became thinner and sharper than a single hair. It was a weapon of incredible destructive power, capable of cutting through even the strongest armor. Kai was released with the same speed as the sword swing, yet this attack failed to damage even the cornea of the dragon's eye that Nozomu was aiming at. The Kai was so thin and sharp that it seemed like an invisible thread cutting through the air. But for a legendary creature like Tiamat, even such a powerful weapon was not enough. The dragon's cornea remained intact, unshaken by the blow. The dragon, sensing the threat, let out a deafening roar that echoed through the forest, and began to flap its gigantic wings. This movement carried a primal fury and power, and the air around them thickened with energy. Nozomu realized that despite Tiamat's spiritual nature, he still had the instinctive behavior of an animal. This moment of insight gave Nozomu the realization that despite its divine origin, the dragon was still as vulnerable as any living creature. Nozomu noted to himself that despite the dragon's spiritual origin, it still possessed a body susceptible to reactions to physical stimuli. For example, if one of its senses, such as its eyes, were attacked, Tiamat would instinctively defend them. This defense mechanism was similar to what humans and many animals have. In the next second, as Tiamat brought his powerful paw down on the ground, clouds of rocks and earth rushed into the air. These shards and clods of dirt flew in different directions like deadly projectiles, destroying everything in their path. The dragon's blow was so strong that its energy caused a powerful earthquake that made the earth shake and the trees around it bend and break. The ground beneath him collapsed, forming a huge crack, and the dragon stepped and found himself in a cave that existed beneath the surface. Up to this point, Nozomu had not been able to move freely because of the intense ground vibrations. The ground beneath his feet was constantly moving, depriving him of the ability to stand steadily and move quickly. But when the ground stopped shaking, he managed to keep his balance and protect himself from the impact of the dragon's powerful strike. He used all his strength and skills to avoid falling and stay on his feet. Tiamat, being the king of spirits, had the ability to use exceptional magic comparable to ancient and powerful spells. His power was so great that it could rival nature itself. Nozomu realized that he was facing an incredible opponent, but he wasn't going to back down. He flew toward Tiamat, intent on delivering another powerful blow. Determination burned in his eyes, and each step he took brought him closer to his goal. But before Nozomu could take 3 steps and launch his attack, Tiamat began to use his skill, hoping to get rid of the annoying enemy. The dragon's wings began to glow with a bright light, filling with magical energy. But Nozomu wasn't going to let him do that. He continued to fly towards the dragon, oblivious to the danger. His heart beat faster and his thoughts focused on the sole goal of winning. Nozomu, who had managed to free himself from the attacks of his overwhelming ability, rushed at high speed. His movements were lightning fast, and he seemed elusive to the eye. Shino's light destroyer aided his dash, reflecting some of the impact around Nozomu while deflecting the beams of light that would have hit him. This paved a path between Nozomu and Tiamat, giving him a chance for a successful attack. Nozomu moved at a speed that Shino had never achieved. His body seemed to merge with the wind, and his movements were smooth and precise. Even dragon breath, considered spiritual magic, couldn't stop him. Tiamat's spiritual magic could be activated without the need to create a magic circle or cast a spell. But Nozomu was prepared for anything. The dragon, irritated by the insignificant resistance of the humans, began to lose his mind. His anger reached a climax, and he began thrashing in all directions as if in a furious attempt to destroy everything around him. He wanted to destroy the world in which he was trapped, and he stored all his power in the wings of the 5 colors. These wings, filled with magical energy, glowed brighter than the sun, preparing to unleash destructive power. The dragon, sensing the threat, fiercely raised its massive head to the sky, and a huge fireball burst out of its mouth, as if it was the embodiment of its fury and power. The flames were so bright and hot that it seemed as if the sky itself was about to ignite. Shino, standing on the ground and looking up, was stunned by what was happening. She didn't understand what could have caused such a powerful attack. Her thoughts were confused and her heart was beating at an incredible speed. However, suddenly, magical circles began to appear in the sky right above the fireball. These circles, sparkling with bright runes, seemed to weave an invisible net, preventing the dragon from releasing all of its power. They appeared one after another, creating a protective barrier that absorbed some of the fireball's energy. This world was created specifically to keep Tiamat imprisoned, and he himself tried to resist its power. It was as if a natural resistance was built into the very fabric of reality. Every time the dragon tried to exert his full power, these circles would intervene, throwing him off his path. In the midst of the fervor of battle, they had every chance of victory if they could exploit this weakness of Tiamat. Nozomu, seeing the opportunity that had opened up, drew his sword from its sheath. His heart burned with determination, and his mind was focused on a single goal. Tiamat, weakened by the effects of the seal, was now like an S-rank adventurer. This was their only opportunity. Nozomu couldn't afford to miss it. He ran straight towards the dragon, feeling adrenaline spilling through his veins. Shino shouted after him to run away, realizing how dangerous their opponent was. However, Nozomu did not stop. He knew that if they didn't stop Tiamat now, the world would be doomed. He utilized his phantom blade skill. Kai, compressed and sharp as a blade, surged around his sword. He slashed the scales under Tiamat's throat, aiming his attack at the most vulnerable spot. The Kai gathered and embedded in the blade exploded inside the dragon's throat, causing a powerful internal explosion. Nozomu swung his sword with such confidence and precision, as if there was indeed an invisible path laid out in front of him, leading straight to his target. His movements were swift and fluid, filled with determination and unwavering will. As the blade cut through the air and struck the dragon's damaged skin, Nozomu was relieved to see blood rushing from the wound. This was confirmation that his efforts had not been in vain, and he had indeed been able to harm such a powerful creature. Realizing that time was on his side, Nozomu didn't waste a second. Using the momentum provided by the first successful strike, he instantly swung near the same wound, aiming for the same area. His blade flashed through the air again, leaving behind a thin trail of Kai, and struck the dragon again, deepening the wound. Nozomu put all his remaining strength into this strike, hoping to inflict as much damage as possible. The dragon howled in pain, its deafening roar shaking the air and ground. The sounds of its suffering echoed through the forest, causing the trees to shake and the ground to sway. Even though he was wounded, the great dragon was not yet defeated. His strength seemed inexhaustible and his rage boundless. Tiamat, despite his might, was helpless before Nozomu's fury and determination. He tried to shake off his pesky foe, But every time he did so, Nozomu clung tightly to his foe, not giving him a second to recover. The dragon darted from side to side, trying to throw Nozomu off, but he clung to him as if his last hope of saving the world depended on his strength and stamina. Nozomu concentrated his kai in his right hand, feeling the energy pulsing through his veins. He knew that this was his last chance to defeat the dragon and save those he loved. Gathering all his remaining strength, Nozomu tightly gripped his sword, which was stuck tightly in the dragon's body. Every muscle in his body tensed to the limit as he raised the blade, feeling its heaviness and power. With a loud, desperate cry, Nozomu shouted out that this was the end. His voice echoed through the neighborhood, mingling with the rumble of battle and the roar of the dragon. At that moment, his Kai skill, Light Destroyer, released a stream of Kai comparable to a high-level magic skill. This energy swiftly flowed into the sword, charging it with tremendous power. All of Nozomu's strength, all of Nozomu's determination centered in that strike. With incredible precision and power, Nozomu plunged his sword straight into the dragon. His attack, like a powerful explosion, blew off the dragon's head along with the clump of nerves inside. The dragon, which had lost its head, collapsed to the ground with a deafening sound. Dust and debris kicked up into the air as its massive body collapsed to the ground. Nozomu, exhausted and depleted, also fell to the ground. His breathing was intermittent and heavy, every movement causing him pain. Shino, seeing him collapse, ran up to him, shouting reproaches and expressing concern at the same time. She shouted about what a foolish act he had done, rushing into battle against such a powerful enemy. Suddenly, Nozomu felt his body begin to glow. The light enveloped him, warm and enveloping him, as if protecting him from all the evil in the world. The dragon's body began to glow as well, emitting a soft radiance. Nozomu closed his eyes and felt the light penetrating every cell of his body, filling him with new strength and calmness. When he opened them again, a completely different picture appeared before him. He stood surrounded by a vast ocean of water that stretched as far as the horizon. The water was so clear that he could see his reflection in it, and its surface was as smooth as a mirror. Nozomu looked down and saw that his arms and legs were shackled with heavy, massive chains, as if symbolizing his past failures and fears. Carefully pulling on one of the chains, Nozomu felt the cold metal digging into his skin. But he continued to pull, feeling a mixture of pain and determination. Suddenly something appeared in the reflection of the water in front of him that made him stop and look closely. He saw there the reflection of a dragon, majestic and formidable, whose eyes burned with fire. Nozomu stared at the reflection of the dragon in the water, feeling his heart begin to beat faster. He couldn't believe his eyes. This dragon was sealed with the same chains that bound him. The chains wrapped around the dragon, as if to emphasize its former power and its current powerlessness. Nozomu realized that they were both prisoners of their fears and doubts, and that now it was time to free themselves from those shackles. Looking at the dragon, Nozomu felt a slight smile appear on his face. It was a smile not of triumph, but of understanding and acceptance. He realized that their struggle had not been in vain. He and the dragon, despite the hardships and pain, were able to overcome their limitations and achieve freedom. Nozomu felt a new fire begin to ignite in his soul, a fire of hope and strength. Nozomu opened his eyes, feeling as if he had just awakened from a long, hard sleep. He tried to figure out if the nightmare was real or just a figment of his imagination. His vision was still a little hazy, but gradually he began to recognize his surroundings. Shino appeared in front of him, bowing her head to make sure that he was indeed awake. Shino, noticing that Nozomu had regained consciousness, heaved a sigh of relief as if she had removed a heavy weight from his shoulders. Memories of the recent encounter with the dragon came over Nozomu like a wave, and he suddenly shouted that he had seen the monster. His voice was full of panic and terror, which didn't escape Shino's attentive gaze. Without wasting a moment, Shino lightly slapped Nozomu's face to bring him to his senses and stop his hysterics. She shouted at him, reproaching him for his reaction and reminding him that she had tended to his wounds for 3 whole days. From her point of view, it was an extremely ungrateful act, considering all the care and attention she had given him. Nozomu was stunned by her words, realizing that it had been 3 whole days since their fight with Tiamat. It had seemed to him that only a few minutes had passed, but now he realized that he had lost consciousness for a long time. He looked around the room he was in. There was nothing superfluous in it, only the essentials of daily life. This humble hut belonged to his teacher, and Nozomu knew it like the back of his hand. He looked at his bandaged hands, smelling the strong odor of medicinal herbs beneath the bandages. These were the herbs Shino had used to make his wounds heal faster. Nozomu, realizing what his teacher was going through, apologized to Shino and thanked her for her concern. Shino, softened, said that he was now doing the right thing after all the trouble he had caused her. With sadness in his eyes, Nozomu looked at Shino carefully, his voice trembling as he asked if she had been hurt in the battle. He couldn't help but worry about her after everything that had happened. Shino, with a slight grin on her face, confidently replied that she was fine, although she had taken too much Kai during the fight with Tiamat. She assured Nozomu not to worry about it, her voice sounding firm and confident, and Nozomu felt some relief. Shino continued the story, explaining that she had been watching him closely for the past 3 days, treating his wounds and taking care of him like a little brother. Now she had something important to tell him about his current condition, and it was really important. Nozomu tensed, expecting to hear something significant, his attention focused on her every word. Shino, gathering her thoughts, began her story by saying that Nozomu had indeed defeated Tiamat in the cloistered world. Her voice sounded confident, but she could hear notes of respect and surprise in it. Nozomu, confused, asked again what kind of world it was, and Shino patiently explained that it was a world created by the ancient dragons to seal the Dragon King's destruction. She described this world as a place where nature itself served as a prison for a creature so powerful that its existence threatened the balance of all life. Although Tiamat himself was considered nothing more than a legend, the tale of the sealed world was even more dubious. But Nozomu found himself at the heart of this ancient tale. Nozomu was about to ask how it ended, how he managed to get out of this world. But Shino raised her hand, asking him to listen to the end. She explained that dragons may know the answer to this, but humans, not being spirits, cannot easily understand it. Her voice became more and more strained. Shino took a deep breath and looked at Nozomu with an expression that was hard to read. Her eyes flashed with pride and respect mixed with anxiety and a certain amount of regret. She began to speak slowly, as if each word carried the weight of thousands of years of history. Her voice sounded calm, but there was tension in it when she said that Nozomu had defeated Tiamat and appropriated his powers, becoming a so-called dragon slayer. She emphasized that dragon slayers like him had not appeared in this world for the past several hundred years, and that he was now the bearer of this ancient power. Shino continued, explaining that dragon slayers were the inheritors of immense power, the embodiment of incredible might and destructive energy. She said that among them were those who used spells that existing magic could not explain. These spells were beyond human comprehension, their powers almost divine. There were those who were able to awaken superhuman abilities, reaching heights that seemed beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Their names were passed down from generation to generation like myths and legends, and many believed them to be nothing more than beautiful tales. Shino said that history clearly recorded that the last appearance of dragon slayers was 3,000 years ago, in the era when the Great Kremazone Empire was founded. Her voice became solemn as she recounted that these warriors were at the height of their glory in those times. They defended the lands from threats that seemed insurmountable, and their feats were admired by all. But after those events, the dragon slayers disappeared, leaving behind only legends and lore. She spoke of how they had been considered vanished ever since, and the world had grown accustomed to their absence. History remembered them as heroes of the distant past, whose exploits had been covered by the dust of the ages. But now that Nozomu had become one of them, the past was coming alive again, and ancient powers were being reawakened. Her words sounded like a prediction, like a reminder that history always finds a way to repeat itself. In that moment, Nozomu realized the fullness of his new status. He was the one who had become a dragon slayer. This realization came over him in a wave mixed of pride, fear, and responsibility. He realized that his life had changed dramatically, and that from now on he carried the burden of great power and equally great responsibility on his shoulders. He felt a new sense of power growing within him, a power he had never felt before. Shino, having suddenly stopped her explanations, looked at Nozomu with an incomprehensible determination. She said that there was something she needed to check. Her voice sounded firm and confident, as if she had long known what she was going to do. She took the sword out of its sheath and handed it to Nozomu, watching his every move with unwavering confidence. This sword that originally belonged to Shino was dear to her, and handing it to Nozomu was like handing over a part of her soul. The blade glistened in the light, and the hilt seemed to be alive, reacting to Nozomu's touch. He took it with some hesitation, not understanding exactly what Shino wanted from him. In his hands, the sword seemed heavy, but he could feel a kind of strength beginning to awaken in him, previously unknown. In the next second, Shino, without wasting a moment, took out her other sword and struck the sword in Nozomu's hands with lightning speed. The blow was so strong and swift that the air around them rang like the strings of a tense harp. Nozomu, stunned by the suddenness of the attack, shouted for her to wait, for he was sure he could not hold the sword. His voice sounded desperate and helpless, but his hands reflexively gripped the hilt tighter. When their swords made contact, Nozomu's eyes reflected surprise. He expected the sword to slip from his hands, that the blow would knock it out, but nothing of the sort happened. He felt his hands grow stronger, as if the very power of the sword was supporting him. Surprised and confused, he stared at his reflection in the blade of the sword, not realizing how this had happened. With a satisfied nod, Shino put her sword back into its scabbard. She declared that it was just as she had thought. Her face glowed with understanding and pride as if her assumption had been confirmed. Nozomu, still not realizing what had happened, looked at her with a question in his eyes, demanding an explanation. He didn't understand what she was talking about and wanted to hear her explain. Shino, looking at Nozomu, began to explain that after he became a dragon slayer, his physical abilities had greatly increased, and it was noticeable by his improved reflexes and strength. She emphasized that she had always been aware of his talent for using curved blades, but previously, the suppression of his abilities, lack of strength, and limited kai had greatly affected his ability to move instantly, making him less effective in battle. Up until now, they had no choice but to mask these disadvantages through footwork techniques and breathing exercises, which required tremendous concentration and effort. However, now that he had become a dragon slayer, he had inherited powers that made him even more powerful, which meant that he could perform more complex and powerful attacks. Nozomu, upon hearing those words, examined himself carefully, as if trying to feel the new changes in his body, checking every muscle and joint. Shino noticed the look in his eyes and stated that it was quite possible that this change had already occurred, although outwardly he did not look much stronger, which could be the result of the continued suppression of his abilities. She explained that the effects of the suppression of his abilities were still lingering, which could explain why his increased strength had not yet fully manifested, and it could be related to his emotional state. Shino added that if one thought carefully, at the moment of the battle with Tiamat, Nozomu had managed to temporarily free himself from the suppression of his abilities. This proved that he had the potential to do it again if he found the right path. Those words sounded like a revelation to Nozomu. He began to realize that he was indeed capable of freeing himself from those invisible chains that were restraining his potential and limiting his abilities. Shino continued by noting that she had never heard of anyone else being able to release their abilities from the suppression that made Nozomu unique. She asked him an important question. What would he do with this power and opportunity that had opened up before him? Nozomu plunged into deep thought, realizing that his decision would determine not only his future, but the future of many others. Shino, observing his thoughtfulness, continued her reasoning. She emphasized that the power he had acquired was incredibly powerful, and such power usually attracted many complications, such as status, fame, authority, envy, and sometimes even enemies who wanted to use his power for their own purposes. She warned that once it starts once, it will never end again. So she asked again what he wanted to do from that point on, hoping he would make the right decision. Nozomu pondered again, realizing the responsibility that rested on his shoulders. Shino, seeing his doubts, admitted that she had been thinking about it for a while, and had come to the conclusion that he didn't necessarily need to become stronger than he already was. Shino, choosing her words with extreme care, explained to Nozomu that even if his motives had to do with supporting the one he loved, even if he was eager to do his best for her, this girl probably didn't feel the same way about him. Her words sounded like a cold shower, but deep down Nozomu knew she was right. He sighed, realizing the gravity of those words. She added that on top of that, Nozomu doesn't use the techniques they are taught at the academy. He looked at her in bewilderment and Shino continued, explaining that the techniques she had shown him were much more efficient and effective. She emphasized that if he used the ghost blade on a wooden mannequin, the wave of force would scatter over great distances, and if a human were to take his place, the consequences would be terrifying. These words made Nozomu think about how powerful this technique was, and how important it was to master it completely. Shino continued to speak, her voice sounding firm and confident. She emphasized that mastering these techniques kept Nozomu from falling to the bottom. She reminded him that the swordsmanship she had taught him was extremely rare on this continent, and its importance could not be overemphasized. She saw in Nozomu the potential that could make him an outstanding warrior if he learned to use his powers properly. She stated that the only thing he had to watch out for was the fear of facing reality, and the desire to surrender. Her words penetrated deep into Nozomu's heart, making him think about what was really important. Shino explained that the fear of facing reality and the desire to give up could become his most dangerous enemies. She emphasized that he must learn to overcome these fears in order to reach his full potential and use his powers for good. Shino knew that Nozomu was studiously avoiding the truth. She understood that he was in unbearable pain because he had been rejected by the person closest to him, the one he trusted most. Loneliness descended upon Nozomu like a dark cloud that overshadowed his entire world, and no one could penetrate that dense veil to help him. His frantic desire to become stronger was his only salvation. But even that was not enough. He withdrew like a snail in its shell and ran away without ever understanding the essence of this difficult and painful situation. Nozomu had always thought that if the girl he loved said she wanted to make her dreams come true, he would do anything to support her, no matter what it cost him. That thought was a beacon of sorts for him, the only source of light in the darkness that surrounded him on all sides. He stayed at the academy for Lisa's sake, giving up everything but sword training, hoping that he could be a worthy support for her. However, in doing so, he made no attempt to come face to face with the person who was at the center of his problems, leaving all his feelings and thoughts locked inside himself. Nozomu could not see the present. His mind and heart were still trapped in the past, trapped in memories and pain that prevented him from moving forward. Shino, watching him carefully, said that even if she advised him to decide what to do in the future, she was sure he wouldn't be able to make that decision alone. Her words were full of understanding and sympathy, and Nozomu felt them penetrate to his very heart, awakening new thoughts and feelings in him. She advised him to focus on recovering from his wounds, for eventually he would have to make a choice. Her voice sounded soft yet firm at the same time, giving her words conviction and strength. Shino knew that only by recovering his strength would Nozomu be able to make the right decision about his future. Every sound of her voice, every nuance of intonation filled him with confidence that she was right. Besides, she wasn't sure if he would be able to return to the city with such injuries, and decided that he should continue to rest in the hut. Shino was worried about his condition, realizing that the journey to the city might be an impossible task for him. Her concern was so obvious that Nozomu couldn't help but feel the warmth and sincerity of her words. Nozomu remained seated on the bed and looked at her with sadness and hope in his eyes, feeling her care and attention filling him with new strength. He felt her every phrase penetrate his heart, gradually replacing pain and despair with warmth and hope. In her eyes he saw support and faith in him, which gave him strength. Shino, as she was about to leave, suddenly remembered something else. Her face lit up with a sudden thought and she turned back to Nozomu, approaching his bed. This movement was unexpected, but Nozomu immediately realized that she had remembered something important. She approached Nozomu and hugged him tightly, expressing her joy that he had returned. Her embrace was full of warmth and tenderness, and Nozomu felt his heart fill with gratitude and love. These embraces were like a long-awaited shelter for him after long wandering and suffering. Nozomu's eyes glistened when Shino said that he had done a good job. Her words penetrated deep into his soul, bringing with them comfort and joy. He looked at her face, noticing every detail of her tired but happy expression. She could see dark circles under her eyes and her breathing was heavy, indicating her devotion and care. He did not understand if the reason was because she had been courting him for so long, but he realized that he had returned. This realization was incredibly important to him. It brought him a sense of belonging and security. He realized that he was back not only physically, but mentally as well, thanks to Shino. Shino gently wiped the tears from Nozomu's eyes, her fingers touching his face with tenderness and care. He felt her touch bring comfort and reassurance, as if washing away all the pain and anxiety that had accumulated over the past few days. She said that she never thought he would become a dragon slayer, her voice full of surprise and pride. Nozomu felt her words penetrate his heart, filling him with warmth and confidence. He saw the genuine joy and admiration in her eyes, which only enhanced his own sense of achievement. Shino then advised him to get some sleep, her voice soft and soothing. She understood how important rest was to him after all the ordeal he had endured, and her concern for him was evident in every word. Nozomu felt as if her words were cradling him, preparing him for the long-awaited rest. She was certain that his body and mind needed rest after all the trials he had endured, and Nozomu knew she was right. Her confidence was transmitted to him, filling him with calmness and trust. He realized that the most important thing now was to give himself time to recover and gain strength. Shino looked at Nozomu, and her thoughts involuntarily returned to how monstrous the pressure his mind was under. It was hard for her to imagine how exhausted and depleted he was, having gone through such trials and struggles. Nozomu had seemed strong and determined to her, but now, in this hut, he looked more fragile and vulnerable than ever. Shino was born not on the continent but in an island country in the Far East, the second daughter of the head of a family who mastered a particularly famous style of swordsmanship, Mikaguro. Her family was respected and influential, and their traditions and skills were passed down from generation to generation. Able to learn swordsmanship in the best possible environment from an early age, Shino was absorbed in practice, and her talent manifested instantly. She grew up among masters and trained under the best teachers, which allowed her to improve her skills day by day. Although there were those who ridiculed her for wielding a sword despite being a woman, Shino paid no attention to it. Her determination and perseverance allowed her to overcome any prejudices and doubts. Shino's father taught her everything the way she wanted. His support and belief in her abilities was invaluable. Her mother also approved of her ambitions and supported her daughter in every way possible, making their family even stronger and more united. Her older sister was especially loving towards her and always stood by her side. They shared their dreams and plans, and Shino felt that her sister was her best friend and ally. All of Shino's battles ended in victory. Her skill and tactics were flawless, and each battle brought her more and more respect and recognition. Shino's glorious military service received high praise from all who saw her in action. She was not only an excellent warrior, but also a leader, inspiring others by her example and determination. Her swordsmanship skills became legendary, and many sought to learn from her. One of the most significant moments in her life was being personally thanked and rewarded by the most respected man in the village. This moment is forever remembered as the pinnacle of her military accomplishments. She was proud that she was able to earn such recognition, and it only strengthened her resolve to go on. At a time when her life was at its peak, her sister, whom she loved and respected, introduced her to a young man who was to be her apprentice. Shino immediately felt a special connection to this man. He was not only talented, but also considerate, which immediately caught her attention. Their training and conversations together gradually grew into something more. Soon after they met, Shino was able to experience a love that quickly blossomed. It was a feeling she had never experienced before, and it filled her life with new colors. After learning of each other's feelings, they became engaged. With the status of a noble family, unrivaled strength and honor, and the blessing of a marriage proposal that could be called true love, Shino was at the peak of happiness. Her heart was filled with joy and pride that she was able to find her place in a world where she was respected and loved. She felt invincible, ready to take on any challenges and trials, because there was someone around who shared her dreams and aspirations. However, when it came time for her betrothal to her fiancé, an unfounded accusation of adultery turned the marriage ceremony into chaos. Shock and disbelief swept over her when she heard the accusations, which seemed so absurd and implausible that at first she simply could not believe what was happening. Shino desperately tried to prove to everyone that the accusations were lies, but her words fell into the void and no one listened to her. People who had recently admired and supported her now turned away, not believing her words. The marriage was annulled, and it shattered her world, turning it into ruins. It wasn't until a year later that Shino learned the true identity of the culprit who had framed her. It was her sister. The shock and pain of this discovery was unbearable. The sister she trusted and loved turned out to be the traitor who had ruined her life. Shino asked her sister with bitterness and despair in her voice why she had done this to her, why she had destroyed her life and happiness. She couldn't understand what could have motivated her sister to do such a cruel and treacherous act. In response, the sister said with cold hatred that when she heard about Shino's impending marriage, she decided that she would never let it happen. Her voice was full of determination and anger when she said she would take everything from Shino, her status, her honor, and everything she had. She savored every word, saying them with slow and sinister pleasure. The sister continued by declaring that Shino would never be happy in this life again. Her words sounded like a sentence, shattering Shino's last hopes. She was saying that there was no place for Shino in this family anymore, and no one would save or protect her. Her words were like dagger strokes stabbing into Shino's heart. That day, the sister, with a grin on her face, asked Shino not to worry, but there wasn't an ounce of sympathy in her eyes. It was only a gloating gesture that was meant to humiliate Shino even more. She left her on the floor, broken, and as she left the room, she declared that she herself would have a wonderful marriage with this man. Those last words were like poison eating away at Shino's soul. 3 days later, still in a state of shock and despair, Shino left the Mikaguro family without saying a word to anyone. She could no longer stay in a place where she had been betrayed and humiliated. She left her home, her country, everything behind on this island, and ended up making the long and arduous journey to Spasima Forest. This foreign land, untouched by the hand of man, became her new refuge. She moved to the place where she lived, not communicating with anyone, finding solace in solitude and silence. The forest became her refuge, a place where she could hide from pain and betrayal. Shino realized that she and Nozomu were strikingly similar. He, like her, had been abandoned and betrayed by those he loved. At first, Shino hated how much he reminded her of her former self. Every time she saw him, it reminded her of her own suffering and loss. But over time, her attitude towards him changed. She began to see in Nozomu not only a reflection of her past, but also a man who, like her, was struggling to find his place in the world. Their shared pain and suffering brought them closer together. Now, looking at Nozomu, Shino felt a deep affection and care. She squeezed his hand tightly, her eyes filling with tears. Those tears were a mixture of bitterness and relief. Bitterness at the memories of betrayal and loss, and relief that she had found in Nozomu a kindred spirit, someone who understood her pain. Shino realized that there was no way her kai could recover, and instead it was shrinking and disappearing. She felt her strength leaving her, but knew she had to keep fighting for Nozomu's sake and for her own. Shino lay in her humble hut, staring at the ceiling, and mentally revisited her illness known as Dream of Death. The name sounded ominous and grim, and fully reflected the horror that the disease brought with it. Those who suffered from this disease slowly lost their life force, their kai, until they faded away completely. The disease depleted the kai to the point that it seriously damaged the heart, which sustained the person's life energy. It was said that the cause of the disease was due to exceeding the limit in depleting kai, eventually causing serious damage to the heart and other organs. Shino realized that her condition was only getting worse, and every morning when she woke up, she could feel her strength waning. She knew that only a few cases of recovery from this disease had been recorded in the world, but no real cure had ever been found. Shino pondered the injustice of this world. It seemed that her life, her efforts and dreams were being shattered by the cruel reality. She could feel her strength leaving her with each passing day, and knew that she had less and less time left. Things were really not going the way she wanted them to in this world. She dreamed of passing on her knowledge and skills to her apprentice Nozomu, but there was a catastrophic lack of time to do so. Her thoughts returned to Nozomu again. He was her apprentice, but he meant so much more to her. Shino felt that her life could have been more meaningful if she had time to pass on all of her knowledge and skills to him. She had only taught him sword techniques in the time they had been together, but that was far from all she could give him. Her heart clenched with regret that she didn't have time to teach him everything she knew. Shino looked at Nozomu, who was lying next to her, his eyes full of worry and sadness. She knew she had to tell him something important. She whispered to him that as long as she was here, she would do her best to see it through. Her voice was weak but firm, and Nozomu felt her words penetrate his. Her thoughts went back to Nozomu. He was her student, but he meant so much more to her. Shino felt that her life could have been more meaningful if she had time to pass on all of her knowledge and skills to him. She had only taught him sword techniques in the time they had been together, but that was far from all she could give him. Her heart clenched with regret that she didn't have time to teach him everything she knew. Shino looked at Nozomu, who was lying next to her, his eyes full of worry and sadness. She knew she had to tell him something important. She whispered to him that as long as she was here, she would do her best to see it through. Her voice was weak but firm, and Nozomu felt her words penetrate his heart, filling him with determination and strength. A week later, when the clear sky was flooded with bright sunlight, Nozomu, walking beside Shino, turned to her and noticed that they had finally arrived at their destination. Shino looked in amazement at the high stone walls and the huge gate that bordered the entrance to the city. As they got closer to the massive gate, Nozomu sincerely thanked Shino for accompanying her, expressing his appreciation for her help. Shino, smiling slightly, explained that as his master, she was obligated to help her student, and it was her natural duty. As they walked, Nozomu pondered over the medicines that Shino used during their training. These potions, although they didn't provide instant relief like store-bought medicines, promoted the body's natural regeneration, keeping it healthy without harming the body. He glanced at Shino and realized that her behavior had changed. Previously, when she was annoyed or upset, she used martial arts and a stream of insults, hiding them under the pretense of being nurturing. However, lately, she had begun to stammer in conversations, as if she was trying to show her caring and soft side. Now, standing in front of the majestic city, Shino noticed that its size seemed even more impressive upon personal inspection. Nozomu, stopping at the gates of the majestic city of Arcazam, noticed that Shino had never been here before. She nodded, confirming his hunch, and admitted that she had no particular desire to come here, and now wished she had done so sooner. Deciding to stay in town for a while, Nozomu offered to show her around Arcazam. Shino, grinning, reminded her that he himself was still an apprentice. Shino noticed that Nozomo had been absent without permission for a whole week, and expressed her concern about the possible consequences of this transgression. Nozomo acknowledged that problems could indeed arise. Despite this, Shino smiled. Her face lit up with a soft light as they approached the massive gates of Arkhazam City. She agreed to his offer to show her the city, and they walked inside together. Shino looked around with curiosity and delight, like a child entering a fair for the first time. Her attention was attracted by the brightly colored shop windows, colorful signs, and various goods. She noticed red powders in glass jars and seeds that looked like little cat claws. These things seemed amazing and exotic to her. Nozomo, watching her reaction, remembered the first time he himself had behaved in the same way, fascinated and delighted. They strolled leisurely through the narrow streets of the city, enjoying the atmosphere and scenic views. Time flew by, and soon Nozomo led Shino to a large building with high stone walls and massive wooden doors. They stopped next to this majestic structure, and Shino took one look at it and remarked that now that they had reached this place, it was time for her to return to the forest. Nozomo thanked her for her company, smiling sincerely. Suddenly, Nozomo heard a sound that abruptly interrupted his thoughts and reminded him that he was running late. That sound, coming from the academy, was the morning bell heralding the start of classes. At that moment, Nozomo anxiously remembered that he would soon have a final exam for which he was not fully prepared. Shino, seeing his anxiety, reminded him that he had already had almost a week of unexcused absences, and doubted that another tardy would make much of a difference. Despite her words, however, Nozomo was firmly determined not to lose any more points. Shino, scrutinizing his face, invited Nozomo to come over to her hut after class, as they had many things to discuss. Nozomo, slightly confused by the surprise and curiosity, asked Shino what exactly she wanted to discuss with him. Her eyes, glittering with hidden meaning, met his gaze, and she, squinting slightly, replied with an enigmatic smile that they would talk about it later when the time was right. At that moment, Shino emphasized that right now, Nozomo was already late for his classes, and he should hurry up. Nozomo, realizing the importance of her words, smiled back, but couldn't resist commenting that she was the one who had delayed him. Shino rolled her eyes in feigned annoyance, and with a slight wave of her hand as if saying goodbye, she turned around and took quick steps towards the forest. Her movements were smooth and confident, like an experienced hunter who knows every corner of his domain. Shino felt a slight sadness that Nozomo would no longer be able to accompany her in this wonderful city. She had grown accustomed to his presence, his inquisitive questions and unchanging smile. But despite this, she decided to stay in Arkhazam a little longer, to enjoy its beauties and discover something new. The final exams at Salmonati Academy were the most important event in every student's academic life. They consisted of two parts, practical and written examinations, and their results played a decisive role in determining the rank of the student for the following year. For high-ranking students, failure meant a drop in rank, and those who failed to meet the minimum requirements were in serious danger of repeating a second year or, in the worst case, being expelled from the academy. For Nozomo, who often received low grades, this was a serious problem. Nozomo's class teacher, Henry Var, showed little interest in the reasons for his unjustified absences, and her questions were superficial. This gave Nozomo some freedom in his explanations, which remained vague and inexpressive. Nozomo's classmates, not wanting to draw attention to themselves, pretended that nothing unusual had happened. No one was interested in the subject of his absence, and the morning classes were concluded without further conversation. During the lunch break, Nozomo stood in front of the teacher's room door, shuffling nervously from foot to foot. Across from him was his class teacher, Henry Var, who had called him in for a conversation. Henry, a stern and self-assured woman, asked him directly if he was hiding something, for missing a whole week without a valid excuse was not normal. Nozomo, trying to hide his nervousness, said that it was not that important, and told her that he had gone to the forest where he had been attacked by a monster, causing him to be injured. Henry, angered by this answer, raised her voice, saying that it was extremely important. Henry scrutinized Nozomo. Her gaze was piercing and insistent. She asked a question that made Nozomo tense up, what kind of creature it was that had attacked him, and where exactly it had happened. Nozomo, trying not to give away his excitement, said he thought it was a rabid bear, but he could not remember the exact location, although it was at the east end of the forest. Henry, without taking her eyes off Nozomo, clarified whether he was referring to one of the three brothers of the rabid bears that everyone knew for their ferocity and unpredictability. Nozomo nodded, confirming her guess, and felt the tension building, as if an invisible noose was tightening around his neck. Henry, as if trying to read his thoughts and see what he was trying to hide, looked at him carefully. her eyes never leaving his face, and Nozomo, smiling embarrassedly, tried to maintain a semblance of calm. Then Henry, changing her tone to a softer one, inquired how his wounds were and whether they were serious. Nozomo explained that he had been bedridden for a while because of the depth and severity of his wounds, but that everything was fine now, and he was feeling much better. Henry, with a slight sigh, continued with her questions, this time concerning why he didn't try to report his absence to the academy. After all, he lives in a dormitory and could have at least contacted the administration. Nozomo, feeling his voice trembling with tension, said that his condition was worse than he expected and he couldn't walk much, and also mentioned that his classmates didn't care about him, which made him even more isolated. He felt sad about saying those words himself, and there was an uncomfortable feeling inside of him from having to lie. He realized that he couldn't tell the whole truth, but continuing to hide everything was also hard. At this moment, Henry suddenly began to cry. Her eyes filled with tears, as if invisible waterfalls were spilling from the depths of her soul. Her face, usually stern and collected, became distorted with pain and resentment. Suddenly she cried out that Nozomo did not trust her and considered her unreliable. Her words broke the silence of the room and echoed in Nozomo's heart. He was dumbfounded by this turn of events, his heart clenched with a sudden sense of guilt. Trying to reassure her, he assured her that it was not so, that he had never doubted her reliability and honesty. But these words seemed empty and insufficient in the face of her grief. Henry, without restraint of emotion, cried out that he had not told her the truth. Her voice shook, her eyes throwing lightning bolts. She reminded him that 3 rabid bears had been killed by Iris's team about 10 days ago, and that his explanations just didn't add up. She noticed that he moved as if wounded, and the medicine used to treat him smelled different from what was sold in town, leading her to think of unofficial sources for his recovery. Nozomo realized that his movements were really too obvious. He saw Henry putting together every detail, every little thing, like a complex puzzle, which made his lies even more transparent and unconvincing. Suddenly she came very close to him, her face only a few centimeters away from his. Her breath was hot and intermittent. She whispered for him to tell her the whole truth without hiding anything else. Nozomo, watching her beautiful facial features, felt his heart beat faster. Her beauty was so natural and enchanting that she could seduce a man without even making an effort, and probably didn't realize it herself. Her eyes, glistening with tears, seemed to him like deep lakes in which he could drown. Her lips, curved in anticipation of an answer, beckoned with their tenderness. But suddenly the thought flashed through Nozomo's mind that this woman could be dangerous. He realized that her persistence and shrewdness could cause him more trouble if he wasn't careful. Her ability to see through lies and pretense made her a truly dangerous adversary, and he felt he was on the edge of a precipice. He realized that Henry wouldn't stop until he knew the whole truth, and it made him feel vulnerable and cornered. Iris, Somia, and Thelma were sitting on an old wooden bench under a spreading oak tree that cast a cool shadow over them on this warm sunny day. The nature around them was lively. Birds were chirping on the branches and a light breeze rustled the leaves, creating a peaceful melody. The whole atmosphere seemed calm and peaceful, but the conversation that soon ensued broke the idyll and introduced a note of tension. Somia turned to her older sister with curiosity and excitement in her eyes. Her voice was full of concern when she asked if Iris had resolved the misunderstanding with Nozomo, with whom she had recently had an unpleasant incident. Thelma, their close friend sitting next to her, raised her eyebrows in surprise, as she didn't know about the incident or what exactly it was about. Her face reflected slight confusion, and she leaned forward to better hear what Iris had to say. Iris, realizing that she had to explain herself, took a slow breath and began to narrate. She quietly and thoughtfully explained that she and Nozomo had a serious conversation a few days ago that ended in a misunderstanding and left an unpleasant residue. Iris glanced over to Thelma, and in her gaze she read something more than a simple explanation, something more personal and important. Thelma, remembering that she hadn't seen Iris on her lunch breaks or after class in recent days, frowned. Her thoughts began to form a picture, and she realized that something was really bothering her friend. With a slight reproach in her voice, she asked Iris if there was some reason. Iris, blushing slightly, admitted that it didn't seem right for her to suddenly invade Nozomo's classroom and disturb him in front of everyone. She waited for him at the main entrance in hopes of meeting him after class, but all her attempts were in vain because Nozomo hadn't shown up at school for a while. Iris confessed with worry and a slight sadness in her voice that today she especially wanted to know if he showed up for class. Her words hung in the air, filling it with an invisible tension. Thelma, who was listening intently, realized that she had never seen Iris so worried about someone before, much less a guy. This fact made her wonder about the depth of feelings that Iris may have been hiding from everyone, including herself. Meanwhile, Nozomo, while in a conversation with Henry Var, suddenly felt that he needed to leave so as not to blab and give away his secrets. His inner tension reached its limit, and he abruptly interrupted the conversation, citing the need to go to class. Trying to appear confident, he hurriedly ran away, leaving Henry puzzled. Somiya, looking thoughtfully at her friend and sister, was immersed in thoughts of the recent events. Her gaze suddenly became animated, and as if illuminated by a sudden idea, she turned to Iris with an unexpected question. Her voice was full of sincerity and slight shyness when she asked if she could invite Nozomo to her next birthday party. Iris, upon hearing this request, was stunned. She looked at her sister in surprise, trying to understand what prompted her to make such a suggestion. Reminding Somiya that the party would be private, only for close friends and family, Iris hoped that would explain the impossibility of such an invitation. However, Somiya didn't hesitate for a moment and firmly stated that Nozomo was her friend. There was determination in her voice as she recounted how Nozomo had helped her return the bracelet that Iris had once given her. She added that she had always wanted to repay him for his kindness and care, and this would be a great opportunity. Then, with a slight snicker, Somiya admitted that she didn't know what had happened to Nozomo lately, but she noticed that he looked a little lonely when he smiled. Her voice trembled with sympathy and genuine concern. She turned to her sister, her eyes glistening with excitement and a sincere desire to help. Somiya said that she wanted her friends to be happy, even if that happiness was small. There was a childlike innocence and deep affection in those words that touched Iris to the core. Iris, imbued with the words of her younger sister, realized the rightness of her words. She recognized that if Somiya wanted her friends to smile and feel happy, it was absolutely right. Iris realized that Somiya didn't know about Nozomo's difficult past and his struggle with his inner demons, but her desire to help him was sincere and pure. She could only imagine how badly Nozomo was cornered by life's circumstances, and it increased her sympathy for him. At first, Iris observed Nozomo with a sense of simple curiosity. Her interest was piqued by his unusual behavior and the mystery that surrounded his personality. She watched him during class, noticing every little detail, the way he studied the materials intently, the way he tried not to miss a word the instructor said, the way he practiced hard alone. She could see him making an incredible effort to live up to the high standards of Salmonati Academy, despite all the challenges he faced. As time passed, Iris began to notice that her interest in Nozomo had grown into more than just curiosity. She began to truly sympathize with him, seeing how much effort he put into overcoming his personal difficulties. She watched him struggle with his inner demons, battling insecurities and fears, trying not to show his vulnerability to those around him. Iris couldn't remain indifferent to his efforts and the pain he hid behind an outward calm and smile. It explained why she was so frustrated that she still couldn't resolve the misunderstanding with him. Her heart clenched at the thought that there was a barrier between them that she couldn't overcome. Iris felt that she needed to do something to help Nozomo, to let him know that he was not alone in his struggle. She looked at her younger sister Somiya with tenderness and hardness in her eyes. In her gaze she read determination and confidence. Iris promised that she would try to clear up all the details with Nozomo, and after that, she would definitely invite him to Somiya's birthday party. Hearing those words, Somiya smiled broadly, her face lighting up with joy and gratitude. Her eyes glistened with happiness, and she thanked her sister for her support and care. Her gaze shone with hope for a better future for their friend, and it warmed Iris's heart. Thelma, who was watching their conversation, couldn't help but smile as well. She could feel the sincerity and love that came from the sisters and was happy for their close relationship. Thelma had always valued their friendship and knew that they would always support each other in any circumstance. Her heart was filled with warmth, and she felt that there was true understanding and support in this small group of friends and sisters. At that moment, Henry Var, the teacher's aide, a man whose presence always inspired a mixture of respect and fear in the students, walked down the corridor flooded with morning light. His steps were sure and measured, and every sound of his shoes touching the marble floor echoed in the high vaults of the academic halls. The aide, dressed in a strict uniform, was known for his dedication and impeccable discipline. Often attending such classes, he was always ready to help where needed, and today was no exception. He was now heading towards the training field, the spacious arena where the students honed their combat skills and magical abilities. This place was always buzzing with life and energy, filled with the sounds of training duels and instructors' commands. Today, his attention was drawn to a special student, Nozomo. The training field, surrounded by high walls, was equipped with everything needed for training. targets, dummies, and various magical devices. The students, divided into groups according to their ranks, went about their business. Nozomo, being in a rank 10 class, only had access to one assistant instructor that could be assigned to their group. This was very different from the privileges of the first rank, as they had multiple assistants providing individualized and careful attention to each. During the Salmonati Academy's noon practice sessions, there were various demonstrations that attracted the attention of all students, such as the recent demonstration of ritual magic. These events included demonstrations of complex magical rituals and dueling techniques, giving students the opportunity to observe the skills of their teachers and older comrades. As the students were preparing for the fights to begin, Henry Var, the assistant teacher, approached Nozomo. He immediately noticed that luck was not on Nozomo's side today. Nozomo's opponent was once again Mars, one of the strongest and most experienced students. Mars smirked and approached Nozomo with a smug smile. He, with a slight sneer in his voice, told Nozomo that he was once again unlucky enough to be his opponent. Hiding his disdain, he whispered that no matter who his opponent was, Nozomo still couldn't win, and so he shouldn't worry. Mars smiled, his gaze full of confidence and arrogance. Nozomo thought about his wounds, which although healed, still caused him discomfort. He realized that his body hadn't fully recovered yet, but it moved well enough for a practice fight. The feel of the training sword and his personal sword were almost no different, giving him confidence in his abilities. Most importantly, Nozomo remembered the chains that restrained his inner strength. These chains, symbolizing his fears and inner barriers, prevented him from reaching his full potential. He knew he could free himself from these chains, but realized that this was not the time or place to do so. He should not have unleashed this power now, as it could lead to unpredictable consequences. Mars, with determination and fury in his eyes, lunged at Nozomo, drawing his sword forward in a swift attack. His movements were swift and precise, like a swift whirlwind aimed at destroying his opponent. Nozomo, clutching the hilt of his sword, quickly adopted a counterattack, trying to keep himself confident and focused. Mars, with a cruel shout, mockingly told Nozomo to be a good boy, for it was his destiny to die by his sword. Nozomo, analyzing Mars's blows, noticed that he was about to strike down from behind his head. However, at the last moment, he realized that it was a trap, a clever deception designed to confuse him. Mars, driven by rage and determination, continued to advance on Nozomo. His blows became increasingly fierce, powerful, and focused, as if each attack was imbued with his unyielding will to win. There was a swiftness and power in his every movement that seemed invincible. The fight lasted for what seemed like an interminable time, and the tension in the air grew with each passing second. Suddenly Mars realized that Nozomo had managed to block his best punch, the same punch that had always led him to victory and instilled fear in his opponents. This stunned Mars, his confidence, until then unshakable, shaken. His eyes flashed for a moment with surprise and confusion. At this critical moment, Nozomo, who sensed an opportunity, struck back powerfully. The blow was so hard and unexpected that Mars, who had not expected such resistance, staggered and lost his balance. The fight continued. Every moment was filled with tension and adrenaline. Every blow and counterattack was like a deadly game of chess. Mars, gathering his strength, jumped back to rethink his actions and find a new strategy. His face contorted with anger and irritation, and he shouted at Nozomo to stop being arrogant, to not think that he could defeat him. Rushing into battle again, Mars was determined to destroy his opponent at any cost. Mars, feeling his rage rising, couldn't realize how much Kai was hiding in Nozomo. This unknown made him even angrier, causing the inner fire of his anger to flare up more. Fury flashed in his eyes as he couldn't stand it any longer and shouted that he would destroy Nozomo. His scream, filled with hatred and anger, cut through the air like a sharp blade, terrifying the surrounding disciples. With a shout full of determination, Mars vowed to tear Nozomo to pieces like some trash, and once again rushed into battle with furious rage. His movements became even faster and more aggressive, as if he had turned into a raging hurricane, seeking to sweep away everything in his path. His every movement was filled with power and ferocity, aimed at destroying the enemy. At this moment, Mars decided to use his unique technique, the air sword coverage. This Kai technique was one of the most powerful in his arsenal. His sword began to be enveloped by an invisible blade of wind, capable of slicing apart any object. This sight was both mesmerizing and frightening at the same time. Nozomo, seeing what was happening, immediately realized that his opponent intended to use his full power. Nozomo knew about this technique and understood that the high density of air creates a strong pressure that strikes a weaker opponent and blocks the possibility of a counterattack. This wind cover not only made Mars' sword deadly, but also increased the speed and power of his attacks, making them even more deadly. He realized that it would be incredibly difficult to resist such power. Mars, shrouded in a whirlwind, continued to fly at Nozomu, intending to strike diagonally. His eyes were burning with determination, and his movements were fast and confident. Nozomu, seeing the approaching attack, managed to dodge at the last moment, his body moving with the precision and grace of an experienced warrior. The next swing of the sword from the left also passed by as Nozomu again managed to dodge. His reflexes were at their best. Nozomu realized that it was possible to dodge the wind blade at this distance, and began to anticipate Mars' movements 2 or 3 moves ahead. His mind was working at maximum capacity, analyzing every move of his opponent, every movement of his sword. Each blow of Mars became more and more predictable for Nozomu, and he, thanks to his experience and intuition, managed to react in time. He felt that he was beginning to control the fight. The fight continued, and Nozomu noticed that Mars didn't understand why he couldn't hit him with his sword. Mars' eyes read confusion and bewilderment. Mars' ability known as Wind Spirit Defense was supposed to greatly increase the power and accuracy of his spells and techniques, especially those related to the air element. But Nozomu, using all his skills and Kai techniques, was able to adapt to the battle and find weaknesses in Mars' attacks. Nozomu's every move was deliberate and precise. He didn't just dodge the blows, but analyzed them, trying to understand his opponent's weaknesses and vulnerabilities. He could feel his body and mind working in harmony, helping him anticipate and react to Mars' attacks with incredible precision. Nozomu, standing on the battlefield, realized the complexity of his situation. He knew that under the influence of the suppression ability, his options would be greatly limited. Even the use of Kai, which normally enhanced his strength, would not give him full confidence of success. In his current state, despite his improved physical abilities after becoming a dragon slayer, he realized that he had to act as carefully and efficiently as possible. Every move he made was calibrated and precise. Nozomu had learned to fend off attacks without changing his stance, which gave him a strategic advantage. He knew that his physical strength had increased due to the experience he had gained from the battle with the Draconoi, but it was not enough to be fully confident of victory. His mind was working at maximum capacity, analyzing each of his opponent's attacks and anticipating his next moves. In addition, Nozomu possessed techniques taught to him by his master. These techniques, passed down from generation to generation, were secret weapons that he could use in battle. Every movement, every strike was filled with power and precision, making him an opponent to be reckoned with. Nozomu attacked using the knowledge and skills learned from the master. His strikes were fast and unexpected. Mars, feeling the mounting tension, could not afford to lose to Nozomu, who possessed only a first rank. His pride and desire for supremacy kept him on his toes. He knew that he possessed excellent attack speed and increased strength due to the sword's air coating, but despite that, he couldn't find a single opportunity to counterattack. His every lunge was predicted and blocked with amazing accuracy. This infuriated him and made him act even more aggressively. Mars looked at Nozomu carefully, trying to find even the slightest hint of weakness or indecision in his actions. He, a rank 10 disciple, couldn't believe that Nozomu was able to read his attacks several steps ahead. It was humiliating. Mars could feel his self-esteem crumbling under the onslaught of these thoughts. He couldn't allow himself, so close to the top, to be seen through by someone so close to the bottom. Suddenly, Nozomu smiled. That smile was full of confidence and calmness, and it dumbfounded Mars. Nozomu realized that he could finally fight Mars the way he wanted without feeling fear or doubt. His eyes glowed with a confidence that Mars had never seen in them before. The sight was both overwhelming and frightening to Mars. Nozomu was known among the students of Salmonati Academy as a guy with a unique suppression ability. This ability put a permanent limit on his physical and magical abilities, restricting his strength, Kai, and magical skills. Further complicating his situation were the shackles he wore, increasing the suppressive effect. Mars, looking at him, couldn't realize how much more effort and time Nozomu had to put into training to overcome these limitations. He couldn't even imagine how powerful and irresistible Nozomu would be if he watched him attack without those shackles, using his real skills and strength. Mars gritted his teeth, his face contorted with rage and indignation. He couldn't accept that Nozomu, with his 10th rank and all those restrictions, could stand on par with him. Once again seized by anger, he rushed to the attack, his movements swift and aggressive. He found the right moment to strike, his sword already moving swiftly toward the target. However, in the next second, Nozomu counterattacked with unexpected power and precision. Nozomu did something that Mars did not expect at all. Mars was dumbfounded and realized in horror that Nozomu had done it intentionally. He could no longer control his wind power. The Kai technique derived from the blade's air coating, dissipating coverage ram, was destroyed. The wind blade released by the sword rushed forward with terrifying speed like a battering ram, but Nozomu was able to parry it. In addition, Nozomu used a Kai technique, the lightning step dance. This technique was a high-level technique that required exceptional physical ability and coordination. Lightning step allowed one to instantly move in a straight line and move along complex curved paths. To utilize it to its full potential required excellent feet and a sense of balance that allowed the entire body to move in unison without unnecessary effort. Every muscle had to work with precision and consistency, making the technique even more complex and requiring tremendous training. Mars was amazed that Nozomu was able to utilize this technique so skillfully. He didn't realize where his opponent had disappeared to in the next second. Nozomu used lightning step to move with incredible speed and appeared right next to Mars. His appearance was so sudden and unexpected that Mars froze in shock for a moment. Nozomu, pulling out his sword, looked directly into Mars' eyes. His gaze read unwavering determination and confidence. It was a sight Mars would never forget. In that moment, he realized that his opponent, despite his limitations, was a true warrior capable of overcoming any obstacle. Mars, stunned and crushed, could not believe that Nozomu, who possessed only the 10th rank, was able to overpower him. This fact shook him deeply, and he felt rage and resentment building up inside him. His mind, unwilling to accept defeat, pushed him to continue fighting to prove his strength and superiority. But at that moment, Nozomu, remaining calm and confident, slowly placed his sword in its sheath as if to symbolize the end of the battle. At that moment, the bell rang, announcing the end of the training battle. Its sound echoed throughout the training field, sending a slight shiver through the hearts of the gathered students. Teacher Henryward, standing in the center of the arena, announced in a loud and confident voice that the training battle was over. His words, like a hammer, shattered the atmosphere of the tense battle, bringing everyone back to reality. Henryward, standing on the dais, continued to loudly and clearly announce the completion of the final examinations. His voice, strong and confident, echoed throughout the training field, echoing in the hearts of the gathered students. He emphasized that today's classes were over, and with that statement, he released the tension that hung in the air. Mars, standing among the others, still couldn't come to his senses. His thoughts were confused and his emotions raged inside like a storm. He couldn't understand how could Nozomu defeat him, a first-rank apprentice. At this moment, Henry Var walked up to Nozomu. Her face expressed seriousness and concern, and she quietly asked him to stay to talk. Nozomu, apologizing, said that he was busy today, and without waiting for an answer, ran away as if trying to escape from his thoughts and emotions. Mars, watching Nozomu running away, experienced a whole whirlwind of contradictory feelings. He stood as if paralyzed and tried to comprehend what was happening. His soul was in chaos. He couldn't understand what this strange feeling that swept over him was. After all, if Nozomu was a nobody, why did his victory irritate him so much? Perhaps it was because Nozomu was hiding his true abilities. However, deep inside, Mars realized that this was not the case. Suddenly, a smile full of bitterness and realization appeared on his face. He realized who Nozomu was compared to him. But even more, Mars hated those who constantly made a fuss, remaining in the shadows even if they were weak and couldn't do anything. Nozomu seemed to be one of those who accepted everything without resistance, even when he was beaten and humiliated. Mars stood on the training field, his body motionless, but a storm of emotions raged inside him. He realized that Nozomu was the one who fought and became stronger than anyone else in the academy. That thought was like a knife that pierced through his consciousness. Mars couldn't understand how he himself had managed to miss this fact. He, with all the privileges and advantages, had never been able to reach Nozomu's level. This realization was agonizing and humiliating. Mars had never heard that someone with the ability to suppress could surpass the limits imposed on him. In his mind, such people were doomed to weakness and mediocrity. But Nozomu was able to prove otherwise, and this called into question everything Mars believed. He remembered everything he had done with Nozomu over the years. Previously, he had only used him to distract himself from his own problems, to vent his anger and frustration. And now this guy he thought was nothing had defeated him. Mars realized that Nozomu had indeed become stronger. He had always been strong, but no one had noticed it. Perhaps even Nozomu himself hadn't fully realized his strength until now. But today, everything had changed. Mars realized that he could no longer look at Nozomu as weak and defenseless. This guy had proven that he was capable of more than anyone could have expected. Meanwhile, Iris walked into the empty classroom, her heart full of hope and excitement. She remembered that the 10th rank students were having practice classes right now and decided that she might be able to meet Nozomu if she waited for him at the main gate. Her heart was beating fast as she ran outside, hoping to see a familiar face. Suddenly, she saw Nozomu running. His figure flickered in the distance, and Iris wasted no time in shouting to him to wait for her. Her voice was full of despair and hope, but Nozomu did not stop. He kept running, as if seeking to escape something unseen, and soon disappeared from sight. Iris stopped. Her breathing was ragged and her heart clenched with bitterness. She realized that she had failed to speak to him again, and a feeling of helplessness settled in her soul. She stood still, wondering why Nozomu was in such a hurry and what could have made him run away. Nozomu ran through the forest, his breathing rapid and his heart pounding in his chest like a madman. His thoughts were filled with anxiety and worry. He could not get rid of the feeling that something very serious was happening in the city. His heart was pounding and his breathing quickened from the fast jogging and nervous tension. It seemed to him that with each step he was getting closer to a clue, but he didn't know the answer to his questions yet. Thinking back to the recent battle with Tiamat, Nozomu realized that his master, Shino, had been there and had seen everything with her own eyes. He hoped she had the answers to his questions. When Nozomu finally ran up to the hut, he saw Shino standing on the porch with a soft smile on her face. She looked like she had been waiting for him for a long time. Her eyes, warm and penetrating, looked at him carefully, and in them read relief. Nozomu, feeling a surge of respect and gratitude, bowed to her and immediately said that he needed to prepare for the upcoming exam that was just around the corner. Shino, with a kind smile, suggested that he stay with her today. She added that any man should accept the invitation of a beautiful girl, and with those words, she handed him a cookie. Nozomu, slightly embarrassed and feeling a little awkward, noticed that his teacher was clearly partial to alcohol, which gave her image an unexpected softness. In the next second, Shino, displaying her strength and determination, grabbed his arm and ordered him to sit next to her with ease but insistence. Nozomu cried out in surprise, feeling her grip tight and sure, and realized that this was just a demonstration of her skill in controlling Kai energy. Sitting next to Shino on the porch, Nozomu couldn't help but notice how beautiful she was despite her age. Birds were chirping in the sky, their melodious trills creating a calm and peaceful atmosphere. Shino suggested that he talk. She began to talk about her homeland, her family, and how she still loved them despite the passing years. Her stories were heartfelt and touching, full of memories and nostalgia. Shino wanted to know about Nozomu, his hometown, family, and interests. They talked about everything from his childhood to his sword training, from his dreams to his fears. Nozomu told her about his accomplishments and failures, how he strived to become stronger and better. This conversation brought Nozomu much joy. Shino listened to him attentively, her eyes glowing with warmth and concern. She wanted to know every detail of his life, even the stories she already knew. Training with Master Shino was not just a process of mastering the skills of combat and the art of the sword, but a deep spiritual journey for Nozomu. They spent long hours discussing the intricacies of swordsmanship, the secrets of ancient techniques, and the philosophy of warfare. Nozomu would tell her everything he had ever learned and share his thoughts on how to improve his skills. Every lesson, every session was invaluable to him, but most important to him was the time he spent with his master. Those moments, seemingly ordinary conversations and discussions, brought him great satisfaction and joy. Shino was not just his teacher, she became a mentor and friend to him. Her wisdom and support helped him to overcome all difficulties and obstacles on his path to excellence. Shino, watching her student, felt pride and admiration. She knew that she had no right to call herself the teacher of such a talented and dedicated student like Nozomu, but she wanted to. Her heart overflowed with feelings as she looked at him. She thought that if she had been born 10 years later, she might have been able to spend her whole life with him, sharing all the joys and sorrows. However, her body was suffering from illness, and she realized that this was impossible. Shino sat on the porch of her cabin, her gaze fixed on the vast forest surrounding them. Her heart was filled with bitterness and regret. She was sorry that her dreams of a future with Nozomu would not come true. She knew that her illness had robbed her of the opportunity to be around him fully. But one thing she knew for sure was that Nozomu would forever remain in her heart. That thought brought her both comfort and pain. Shino deeply believed in her student's potential. She had seen how talented and determined he was, how he persevered in his pursuit of excellence despite all obstacles. She hoped that Nozomu would succeed, that he would reach great heights and become the person he had always dreamed of being. In her eyes, he was more than just a student. He was her pride, her inspiration. When Shino came up from the porch and announced that they were about to start their last training session, you could read both sadness and determination in her eyes. These feelings mixed in her soul, creating a complex cocktail of emotions. Nozomu, upon hearing her words, was dumbfounded. He looked at her in bewilderment as he watched her walk away deep into the forest. His voice trembled when he asked what she meant by the last training session. Shino continued to walk forward without stopping, her steps confident and determined. Her voice was calm and firm as she replied that this was indeed the last training she would give him. Shino explained to Nozomu that their last training would consist of a duel to the death. Her voice was cold and serious, like an icy wind penetrating the deepest depths of his soul. These words, spoken with such adamancy, made Nozomu's eyes widen with horror and incomprehension. He could not believe his ears. His mind refused to accept this information. These words seemed absurd and cruel to him, like a nightmare from which he could not wake up. Nozomu's mind was swarming with questions to which he could find no answers. He screamed, demanding an explanation, his voice trembling with tension and despair. But Shino continued to walk forward without turning around, her steps confident and determined. Her face remained stern and impenetrable, like a granite rock that cannot be shaken. For a moment, Shino seriously looked at him over her shoulder, her eyes full of cold determination. She asked if it made sense to ask the reasons of someone who was serious about killing him. Those words, which sounded like a stab to the heart, shook Nozomu to the core. He felt his world crumble as his confidence and faith in his mentor vanished. Shino, his mentor, the one who had taught him everything, was now ready to kill him. Nozomu screamed again, demanding answers, his voice full of despair and pain. But Shino was no longer listening. Her face remained as impenetrable as a mask, and her eyes were full of a determination that left no room for doubt. She drew her sword, and her movements were quick and precise like a predator preparing to attack. Each of her movements was the result of years of training and experience gained from numerous battles. Nozomu realized that this was no joke. He could feel his heart beating faster and faster as the blood pounded in his temples. He had to defend himself, had to fight for his life. His mind was working to the limit, analyzing Shino's every move, anticipating her next moves. He knew that the slightest mistake could cost him his life. Shino, like the embodiment of ruthlessness, attacked with ruthless precision. Her strikes were powerful and lightning fast, each attack like a bolt of lightning tearing through the night sky. She struck without hesitation or doubt. Her goal was clear, to break Nozomu and show him all the power she possessed. Her movements were so graceful and deadly that she seemed to be dancing a deadly dance, each step calculated to the last detail. Nozomu, gritting his teeth, shouted at her, asking why she was doing this. His voice shook with a mixture of anger and despair. He understood that Shino didn't allow him to ask questions during training, requiring him to concentrate fully. But now, in this battle, his mind was filled with questions and doubts. Even if he did something that could kill her, he never thought that he would have to fight her seriously. Nozomu's heart was beating like a frenzy as he raised his sword and rushed to attack. Their blades made contact with a deafening clang as the echo of the battle echoed throughout the forest. A precise and continuous series of blows from both sides, each of which could be the last. If one of them missed, it could mean instant death. Shino aimed a punch at his hands, her movements so fast that Nozomu barely had time to react. Suddenly, Nozomu didn't have time to counterattack, and Shino struck his sword with such force that he was thrown back like a light rag doll. His body landed heavily on the ground, knocking all the air out of him. Dust rose in a cloud around him, but he rose quickly despite the pain coursing through his muscles. His face was contorted with a grimace of pain, but the fire of determination burned in his eyes. He couldn't afford to stop, even if his body protested. Every cell of his being screamed pain and fatigue, but he knew he had to keep fighting. Shino had everything that made her the perfect fighter: outstanding swordsmanship, unrivaled skill, physical abilities that many could only dream of, and vast experience gained from years of training and fighting. She was the epitome of strength and grace. The battle continued, and dust flew around, forming a cloud that surrounded them like a veil hiding the world from this deadly dance. Master Shino's sword technique was a comprehensive technique involving not only the sword but also hand-to-hand combat, where the sword scabbard played an important role. Strengthened by kaijutsu, the scabbard could easily break human bones, becoming a deadly weapon. Shino's strength of each strike gradually decreased, but the density of her attacks increased, creating a continuous stream of deadly blows. This was the main difference between her abilities and Nozomu's. In the next second, Shino used a two-handed interception. Her movements were lightning fast and precise like a skilled surgeon. Nozomu miscalculated his strength and instantly focused his attention on it, trying to figure out how to defend himself. He felt his body go numb from the blows, as if every muscle, every bone was on the verge of tearing. He realized that just a little more and Shino would kill him. She was ruthless, her blows aimed at destroying his spirit and body. The fight continued, and Nozomu attacked with desperation, feeling absolutely everything inside him ache. Every movement was difficult, his body screamed in pain, but he could not allow himself to give up. He remembered all the lessons he had learned from Shino, every piece of advice, every instruction. This battle wasn't just a fight for life, it was a fight for honor, for the chance to prove himself worthy of her teachings. His body ached, but his spirit remained unshaken. Nozomu realized that his defenses were becoming less and less effective. Shino's every attack was precise and powerful. Her blows were like lightning bolts tearing through the darkness, leaving him with less and less room for maneuver. Her every move was detailed, and Nozomu couldn't help but admire her skill even while under her merciless blows. He was thinking up new ways to defend himself on the fly, his mind feverishly searching for a way out of this situation, but increasingly realizing that he would have to go on the attack if he wanted to survive. Suddenly he remembered his most reliable technique, a technique he called Phantom. It was his secret weapon, a mysterious and deadly technique that he had honed for years, hoping it would never let him down in battle. Gathering all his strength, Nozomu raised his sword, preparing to use the Phantom. His heart was beating in his chest like a frenzy, and he felt a rush of adrenaline. The moment the light flashed between them, he realized that his technique had been redirected. His eyes widened with horror and incomprehension. He couldn't believe what was happening. Shino seemed to know his every move. In order to intercept Phantom's technique, she had to be on the same trajectory he launched it and put up a block with her sword without deviation or delay. It required incredible skill and precision. Nozomu was terrified. He realized that his master possessed incredible skill and insight that exceeded all his expectations. Suddenly, Nozomu realized that he could not win this fight. It was like a lightning strike, illuminating his mind with a cold realization. All his strength, all his skills seemed insignificant in front of Shino's power and skill. He felt his confidence crumble and his heart clench with fear and helplessness. At that moment, Shino approached him. Her face as stern as a rock, but her eyes burned with a determination and inner strength that was impossible to ignore. Her gaze pierced Nozomu to the core, making him feel small and defenseless. She screamed, demanding that he release the energy he was suppressing. Her voice was full of desperation and power, her every word penetrating straight into his soul, making his heart beat faster. Her scream was like the roar of a storm sweeping away everything in its path. Shino screamed that this was the only way to defeat her. Her voice was like the rolling of thunder, and every word she uttered was filled with such power and passion that they seemed to penetrate straight into the very depths of his being. The words resonated in his head, filling him with fear and uncertainty, and echoed in his thoughts, making his heart beat harder with growing panic. He felt her every word pierce his mind like a sharp blade, leaving behind a trail of pain and doubt. Nozomu shivered. He was facing a choice that seemed impossible to him. It was his only option, but he was afraid. A dream surfaced in his mind in which he was chained next to a dragon, mighty and formidable. This image troubled his soul, instilling a fear and uncertainty that he could not overcome. He wondered, was this really a view of his inner world? His body might have been dead, but his soul was still alive within him, although his powers were shackled by the strongest chains. But it seemed that his soul could not be suppressed even by this. These thoughts swirled around in his head like a whirlwind, preventing him from focusing on the present moment and complicating his every decision. Images from his dream surfaced before his eyes again and again, reminding him of how he was chained next to the dragon, his soul screaming for freedom, but his body remaining helpless. Nozomu realized that in order to defeat the master, he had no choice but to attack uncontrollably at full strength. His heart was full of contradictions. He knew that if he did so, perhaps Tiamat would be released with a firm will and hatred in his eyes. The thought gave him dread. He feared that he would unleash something more terrible than could be imagined. Nozomu was at a loss. His thoughts were jumbled like tangled threads. His heart was beating like a frenzy. His breathing became intermittent and confused. He felt each breath coming hard, and he knew he had to make a choice. But he didn't know if he could hold back Tiamat if he decided to use all his strength. This fear paralyzed him, preventing him from moving forward and making his movements as awkward as a marionette's. Shino continued to attack. Her movements were like a deadly dance, each movement aimed at destruction. She moved with grace and precision. Her strikes were powerful and lightning fast. Each of them was well thought out. She was like a predator targeting her prey. Her attacks gave him no respite. Every second of the fight was filled with tension. Nozomu continued to defend himself, but his body grew weaker with each blow. He could feel his strength dwindling, his muscles shaking with fatigue, his breathing becoming more and more labored. He realized he was about to pass out, his strength was running out. He felt his life slipping away from him like sand through his fingers, and there was nothing he could do about it. It seemed to him that every movement was getting heavier and heavier, as if his body was filling with lead. Nozomu lay on the ground, his body exhausted, and he could no longer hear anything. His mind was clouded as if covered in a thick fog. The sensations in his legs and arms were falling as if he was immersed in icy water. The cold crept to his very heart. His breathing became shallow and weak, each inhalation and exhalation coming with difficulty. He thought that perhaps this was his death, and the thought filled his heart with cold and fear. He felt his consciousness begin to slip away as everything around him faded, as if the light was leaving his world. But suddenly, in this state of half-forgetfulness, he looked up and saw tears rolling down Shino's cheeks. The sight stunned him, made his heart clench with sympathy and pain. He struggled to ask why she was crying. His voice was weak and hoarse, barely audible. He could see the tears streaming down her cheeks, mixing with dust and sweat, her face contorted with misery. Shino, looking at him through her tears, explained that she would die soon, and there wasn't much time left. Her voice was full of pain and despair, her every word penetrating straight into his heart, making him shudder with emotion. She explained that she had a fear of falling into an eternal sleep, that perhaps it was the battle with Tiamat that had opened a wound in her body. Nozomu didn't understand what she was saying. His mind was filled with questions and doubts. Every word she spoke was like a knife cutting into his soul, leaving behind only pain and bitterness. Shino stated that she would most likely live for one more night at most. Her words were like a stab to the heart, and Nozomu felt his world crumbling. He had tried many times to break the chains of this disease, but all his efforts were in vain. And this realization filled his soul with bitterness and despair. He felt helpless, his efforts seemed futile, and this helplessness was tearing him from within. Shino stated that if he had more control over his body, maybe something would have worked. Her voice was full of sadness and regret, and Nozomu felt his heart break with sympathy. He cried out, asking why not try. After all, if they had some time, maybe they could do something. His voice was full of despair and hope, and he couldn't bear the thought of her death, couldn't just accept it. He looked at her, his eyes were full of pleading. He couldn't believe that she was really leaving. Shino, with a quiet but deep sigh, began her story. Her voice trembled with suppressed emotion as she explained that as sad as it was, she had come to this place out of despair after being betrayed by her own family. Those words cut through her soul like sharp knives and echoed in Nozomu's heart. Her voice was full of pain and bitterness, as if every word was soaked with the poison of the past. Nozomu felt his heart clench with sympathy as the weight of her words fell on his shoulders. She told him that her parents had abandoned her as an unwanted object, and she had spit on her surroundings and come to this continent, seeking peace and solitude. Her words painted a picture of loneliness and despair. She was looking for a place where she could forget herself, where she could find some solace. Every word she spoke was filled with deep sorrow and disappointment. Nozomu listened to her with bated breath, feeling her story echoing in his own soul. Suddenly, Nozomu looked at her story with different eyes and saw that she and he were remarkably similar. Their fates were intertwined like two threads of the same fabric, and he felt his heart fill with sympathy and understanding. He realized that their paths, despite all their differences, were very similar. Shino explained that betrayal, being ridiculed by those around her, and running away were her constant companions. These words sounded like echoes of his own pain. Her suffering echoed his own experiences. She didn't want to see anyone else, was happy to die alone, and that's why she came to this place. She wanted to find a place where she could die peacefully, away from everyone, where her pain would not reach others. She stated that she had spent many years in this forest. Loneliness was her solace. There was sadness and relief in her voice at the same time. She had learned to find peace in solitude, her soul soothed among the trees and nature, where she could be herself without fear of others' judgments. And so, in the midst of this solitude, she met Nozomu. A shadow of a smile flashed in her eyes as she remembered their first meeting. At first she thought he was only an annoyance to her, but then she was able to discern his inner world and was very happy about it. She saw him as more than just a student, she saw him as a kindred spirit. Shino stated that she felt something for him that she did not have herself, hope and a desire to live. These feelings were new and unexpected to her, and they gave her the meaning of life back. Her voice shook with emotion as she continued to speak. She was all weepy, tears rolling from her eyes, and her words were full of pain and despair. Looking at Nozomu, she stated that she had something to tell him. Her voice was quiet but full of determination, as if she had gathered her strength for this confession. She asked if he could accept her last request, her last wish that she had hidden in her heart for so long. Her eyes searched his gaze for understanding and support. She knew that this moment would be crucial for her, and she needed to know that he would accept her request with understanding and sympathy. Nozomu, feeling the depth of her pain and despair, was ready to hear her last wish, ready to accept her request, no matter how difficult it was. Nozomu suddenly realized that Shino had long ago chosen her own path. Her determination was unwavering, and to convince her to change her mind would mean perverting her last wish. He knew that she had spent the last hours of her life to tell him everything that lay on her heart. These revelations were her farewell, her way of leaving a mark on the world and on his soul. Nozomu pondered her last wish, realizing how important it was to her. All his life, Nozomu had been running away from himself, from what surrounded him at the academy, and from reality itself. He had been hiding from pain, fear, and responsibility. But now he knew that if he ran from his teacher's wishes, he would lose her forever, and her sacrifice would be in vain. That would be the worst thing that could happen, because he would lose the bond that meant so much to him. However, there was still the most important thing. Nozomu didn't want to see her cry bitterly. Her tears were unbearable for him. He felt the chains inside him that bound his soul were breaking. Gathering all his will, he rose from the ground and looked straight at the dragon towering in front of him. This dragon was the embodiment of all his fears and doubts, all his inner demons. The dragon struck with its paw, and Nozomu began to scurry away, feeling the ground shake beneath his feet. In the next second, the dragon swished its tail, and Nozomu flew to the ground and rocks sprinkled on him like rain. Lying on the ground with a devastated look, he heard the dragon shouting loudly. Its roar was like thunder tearing the sky. Nozomu was completely covered in blood. His skin was drenched in a thick dark liquid that dripped from his wounds and covered his entire body, making him almost unrecognizable. His clothes were soaked with blood, sticking to his skin, making him feel heavy and uncomfortable. Despite all the horror and pain, determination burned within him like a bright flame that could not be extinguished even in the harshest of trials. This determination gave him the strength he needed to get up and keep fighting. In the next second, gathering all his remaining strength, he rose to his feet again. His movements were slow and heavy, but there was an unwavering will in every one of them. He stood before the dragon again, his gaze full of challenge and determination. He looked the dragon straight in the eye, not averting his gaze, as if his eyes could penetrate the very soul of the beast. In that gaze was all his hatred, all his anger, all his determination to win. Nozomu's mind flashed back to the moment when Shino had asked him to accept her last request. That memory surfaced in his mind like a flash of light in the darkness, giving him even more strength. He realized that Shino was not his adversary, but his ally, and her wish was the final test for him. He realized that he had to fulfill her request, no matter what it meant to himself. He had to prove himself worthy of her faith and trust. With these thoughts, he ran at the dragon, which began spewing flames. The fire was incredibly hot. Its heat felt on his skin as if thousands of needles were piercing his body. But Nozomu didn't stop. His determination was stronger than pain. He kept running despite the scalding fire, despite the fear and fatigue. He knew that he had to reach his goal, that he had to defeat this dragon. He ran until he was right in front of the dragon's mouth. The next second, the dragon's jaws slammed shut with Nozomu, engulfing him in darkness and heat. He found himself inside the monster, surrounded by a darkness and heat that seemed insurmountable. In its throat he noticed a five-colored light, shimmering and shining like the very essence of Tiamat's power. This light was so bright and beautiful that for a moment Nozomu forgot his pain and fear. It was the very power of Tiamat, the energy that was contained within the dragon. He could feel that power flowing into his body, filling him with power and confidence. He could feel his wounds beginning to heal, his strength returning to him. He stood there, surrounded by light and power, feeling his body grow stronger with each passing second. A few moments later, Nozomu was standing on the ground and the storm carried upward from him, spreading flames and light to the sides. This storm was a symbol of his triumph, his victory over the dragon and over his inner demons. He felt Tiamat's power flowing into his body, filling him with a power and confidence he had never felt before. He knew that now he was capable of anything, that nothing could stop him now. Shino looked at him, smiling with pride and joy. She knew that not everyone could match the strength of the dragon they had defeated. But this boy had succeeded, and her heart filled with pride. Her eyes shone with joy for her student, for the one who could overcome all the challenges and emerge victorious. Her smile was full of love and pride, and she knew that he was now ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. Shino realized that Nozomu was now confronting the immense power that raged within him. That force was surging through his body like streams of molten metal ready to tear him from the inside out. His mind was like a taut string on the verge of snapping, and his body, exhausted from the struggle, was at its limit. He realized that if he didn't cope with this force, it would consume him, turning him into a puppet of its dark desires. In the worst-case scenario, his body would be torn apart and the ancient dragon Tiamat would resurrect, using him as a vessel for its destructive power. Nozomu no longer had time for reflection or doubt. He shouted at Shino, his voice full of desperation and determination, as if he was trying to disperse the dark clouds hanging over him. He ordered her to hold on, assuring her that he wasn't going to retreat, his words sounding like a vow made on the battlefield. Shino, with a slight chuckle on her lips, called him a foolish student, realizing that his determination could be his undoing. She knew that she had little chance against Nozomu in his current state. Despite her skill, now that there was nothing holding back his strength, he had become a dragon slayer with exorbitant power that was difficult to control. In the next second, Nozomu, seized by rage, struck with his sword with such force that Shino barely had time to dodge. She jumped back, her movements quick and precise, and Riley remarked that one should be more gentle with ladies. Nozomu, with cold determination in his eyes, replied that he didn't see a weak girl in front of him who needed to give in. He reminded her of her age and the force with which she had tormented him in training, his words full of bitterness and defiance. Shino screamed back, her voice full of anger and resentment that a girl is always still a girl no matter how old she is. She accused him of not understanding women's hearts, adding that was why he was dumped, calling him a loser. Her words were like knives stabbing into his soul, tearing it apart. Nozomu, angered by her words, shouted back, his voice trembling with anger and pain as if a sharp sword had stabbed into his soul. He didn't understand how she could talk like that. Her words sounded like betrayal, like a knife turned in a wound. He declared that he didn't want to hear this from a hermit who had escaped into the forest. His words were soaked with bitterness and disappointment like poison. His voice echoed through the forest, amplifying the feeling of his inner pain. He accused her of being a failure like himself. His words were full of bitterness and frustration, as if he was trying to share his pain with the world. He felt his heart clench with pain as the weight of her words pressed down on him, preventing him from breathing. His emotions boiled inside him like a bubbling volcano ready to erupt. Shino exploded with anger, her face turning purple and her eyes flashing with fury like lightning bolts tearing through the dark sky. Her anger was like a storm ripping her from the inside out. She asked how dare he insult his mentor. Her voice was full of anger and determination, like a steel blade ready to break through any barriers. Her words were like a challenge thrown on the battlefield, as if she was calling him to the final battle. She commanded him to come closer so she could teach him respect. Her eyes never took their eyes off Nozomu, determination burning in them, a willingness to fight to the end. Nozomu ran up to her. His movements were quick and decisive, like lightning flashing in a stormy sky. His heart was beating like a frenzy, adrenaline filled every cell in his body. The fight between them continued with renewed vigor. Their strikes and counter-strikes were like a deadly dance in which every step could be their last. Nozomu stated that he was tired of taking the daily beatings from her that were part of his training. His voice was full of bitterness and pain, as if each blow was leaving new wounds on his heart. He could feel his body growing weary, but his spirit remained unbending. In the next second, Shino used the Kai technique, a shock cannon, compressed Kai pointed in one direction to throw back the opponent. Her movements were swift and precise, like a lightning strike, and Nozomu flew aside. But he did not lose his balance and remained on his feet, ready to continue the fight. His body was like a taut string, ready to burst at any moment, but he didn't give up. His determination was unyielding. Shino, seeing this, ordered him to go to hell, calling him a misogynist. Her voice was full of anger and contempt as a sharp blade stabbed into his soul. Her words were full of venom. Her anger was like a storm tearing everything in its path. Nozomu's eyes burned with the fire of determination. His body was filled with energy and power that he could barely control, like a volcano ready to erupt. Shino, noticing this, realized that he had raised his skill level right in the middle of the battle, her heart filled with pride and anxiety, as if she saw him rising to new heights, but she feared for his safety. Nozomu shouted that this was what he was talking about, accusing her of pretending to be a helpless old woman and then hitting him with such force that he could barely stay on his feet. His words were full of bitterness and defiance, as if he was trying to free himself from the weight of her accusations. In the next second, Nozomu used the Kai technique, a destructive strike, channeling all of his power into a single blow. This technique was so powerful that if it hit the target, the opponent's organs would burst under the simultaneous effects of Kai and the shockwave, as if nature itself had rebelled against its own creation. Shino and Nozomu stood opposite each other, their eyes full of determination and challenge, as if they could see right through each other. Nozomu managed to fend off Shino's attack, his sword ringing from the blow and his heart pounding like crazy. Shino, smiling, declared that she did it so that he would remember the greatness of his master. Her eyes sparkled with pride and satisfaction, as if she had just reached the pinnacle of mastery. Nozomu, infuriated by her words, shouted that she was just a common rogue. His voice shook with anger, as if he was trying to dispel the heavy clouds hanging over his soul. Ritual magic had its origins in ancient rituals of offering prayers to gods and spirits. These prayers included dancing, and it was from here that the basis of ritual techniques arose, the fusion of dance and martial arts. The multiple attacks wielded by the masters resembled an exquisite dance in which every step was thought out in detail. The attacker himself, like a conductor, awakened the magical elements around him, using ritual magic, which was woven into his movements, creating a harmony of power and beauty. The development of a method of ceremonial chanting consisting of 1,000 words for a siege was one of the highest achievements of ritual magic. This ritual battle dance, called reincarnation, absorbed the power of the surrounding magical elements and gave the performer new powers over and over again. The longer you danced, the stronger you became, absorbing the energy of earth, sky, and spirit. Kai technique and magic were at first glance as incompatible as fire and water. Kai utilizes the physical foundation of the caster, while magic relies on spiritual and natural forces. They repelled each other like two opposite poles, but Nozomu was now capable of impossible combinations. His outstanding control of the flow of Kai, the synergy of martial spirit and perfect dance allowed him to master one of the most advanced techniques, as if he were merging with nature itself. Shino realized with both sadness and pride that Nozomu was indeed getting stronger. In less than 2 years, he had acquired the most advanced skills, endured hellish training that was capable of breaking anyone else, and overcome the absolute might of battles, facing opponents that few could overpower. In the entire continent, there would only be a few people who could defeat this young man who broke his bonds and became a dragon slayer. Such power could easily break the mind of an ordinary man. But Nozomu was unshakable. His soul was hardened by trials, his will was as strong as steel, and nothing could stop him. Suddenly, Shino realized that her Kai was no longer recovering. She could feel her strength leaving her, as if the earth itself was refusing to give her any more energy. Her body was growing weaker with every strike, every movement, and that feeling of helplessness was eating her up from the inside out. The fight continued, but she began to lose strength, her movements less precise and her blows less powerful. Nozomu, noticing her weakness, used the Phantom Flash technique, which turned his blade into a conduit for the power of the Kai embedded in it. It was the fastest technique of all, capable of breaking through any defense, and it was the decisive technique in this battle. Suddenly, Shino fell to the ground, her body exhausted, but her eyes still burned with determination and pride. Nozomu ran over to her and picked her up in his arms, his heart clenched with pain and regret as if it was wrapped in icy shackles. Shino noticed with a smile that he had grown stronger, and said she didn't think she could teach him anything else. Her voice was quiet, but full of pride for her student. She stated that she was happy that he had accepted her last request and that he had given her the peace she had longed for. Nozomu began to cry, his tears dripping down her face like raindrops on dry ground. He stated that she had taught him to train his mind, but he was still a fool, his voice trembling with pain and regret. Shino, growing weaker by the second, ordered him to remember one thing, that he could run or get stuck in place, but not turn away from the fact that he was running from reality. For if he forgot that, he would be forever frozen and unable to move on with his life. Her words were like a last will, like a guide to action that was meant to guide him in the future. Nozomu realized that even in this final moment, Shino was giving him guidance, leaving a light that would serve to guide him. Her voice grew quieter and quieter, but determination burned in her eyes, as if her entire life's journey was reflected in them. She said that even if he ran away, even if he got stuck in one place, the most important thing was not to forget it. Then, no matter what path he chose, one day he would be able to move on. Her words were full of wisdom and hope that left a deep mark on his soul. Tears flowed from Shino's eyes. Her face became calm and peaceful, as if she had finally found peace. She declared that she was tired and would probably sleep. The sun's rays illuminated her body lying on the ground, as if nature was saying goodbye to her, surrounding her with light and warmth. Nozomu bent over her, tears flowing from his eyes, his heart breaking with pain and loss. She said goodbye to him, her voice barely audible but full of warmth and love. Nozomu thanked her, his voice trembling with tears. Her body was engulfed in the earth, as if she had merged with the nature she had always longed for. Above the place where she rested, a beautiful monument immediately appeared, a symbol of her greatness and strength. Butterflies flew around, their wings shimmering in the sun, as if nature herself was giving her final farewell. Nozomu stood beside the monument, his heart full of pain and determination. He understood what lay ahead of him, and he knew he had to go forward despite the pain and loss. He began to back away. His steps were heavy but full of determination, as if each step was a tribute to Shino's memory. He knew that he had to keep living to fulfill her last will and keep her memory alive in his heart. A fire burned in his soul that would guide him on his journey, and Nozomu knew that there were new challenges waiting for him to overcome. With each step he felt her wisdom and strength stay with him, helping him to move forward despite all difficulties and obstacles. In the halls of the ancient castle, a man's voice sounded harsh and commanding. He strode swiftly towards Mrs. Lugata, his face filled with concern. As soon as he reached her, he voiced an urgent and important message that required her immediate attention. Mrs. Lugata instantly fixed her gaze on him, noting that this visit was clearly not a casual one. The man did not hesitate to inform her that the deadline for the fulfillment of an important treaty that had already been made by her predecessor was approaching. Given the significance of this contract, the girl quickly remembered that it was the contracts drawn up by her father and asked insistently which one was in question at the moment. The man explained that it was a contract with a landlord from the southern provinces of the country. The deadline for fulfilling the obligations under that agreement had passed, and the goods that had been provided as a reward for the assistance rendered now needed to be collected. Mrs. Lugata's tone changed to one of determination. She stated that she was putting him in charge of this task. She emphasized that he should not procrastinate or delay in carrying out the orders. Should there be any difficulties or resistance from the outside during the execution, he must act decisively and get rid of those who would get in the way. The man, though somewhat concerned, inquired as to how confident she was in her decision, especially given the precarious state of their own state. In response, Mrs. Lugata ordered him not to disobey and to obey her will without hesitation. She added that although the emperor might be somewhat annoyed by the current circumstances, it was not a critical problem. Furthermore, she mentioned that the Jurnus family representatives were expected at the castle soon, and they should prepare to receive them as soon as possible. The man nodded, expressing understanding, and immediately stated that he would set off. Mrs. Lugata blessed his departure, and he left the hall. Moments later, a dark aura stretched behind his back from the castle window as a sign of his swift departure and readiness to fulfill the assigned task. Nozomu slowly paced the stone courtyard of Salmonati Academy, immersed in his thoughts. A light breeze ruffled his hair, but he didn't notice it, absorbed in his own worries. He had recently managed to barely make it to the third year, but the path had been strewn with difficulties. He had to take many additional exams, more than any other student in the history of the academy. And despite his best efforts, he again found himself at the bottom, in the class considered the weakest. The practical exam was almost fatal for him. He nearly failed it due to injuries and an inability to fully develop his new powers, and in order to avoid being kicked out of the class, he had to push himself on the written. Nozomu thought that perhaps at this point he was better off leaving things as they were without making drastic changes. The Dragon Slayer power that had been given to him was so powerful and unstoppable that it was extremely difficult to handle. Every time he used his power, the impact would turn hard rocks into fine dust, making its use completely unacceptable in an academic environment. This destructive power, capable of sweeping away barriers and creating catastrophic destruction, was extremely dangerous and could not be properly utilized in an academic setting. Nozomu realized that he could only control his power for 2 minutes, after which its effects became too strong and chaotic to be handled. Should he release this power without proper control, the consequences could be catastrophic. His mind could be destroyed and his body could be destroyed in just a few seconds. In addition to dealing with his own power, Nozomu was also trying to figure out how he should proceed in the difficult situation with Tiamat and Lisa. He realized that so far he had only avoided making difficult decisions and preferred to run away from problems rather than face them head-on. There were voices of students around him who did not hesitate to express their opinions about his place in the academy. They wondered why he was still continuing to study on par with them despite his obvious problems and failures. Their voices were filled with condemnation, and they wondered why he was placed on the same level as them, given his numerous failures. The students openly criticized Nozomu, claiming that he did not deserve his place among them, since he had already failed the examinations 3 times and still could not understand that his presence here was inappropriate. The Salmonati Academy was an upper-class educational institution that enrolled only the most gifted youngsters from all corners of the continent. This school was recognized as one of the best of its kind and accepted only those of exceptional ability and talent. The academy had a strict system of rules and regulations to encourage competition and stimulate personal growth. Here every student had to fight for his or her place under the sun to prove his or her worth and worthy place in the hierarchy of the institution. However, the system, despite its many advantages, was not without its negative consequences. Within the academy, a complex hierarchy of classes was built, which was based on the level of achievement and demonstrated ability. At the top of this hierarchy were the most outstanding and talented students who enjoyed all the privileges and respect. Those at the bottom of the hierarchy were in the shadows, subject to constant scorn and ridicule from their more successful peers. Despite the fact that many students possessed outstanding abilities and talents, it was extremely difficult to break through to the top and gain recognition at the academy. It required not only outstanding performance, but also constant exertion and struggle. Even those who were recognized as geniuses in their homeland could face difficulties and obstacles that prevented them from reaching high positions within the academy. These obstacles may have been due to inefficiencies in the system or simply because the competition was too fierce and ruthless. Students who found themselves in the lower grades often experienced a growing sense of anger and frustration. Constant humiliation, lack of recognition, and comparative failure in the eyes of more successful students built up negative emotions in them. Over time, this sense of anger and frustration turned into a deep-seated inferiority complex. Those who could no longer tolerate the humiliation and constant pressure often began to take their pain out on those even lower in the hierarchy. This situation created a vicious circle in which the weakest were subjected to even more pressure and humiliation. Nozomu found himself at the bottom of this complex social structure of the academy. He was one of those who experienced all the hardships and difficulties associated with an inferior status in an educational institution. His gaze, imbued with an inner tension and a desire to understand his place, was focused as he entered the classroom. There was a tense atmosphere inside the room. His classmates surrounded him, their gazes full of judgment and contempt. Each of them, like a pack of predators, watched his every move, recording his every mistake and failure. Nozomu felt the weight of their gazes, and this hostile atmosphere became a tangible reminder of how difficult it was for him in this difficult world of Salmonati Academy. Suddenly, the classroom door opened with a sudden noise, and the figure of a girl with a confident posture appeared in the opening. It was Henry Var, their new teacher, who had just been appointed to the position. She entered the classroom with a slight smile on her lips and an expressive look that spoke of her determination and experience. The slight excitement in the air was replaced with wary attention as she began to speak. Henry Var announced that Mr. Caskel had been appointed to the position of 5th grade classroom teacher, and she would now teach the 10th grade to which they had just been assigned. With these words, she moved on to the next stage of her speech, congratulating the students on their successful entry into the 3rd year. It was an important event for all, and her words were full of sincere approval and encouragement. She invited the students to take their seats and settle down to create a comfortable atmosphere for the start of the school year. After the students were settled in their seats, Henry Var introduced herself in more detail. She remarked that it might be difficult for some of them to accept the fact that they were placed in a class at the very bottom of the list, and that it might cause them resentment or frustration. With understanding and warmth, she noted that such feelings were natural, but cautioned that no one should let these emotions overshadow their opportunities and ambitions. Henry Var assured the students that in her eyes they were no worse than any other group. She explained that her experience with higher grades had shown her that each student had a unique talent that simply had not yet been discovered. Turning to Nozomu, she observed that some of them might know more about their abilities than others, or at least were trying to find out. She smiled and added that it was important not only to recognize one's strengths but also to strive to develop them. Her words were full of encouragement, and she was clearly trying to create a supportive and helpful atmosphere in the classroom. Then, changing her tone to a more formal one, Henry Var proposed to start the new school year. She decided to do a first formal check of those present to make sure all students were in place. She began calling out names from the list, and her voice sounded clear and confident, ensuring that each student could respond and confirm their presence. Each name she spoke sounded like the beginning of a new phase in their academic lives, emphasizing the importance and seriousness of the months ahead. Mars, seated in the far corner of the classroom, watched thoughtfully. His gaze was especially fixed on Nozomo. His eyes read worry and doubt, as if he was searching for something in Nozomo's actions. Henry Var, standing in front of the class with a confident look, announced that the day's exam preparation would begin in earnest. From that moment on, they were in for intense practice sessions and many different activities. The academic year presented the students with new challenges and demanded an ever-increasing level of preparation. As if to confirm her words, she declared that it was now time to practice martial techniques. In the third year of the Salmonati Academy, the practical classes became more complex and multifaceted. In particular, most of the classes were devoted to group fights. Nozomo felt a growing excitement as he walked onto the training ground with the rest of the students. He knew that this day was bound to come, but he was still unprepared for what it represented. These battles were complex and multi-layered challenges where success depended not only on individual skill, but also on the ability to work with a team. Nozomo anxiously looked around for a group he could join. His search was in vain. Many students ignored him, others simply looked away. Without a team, he had nowhere to go, and he felt increasingly isolated. He was beginning to get lost in his own thoughts when suddenly he heard a voice behind him. In the midst of the general chaos and tense anticipation as Nozomo searched unsuccessfully for a team, there was suddenly a voice speaking directly to him. The voice sounded confident and at ease as he asked if Nozomo still had a team and invited him to join his group. It was Mars, standing a few steps behind, with a clear and confident gaze that he directed at Nozomo. For a moment, Nozomo froze in place, dumbfounded by the unexpected proposal. Around him, the students seemed to be utterly confused by this decision of Mars. He, who himself had always been the center of attention and seemed to command the respect of his peers, suddenly decided to take Nozomo, who was considered a loser in the eyes of many, onto his team. Nozomo inwardly doubted that Mars was really serious about his offer and thought that he was just being used or possibly rejected once again. All these thoughts came over him, and he hesitated at first, hesitating to immediately agree. After overcoming his doubts, Nozomo pulled himself together and resolutely replied that he was willing to be part of the team. This determination, though expressed with a degree of uncertainty, caused Mars to smile with joy and satisfaction. Henry Var, who had been watching, noticed how quickly the situation had changed and, with a slight smile on her face, announced that Nozomo and Mars's group were now officially one team. She signaled the start of the practice battle, and the teams, armed with swords and full of determination, rushed at each other. The battle began with a furious burst of energy as the teams armed with swords and magical abilities faced each other in the arena. Each student was eager to demonstrate their skill and strengthen their position in the team. The air was filled with the sounds of clinking blades, thudding blows, and loud shouts. Every step, every swing of the sword was full of determination and energy. Nozomo, being in the epicenter of this tumultuous battle, tried to keep up with his comrades. He could feel his adrenaline rushing through his veins. Every cell in his body was at the limit of tension. He deftly dodged attacks and parried his opponent's blows, but he realized that single actions would do little to help the team if they were not coordinated. Suddenly, from deep within the opposing team, one of the girls raised her hands, concentrating magical energy. With instant precision and power, she released a spell, and in the next second, a wind blade glinting in the sunlight flew toward Nozomo's group. The blade, spinning at an unimaginable speed, tore the air with an ominous whoosh. Nozomo instantly realized that their opponents were trying to divide their group, disrupting the battle order and wreaking havoc. He reacted quickly, raising his sword and preparing to repel the attack. The battle became even more tense when the members of his team, acting cohesively, managed to repel this magical attack with their combined efforts. The wind blades scattered in the air, and for a moment, everything went silent. In that brief moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but the tension did not ease. They knew that this was only the beginning. The battle continued with even greater ferocity. Punches and counterpunches followed one after another, each participant giving his best. Nozomo could feel his muscles getting tired, but he did not let himself relax. Suddenly, he noticed a fireball being released from the opposing team. The bright flames rapidly approaching them made his heart freeze for a moment. He didn't know who exactly released this powerful spell, but he realized that it carried a serious threat. One of his team members suggested shooting at the fireball to neutralize it. However, another quickly objected, pointing out the risk of accidentally hitting his own. A brief argument ensued between the two, which only exacerbated the situation. At this point, one of the students, with obvious disdain in his voice, declared that Nozomu was useless anyway and it was better to use it as a decoy. These words were like a cold blow to Nozomu. He was deeply shocked and couldn't understand why his own team had decided to use him in such a way. When the fireball was already closed, Nozomu felt despair overwhelm him. But in that moment when it seemed that all was lost, he saw Mars, who swiftly flew towards him. Mars, despite the danger, decided to help Nozomu. He skillfully repelled the fireball from the side, protecting Nozomu from possible damage. This sudden and selfless help from Mars was not only unexpected but also extremely important to Nozomu. Nozomu found himself in an extremely difficult situation. He not only had to fend off attacks from his enemies, but also had to dodge unexpected blows from his own allies. The training ground was in chaos. Magic spells and arrows hovered in the air, and the battle cries and noise of battle only added to the tension. Nozomu kept a close eye on his two comrades who were working in pairs. One of them drew his bow, preparing to fire, while the other concentrated on preparing a spell. Their coordinated actions were impressive, and Nozomu realized that he would have to show all his skill to handle this situation. He made the decision to show them what he was capable of. In the next second, Nozomu moved lightning fast, scattering everyone on the ground. Before anyone knew it, his figure had disappeared from sight. The archer, trying to draw his bow, didn't realize where Nozomu had gone. Meanwhile, Nozomu was already behind the backs of his enemies. He attacked them with such speed and precision that everyone around him was startled by his sudden appearance. His blows were swift and precise, and his movements were like a hurricane that could not be predicted. Suddenly, Mars appeared next to Nozomu. This was expected, for Mars had always been characterized by his determination and fighting skills. He used magic to attack, but Nozomu managed to run away, avoiding the blow. He realized that if it wasn't for his instant reaction and quick dash ability, Mars would have definitely hit him. Nozomu and Mars stood opposite each other, each silently studying the other. Their gazes met in a mute dialogue, full of unspoken thoughts and hidden emotions. Mars' gaze was full of confidence and determination, his eyes glowing with a firm belief in his own strength and the rightness of his actions. Nozomu, on the other hand, felt somewhat confused. He couldn't understand what was driving this man, why Mars had decided to invite him to the team, or what was on his mind. Nozomu's mind was swarming with unanswered questions, and he could not find an explanation for this unexpected turn of events. After the battle, they were left to clean up the training ground as punishment for the chaos and indiscipline they had created. This task was unpleasant but unavoidable for them. They silently picked up the scattered items, restored order, and tried to make sense of what had happened. Mars, immersed in his thoughts, walked down the corridor, thinking about what had happened. He couldn't help but notice that Nozomu had changed. This change was obvious and left no room for doubt. It turned out that Nozomu was an excellent fighter whose skills far exceeded Mars' expectations. He constantly moved around the battlefield, used his opponent's blind spots to his advantage, and avoided attacks with remarkable agility. Mars saw Nozomu deal with the attacks of all four of them, both the enemies and his inept allies. It was an impressive sight. What surprised Mars even more was how Nozomu anticipated his own attack and moved instantly to avoid the blow. This required not only speed but also flair, which not every fighter could develop. Mars wondered where Nozomu got such experience and skill. He had no one at the academy to train with at such a high level, and his rank was not high enough to receive challenging assignments from the guild. Suddenly, Mars realized that the only place to gain such practical experience was the forest. Only in the forest could one meet real opponents, face real threats, and learn how to survive in constant danger. The thought intrigued Mars, and he decided that it was necessary to test his hunches. As soon as Nozomu left the dormitory, he immediately felt himself being followed. In the first few seconds he was outside his temporary shelter, his keen senses picked up something wrong. A slight tingling in his back and the overwhelming sensation of someone's gaze kept him on his toes. The stalking didn't disappear even when he reached the center of the city. Crowds of people swarmed around him, buzzing, peddling, discussing the news, but it didn't confuse him. He moved through the street markets and bustling squares, but his pursuer didn't lag a step behind. Each step he took was accompanied by a quiet but elusive sense of someone else's presence that made him more and more wary. No malice, however, came from her. He didn't feel overtly threatened, but his intuition told him that he was being watched closely. There was something oddly almost benevolent about that presence, but Nozomu couldn't relax until he figured out who was following him and why. Moving through the crowd of people, Nozomu tried to throw his pursuer off his tail. He skillfully maneuvered between passersby, used secluded corners, and quickly changed direction, hoping that someone would leave him alone. But it was all in vain, and the stalker continued to follow him like a shadow. He thought he would throw off the pursuer if he went into the forest. The forest seemed to him the perfect place to finally hide. The thick trees, dense undergrowth, and endless paths could help him confuse his tracks. However, a growing bad feeling did not leave him. He knew what important secret he was keeping, and realized that every wrong step could lead to disaster. Suddenly, Nozomu stopped. A hunch flashed through his mind, and he decided to stop to comprehend the situation. He turned his head to the left, then to the right, trying to catch the slightest movement around him. His heart beat fast and his breathing slowed in anticipation. He speculated that perhaps someone had gotten wind that he had become a dragon slayer. The thought pierced his mind like a bolt of lightning. He realized that if someone had indeed found out about his new power, it could explain their persistence. However, it also meant that his secret was no longer safe. Nozomu realized that if he decided to get rid of his pursuit, there could be serious problems. He realized that trying to hide or escape could only make matters worse and put him in even greater danger. A stalker clearly interested in him could start acting more aggressively if he felt he had been exposed. This prospect made Nozomu uneasy, as he didn't want to provoke the stranger into taking drastic action that could lead to unpredictable consequences. Though he didn't want to lead the stranger to the master's hut either. The master's hut was his only refuge, a place where he felt safe and could relax after long days of training and testing. It was his sanctuary, where he found peace in the wisdom of his mentor. To take a stranger there, even if he had no malicious intent, would be to violate that sanctuary and put himself in danger. Thoughts of the possible consequences made him proceed with extreme caution. Nozomu decided that he would have to find out for himself, and slowly stopped. He realized that the only way to find out who was following him was to meet his pursuer face to face. He slowed his step, took a deep breath and stopped, straightened his back and focused, preparing himself for any eventuality. His heart was beating fast, but he remained outwardly calm, ready for a possible confrontation. He glanced to one side, but it was empty and no one was there. His gaze slid down the streets, crowded with people going about their business, unaware of the internal struggle going on inside Nozomu. None of the passersby looked suspicious, and for a moment he thought he was mistaken. Then Nozomu looked the other way, and his gaze stopped on someone he didn't expect to see at all. Turning his head, he noticed a figure that did not fit in with the surroundings. Standing right in front of him was Mars. Mars' face was calm yet determined, and his eyes glowed with confidence. This encounter was completely unexpected, and Nozomu felt a slight shock at the realization of who was his pursuer. Mars knew that Nozomu would notice him, yet he still hoped for the best. He realized that their paths would cross sooner or later, and he was prepared for that moment. His gaze remained calm but attentive, as if he had foreseen every possible outcome of this encounter. Nozomu, sensing the growing tension, asked Mars a sharp and direct question that had been brewing in his mind for a long time. What was he doing following him? There was surprise and indignation in his voice, as if he couldn't believe that someone could violate his personal space so unceremoniously. Mars's reply was loud and curt. He wanted to make sure of something important to him. Nozomu's voice was full of bewilderment and anger as he demanded an explanation, his words seeming to burst out from deep within him, demanding answers to the questions that had been nagging at him. Mars, on the other hand, did not hide his emotions. His cry was full of determination and persistence that left no room for doubt. It was the cry of a man who was sure of his rightness and ready to defend it at any cost. Nozomu couldn't understand what Mars was saying. His words sounded meaningless, as if they were speaking different languages. Suddenly, Mars drew his sword, and this movement spoke more than any words. Slowly but surely, he drew his sword from its sheath without taking his eyes off Nozomu. There was an unwavering determination in his gaze, as if he was prepared for the coming fight and knew it was inevitable. Nozomu realized that the conversation had taken a different turn. Realizing that the situation was getting serious, he slowly but surely drew his sword. Their hearts beat in unison, anticipating the upcoming battle. Tension hung in the air, as if the whole world was frozen in anticipation of the outcome of this fight. Both fighters were ready to clash, and their determination was unyielding. Mars lunged forward with unexpected speed, and their swords made contact with a deafening clang. Sparks sprinkled from the impact, and the air around them was filled with tension. The very space around them seemed to be frozen in anticipation, and every breath was full of foreboding. Nozomo, agitated and puzzled, did not hold back his emotions and loudly demanded an explanation from Mars, questioning what devil he was doing. His voice was filled with both bewilderment and anger, intertwined as if he was trying to understand what could have made Mars do such a thing. Mars, on the other hand, didn't hesitate for a second and firmly stated that his only wish was to get an answer to his question. The same determination in his words as in his eyes filled the situation with an overwhelming tension. Each of them was trying to unravel the other's mystery, but both of them were ready to fight to the end, not giving up a single step. It was a confrontation between two strong personalities, each believing they were right and not going to back down. Nozomo demanded an explanation. His voice was full of bewilderment and anger. He could not understand what was going on and why Mars was so insistent in his actions. But in the next moment, Mars, without wasting any time, used a powerful swinging punch. His strike was both strong and fast, causing Nozomo to strain all his strength to parry the attack. This required his maximum concentration and reaction time, as Mars acted with amazing speed and precision. Nozomo was surprised to note that Mars did not even stagger, even though the sword in his hands was enormous. It was an impressive sight. Mars, holding the heavy weapon, seemed incredibly confident and agile. His movements were precise and sure, indicating a high degree of skill and training that could only be achieved through years of training and hard work. Mars delivered a whole series of blows, and yet they were all smooth and uninterrupted. The blows followed one after another like waves that could not be stopped. Each time Nozomo parried a blow, Mars would strike again, giving him no time to pause. It was like a dance whose every step and movement was carefully thought out and honed to perfection. The fight continued, becoming more and more fierce and tense. The swords glittered in the light of the setting sun, and each new blow was stronger than the previous one. Both fighters gave their best, leaving each other no chance for error. Their breathing was quickening and their muscles were straining to the limit. But no one was going to give in. It was a true test of willpower and endurance, where neither of them wanted to lose. They attacked each other with a fury bordering on desperation. Each of them knew that this fight was important not only for their physical survival, but also for understanding each other. They were like two tigers fighting for their territory. Each blow was filled with power and determination, and each knew there was more at stake than just victory or defeat. Suddenly, Mars decided to use one of his powerful Kai techniques, the Wind Fist. This technique, originated from ancient martial arts schools, was to store wind energy in the fist, which greatly increased the power of the strike. Mars pointed his fist towards Nozomo, intending to deliver a decisive blow. The wind flow coming from his fist raised a cloud of dust and small debris around him, creating an ominous vortex. This flow was so strong that it caused the trees around him to rumble and small objects to spin in the air. It was an awe-inspiring sight and showed the true power of the Wind Fist. The wind not only amplified the blow, but also created a powerful current that could literally knock an opponent down or push him a considerable distance away. The wind howled around Mars' arm, and his eyes sparkled with determination. Nozomo, despite the power and suddenness of the attack, did not fall. His feet, as if they were embedded in the ground, remained firmly standing even though he could feel the powerful pressure of the wind on his body. He gathered all his inner strength and focused on stability. The muscles in his legs tensed and his body leaned forward slightly, compensating for the pressure. It was a display of incredible willpower and physical fitness. Mars, watching Nozomo, realized that his opponent was not so simple. He saw that Nozomo, despite his physical superiority and his greater supply of Kai, skillfully dodged or parried attacks with enviable ease. Several times Mars was sure that his strikes would reach their target, but each time Nozomo managed to retreat, move to the side, or block the attack. This caused Mars to recognize that Nozomo was vastly superior to him in the art of swordsmanship. Mars began to realize that Nozomo had not only physical agility, but also strategic thinking. Nozomo's every move was deliberate, every evasion precise and well-timed. Mars realized that if he could learn the secret of Nozomo's skill, he could greatly improve his own skills and become stronger. This thought kept him on his toes and made him continue the fight with even more determination. Mars closed his eyes for a moment, trying to focus and think about his actions. He imagined how powerful he could become with such knowledge and skills. This vision of might filled him with a new ambition. Then, opening his eyes and looking at Nozomo, Mars made a firm decision. He put his sword away in its scabbard, showing that his aggression had temporarily subsided, and apologized to Nozomo for the unexpected attack. There was sincerity in his words as he admitted that his actions were motivated by a desire to get an answer to a question that was important to him. Mars, after hesitating a bit, finally asked his question. He wanted to know how Nozomu had reached such a high level of skill. Mars saw that his opponent possessed not only strength and agility, but also a deep understanding of the martial arts, and this knowledge could be invaluable to him. Nozomu's eyes read slight bewilderment as he tried to understand exactly what the question was about. Then, after realizing the point of the question, he clarified whether it was about his mastery of the blade. Mars nodded, confirming his intentions. Nozomu took a deep breath and began his explanation. He revealed that he had a mentor who had taught him from the beginning of his journey in the martial arts. This mentor was not only a teacher to Nozomu, but also a guiding star that helped him navigate the world of martial arts. Thanks to his mentor, Nozomu was able to reach the heights he demonstrated in combat. Mars, impressed by what he heard, requested a meeting with the man, hoping that he could also gain valuable knowledge and skills. Nozomu thought for a moment, his eyes clouded with sadness, and he quietly whispered that his mentor had already died. There was a deep sadness and reverence for his teacher's memory in Nozomu's voice. Mars expressed his understanding and sympathy, realizing the loss Nozomu had suffered. Mars then asked another question, wanting to know exactly how his mentor had trained Nozomu. His eyes burned with interest and his voice sounded persistent, revealing his sincere desire to understand the secret of his opponent's skill. Nozomu, sensing that Mars really wanted to know the truth, began to talk about his training and deadly fights with a mentor named Shino. He explained that her methods were harsh and ruthless, demanding his utmost dedication and complete focus. Every day under her guidance was a fight for survival, where there was no room for weakness or doubt. Shino was not just a mentor, but a ruthless test, tempering his body and spirit. Nozomu described how Shino tested him to the limit, forcing him to fight to the limit of his abilities. Every morning began with grueling workouts that lasted until late afternoon, and there wasn't a day without pain and fatigue. Mars was amazed to hear of the harsh conditions in which Nozomu was trained. He couldn't believe his ears, realizing that someone could endure such trials and not break down. Images of the brutal training and the constant stress Nozomu must have been under came into his mind. He wondered how the man even managed to survive going through such trials. Nozomu admitted that he himself sometimes did not understand how he managed. Mars finally declared that everything was now falling into place. All those questions and mysteries that had been bothering him had found a logical explanation. Nozomu's incredible mastery of the blade, his remarkable precision of movement, and his cool judgment on the battlefield were all the result of his mentor's brutal training. Mars realized that every element of swordsmanship, every tactical move he had seen Nozomu perform, had been developed and honed through relentless training and constant practice. Nozomu was not just proficient with a blade, he was skilled in his craft down to the smallest detail. His movements were perfected to the point of automatism. Each attack and defense was carefully thought out and executed with impeccable precision. All of this was made possible through rigorous training and relentless practice under the guidance of Master Shino. Nozomu learned not only how to wield the blade, but also developed tactical abilities that allowed him to anticipate the actions of the enemy and react to them with lightning speed. Nozomu constantly moved around on the battlefield to avoid encirclement and continue to fight one-on-one. This tactic was not just a strategic choice, but a necessity developed through the rigors of training and combat. He learned to avoid traps and encirclement, to use speed and maneuverability to stay out of reach of his enemies. This art of constant movement and evasion was developed in him through brutal training, where every mistake could cost him his life. Nozomu learned it by fighting packs of wild beasts. His training often took place in the forest where he encountered dangerous predators, which taught him to always be on guard and use the environment to his advantage. These encounters with wild beasts taught him to make instant decisions in order to survive. In each fight, in each bout, he developed his skills and honed his prowess, learning to use every element of the environment for his defense and offense. During training fights with the master, the slightest delay could cost him his life. It was not just training, but a fight for survival. Nozomu realized that every moment on the battlefield could be decisive, and so he developed the ability to react instantly to any threat. He possessed the art of making the quickest, most correct decisions. This ability became his second nature, developed through countless training and combat situations. Nozomu looked at Mars carefully, his eyes full of bewilderment and hidden irritation. He couldn't understand why Mars was following him, and it made him increasingly uneasy. Nozomu decided to ask the direct question that had been on his tongue for a long time. He asked why Mars was following him and what was really driving his actions. His voice sounded firm and demanding, as if he hoped to hear the truth without excuses. Nozomu couldn't hide his skepticism, and when he heard Mars' inarticulate explanation, He asked him not to say that he had jumped him just to ask the question. There was obvious mockery and disappointment in his words, as if he had not expected anything of the sort from Mars. It was as if those words demanded a more convincing explanation. Mars, caught off guard, thought for a moment. His face changed, expressing inner struggle and confusion. He turned away, avoiding Nozomu's gaze, and said quietly that he wanted to say something important, but hesitated, unable to find the right words. He was clearly confused, as if he didn't know how to explain his actions. His confusion and his attempt to justify himself showed that he did not fully understand his motives. At that moment, their tense conversation was interrupted by a sudden call. Someone called out to Mars in a loud and determined voice. It was his sister. She came up behind him, her steps quick and sure, and her voice sounded harsh and demanding. Nozomu turned around and saw her, a tall and confident girl whose eyes sparkled with anger and concern. She asked Mars why he had brought Nozomu to such a wilderness and what he was up to in the first place. Her words were full of suspicion and reproach, as if she knew in advance that Mars was up to something bad. There was a note of irritation and worry in her voice, as if she had experienced this kind of situation many times before. Mars, clearly annoyed by her interference, shouted back that he wasn't up to anything. His voice was full of defensive anger, as if he was trying to justify himself, not only to her, but also to himself. He asked her what she was doing here, his words harsh and curt, as if he was trying to push her away with his anger. The girl began to explain what had happened the day before when she was returning from the market. Her gaze was focused and determined, and her voice sounded with such confidence that Nozomu involuntarily listened. She told him that she had noticed Mars wandering around the city with a gloomy expression on his face, and that he had caught her attention with his sullenness and strange behavior. His every movement seemed suspicious to her, and on a hunch she decided to follow him. Her voice was determined and stubborn, and she spoke with such conviction that it was hard not to believe her words. The girl continued, saying that she had decided to follow Mars for a reason. According to her, she had caught the moment when he was just trying to rob someone. Her words sounded accusatory, as if she had discovered the secret of his dark deeds. She added that her hunch was confirmed when she saw Mars about to attack Nozomu. Fury glittered in her eyes, and her every gesture expressed indignation and condemnation. Mars, angered by her assumption, asked why he would want to rob someone. His voice was full of despair and helplessness. He didn't understand where such accusations came from. His words sounded as if he genuinely couldn't understand why his sister thought he could commit such an act. His face expressed confusion and incomprehension, and he searched for an answer to her accusations. The girl, without lowering her tone, stated that given his usual behavior, it was a logical conclusion. Her words were full of sarcasm and bitterness, as if she had long accumulated these resentments and was now finally able to express them. Her voice sounded tired and frustrated, as if she had been forced to deal with the consequences of his behavior for too long. She spoke with such emotion that it seemed as if every phrase she spoke was the accumulation of years of resentment. She added that he had no idea how many people she and her aunt had had to apologize to for his antics. She had long suffered from her brother's behavior, and now she was pouring out all of her accumulated emotions. Her voice sounded tired and resentful, as if she was tired of the endless problems her brother brought her. She recounted the many times she had to apologize and make excuses for his actions, and her eyes filled with tears of helplessness and frustration. Nozomu was dumbfounded to learn that Mars had a younger sister. This information came as a surprise to him. He couldn't imagine that Mars, who seemed like a loner to him, had a family to take care of. For Nozomu, it was a revelation that changed his perception of Mars. He saw him not only as a brash and confident bully, but also as a man with family obligations and problems. The girl continued to yell at Mars, telling him that she was no longer allowed in her favorite store because of something he had once arranged there. Her words were full of bitterness and frustration, as if she had lost something important because of his behavior. She added that because of such an older brother, all the yearlings in the neighborhood were afraid of her, and she was always having to apologize to the neighbors for him. There was resentment and anger in her voice, as if she had suffered from his behavior for a long time, and now she had found an opportunity to speak out. She described how she had to deal with the distrust and judgment of others because of Mars' behavior. Nozomu noticed that the worst bully in their class was silent while his sister scolded him. It was amazing to him to see how Mars, always confident and defiant, suddenly became quiet and submissive under his little sister's pressure. He looked at Mars with a new sense of respect and understanding, realizing that behind his boldness lay a deep vulnerability. Nozomu realized that Mars had his weaknesses and fears too, and this realization added a new layer to their relationship. The girl continued her accusations, shouting that Mars had been wetting the bed even longer than her. Her words were full of rage and rebuke. She did not hesitate to bring family secrets into the light. She also remembered how he had once jumped into a wagon and spooked a horse so badly that the whole neighborhood had been looking for it. Her voice was full of emotion, and every word seemed to cut a piece of his confidence out of Mars. She didn't hold back and recounted every incident that annoyed and offended her. Nozomu, listening to this, realized that it was as if he was digging through someone else's dirty laundry. He felt embarrassed and ashamed for witnessing such intimate details of someone else's life. It was like an invasion of someone else's personal space, and he didn't know how to properly respond to it. He stood watching the scene and felt like an extra in this family drama that was unfolding in front of him. The girl turned to Nozomu and immediately apologized to him if Mars had somehow caused him any inconvenience or trouble. Her eyes read genuine concern, and she genuinely wanted to make it up to her brother. She even blushed slightly, her hands nervously reaching for her hair, trying to tuck the loose strands away. Her voice trembled with excitement, but she tried to speak calmly and confidently, not wanting to show her vulnerability. Nozomu, however, with a slight smile on his face, hastened to assure her that it wasn't necessary and everything was fine. He sensed that her concern was genuine and wanted to reassure her. Suddenly, the girl remembered that she had forgotten to introduce herself, and, fixing her hair, said with a soft smile that her name was Ina Dickens and she was Mars's younger sister. Her voice became more confident and she looked at Nozomu with warmth and friendliness. Nozomu also introduced himself, saying that he was Mars' classmate. His voice sounded calm, and he bowed slightly, expressing respect for his new acquaintance. He watched with interest this confident and determined girl who clearly cared for her brother. Ina, wanting to make up for all the unpleasantness, suggested that Nozomu come over to their house. She spoke with such enthusiasm that it was hard to refuse. Ina proudly told him that their family had their own inn with a tavern, and they could feed him dinner. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm and she smiled as she invited Nozomu into their cozy family nest. Nozomu tried to reassure her, assuring her that it was not necessary, but Ina insisted, saying that she did not want to remain in his debt. Her words were full of determination and goodwill, and Nozomu, sensing her sincerity, finally agreed, saying that he would gladly accept the invitation to dinner. He smiled, feeling the warmth and care emanating from this girl, and anticipating an interesting evening. When they reached the tavern, Ina was greeted by a young girl named Hannah. She was clearly pleased to see her and approached them with a wide smile. Her eyes shone with joy and she hugged Ina as if she was seeing her for the first time in a long time. Ina immediately started telling Hannah that her brother had bothered someone again, but she had already had time to scold him. Her voice sounded cheerful and a little playful, as if this was a common occurrence. She spoke quickly, jumping from one detail to another, and her story was full of emotion and color. Ina then pointed to Nozomu and said that he was the one who had been the victim of the trouble caused by Mars. Her voice changed, becoming more serious and sympathetic. She turned Hannah's attention to Nozomu, explaining that the young man had tolerated her brother's antics and deserved an apology. Hannah, hearing this, immediately apologized to Nozomu for Mars' behavior. Her eyes were full of regret and she offered him a seat, assuring him that they would buy him dinner to make amends. Her voice was full of concern and sincerity, and she pointed to a vacant table in a corner of the tavern where it was quiet and cozy. Hannah, showing care and consideration, walked over to Mars, grabbed his ear, and, with a smile on her face, declared that he would go with her. Her voice was full of friendly sternness, and Mars followed her into the other room without resistance. Nozomu, watching this scene, could not restrain a smile. He noticed that Hannah was taking Mars to the kitchen, and he wondered what would happen next. After a while, as Nozomu and Ina sat comfortably at the table, engrossed in conversation and enjoying the moment, Hannah approached them, holding a large dish. On a silver tray was their tavern's specialty. It was an appetizing rabbit steak served with a succulent salad that was known for its tenderness and flavor. Hannah, with warmth in her voice and a friendly smile, announced that this dish was served on the house and invited Nozomu to feel free to pounce. Her eyes glowed with joy and she was clearly enjoying the moment of hospitality, seeing how interested and pleased Nozomu was. Ground rabbits, Hannah explained, lived in the forests and meadows of the suburbs, where they would dig burrows and live in them, as their name implied. These animals were known for their tender meat, and local hunters highly prized them for their flavor, which gave their dishes a special delicacy. Nozomu, taking a piece of steak and tasting it, could not contain his admiration. The taste sensation was so vivid and intense that he felt his mouth fill with the incredible flavor of juicy meat soaked in spices and fresh, crisp lettuce. Every texture, every nuance of the dish was perfect. Hannah, noticing his reaction and seeing his eyes light up with pleasure, said with a wide smile that she would be sure to tell her husband, the tavern's head chef, that his culinary artistry had elicited such a reaction from Nozomo. Her words were full of pride and satisfaction, for her husband always tried to please the customers, and such a response was the best reward. Hannah turned back to Ina and noticed that new customers would soon be arriving at the tavern. Her voice became more businesslike and focused as she asked Ina to help in the kitchen and carry some plates. Ina nodded understandingly and quickly got up and headed for the kitchen, her movements quick and confident as if she had done this task many times before. After that, Hannah, left alone with Nozomo, sat down next to him and looked him straight in the eyes and said that she wanted to discuss something important. Her gaze was serious but friendly, and Nozomo sensed that the upcoming conversation would be frank and meaningful. She asked him what he thought of Mars and Ian, her voice soft and interested, as if she was seeking not just an answer but Nozomo's true opinion. Nozomo thought for a moment, trying to collect his thoughts and find the right words. He honestly admitted that it was difficult for him to give a definite answer. His voice sounded sincere and a little confused. He did not want to rush to conclusions. He then continued by explaining that he had only met Ina today, but it was immediately clear that she had a head on her shoulders and cared a great deal for her brother. Nozomo noted that her demeanor, her confidence and determination impressed him. He suggested that her maturity and responsibility were probably related to Mars' behavior, which seemed to require special attention. Speaking of Mars, Nozomo admitted that his attitude toward him had always been complicated. He knew that Mars didn't think too highly of him and never hid it. His words were full of reflection and attempts to understand the true nature of their relationship. However, Nozomo added that he had recently noticed a change in Mars' behavior. He noted that Mars had begun to treat him somewhat differently, less hostile and more openly, which was suggestive. Hannah, smiling, said she thought so, her eyes glowing with warmth and understanding. She shared her observation that Mars hadn't been himself for months, and now it was clear to her exactly what was going on. Her voice was full of relief and joy, as if she had finally realized something important. Smiling even wider, she stated that she felt lighter on her heart, and she was pleased to know that Mars wanted to be friends with someone after all. Nozomo was taken aback by this revelation. He hadn't expected to hear such words and felt a new sense of respect and sympathy for Mars flare up in his soul. Hannah, noticing his surprise, added that Mars did not even object to his coming to the tavern, which in itself was already a significant indicator. She explained that Mars was unlikely to say it to his face, but he probably wanted to be friends with him. Her words sounded sincere and warm, and she added that Mars probably realized his past mistakes and now did not know how to apologize for his behavior. Hannah also mentioned that Mars never brought any of his bully buddies to the tavern, which was another confirmation of what she said about his change. She said this with such confidence and calmness that Nozomo involuntarily reflected on her words. This fact seemed significant to him, for Mars had always tried to keep his personal life and his buddies out of the family business. Nozomo, immersed in his thoughts, began to ponder this fact and suggested that perhaps Mars had actually realized that he had been doing wrong all along. Moments when Mars was not behaving in the best way began to surface in his mind, and he began to see them in a new light. Nozomo felt that these changes in Mars could be the beginning of something new and meaningful, not only for Mars, but for their relationship. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, illuminated by the soft light of the lamps, Hannah's husband stood at the stove, preparing another meal for the guests. His face was focused, but there was a grin in his eyes. He looked at Mars and, without taking his eyes off his work, asked, with a touch of sarcasm in his voice, how long they would have to blush for him. His voice was full of good-natured sarcasm, but it was also caring, as if he were trying to show Mars that his actions had consequences. Mars lowered his head and listened intently with respect and understanding. At this moment, he felt awkward, but realized that these words were not spoken out of malice, but out of a desire to help him become a better person. The man standing at the stove looked away from his work for a moment and turned to Mars with curiosity, asking him if the boy was not himself because of this kid. He noted that, judging by the sour look on Mars's face, he had indeed been. There was a touch of sarcasm in his voice, mixed with good-natured concern. The man looked at Mars carefully, trying to read his thoughts from his facial expression. Then, catching something in his gaze, the man asked Mars if he had lost to the guy they had recently encountered. This question sounded sudden and sharp, like the blow of a whip. Mars, upon hearing it, abruptly raised his head and glared at the man with obvious aggression. His eyes glittered with indignation, as if he couldn't believe that someone dared to doubt his ability to win. Mars didn't understand how the man could even suggest such a thing, and it made him feel a storm of emotions. The man, ignoring Mars' angry look, calmly continued. He reminded him how many years he had already been replacing his father since Mars had lost his parent. There was wisdom and experience in his voice, gained from years of caring for the young lad. The man was saying that even though Mars hated to lose, sometimes it happens, and that was okay. His words were full of patience and understanding, as if he wanted to reassure Mars and make him feel that losing was a part of life and a way to improve. However, Mars couldn't contain his emotions. Screaming, he declared that this was not the case. His voice trembled with tension and hidden excitement. He explained that he only wanted to know how Nozomu had become so strong, which made him change his opinion of him. Mars spoke quickly, as if afraid of being misunderstood or misinterpreting his intentions. The man, after listening to him, asked with a soft smile if he couldn't just ask Nozomu about it. His question was simple, but there was deep wisdom in it. Mars, however, shook his head and stated that he had no right to do so. There was bitterness and regret in his voice, and he admitted that Nozomu probably thought he was a worthless bully. Mars felt that his past actions were now preventing him from having a normal relationship with Nozomu, and this realization pressed down on him like a heavy weight. The man, standing at the stove and continuing to cook, remarked with a good-natured smile that Mars had finally realized who he really was. This phrase sounded calmly, but with a slight ironic intonation, as if the man had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Mars, not holding back his emotions, aggressively asked if the man had decided to laugh at him. His voice sounded harsh and his eyes glittered with anger and bewilderment. The man, ignoring his outburst, continued to speak. He called Mars his son, putting into those words all the warmth and care that had accumulated in his heart over the years. Explaining his thought, he said that his son was studying in the continent's best school, Salmanati. This school is famous for its strict rules and high demands on students. The man added that Mars, despite his high position, sometimes imagines things about himself, and as soon as he encounters the slightest obstacle, he starts to worry and sulk at the whole world. The man noticed that in this respect, Mars had not changed a bit. His words were spoken softly but with a dose of sadness, as if he recalled all the times he had seen his adopted son in such states. He reflected, realizing that despite all of Mars' antics, he had never crossed the line of no return. Each time he made mistakes, he still stayed within the bounds of what was permissible, showing that he had a moral compass within him. However, despite his best efforts and care, this boy was never able to open up to anyone but them, his foster family. The man often thought that perhaps the death of his mother and the passing of his father still pulled Mars back into the past, preventing him from fully releasing the weight of these events. Every shadow that flickered in Mars's eyes, every sudden outburst of emotion he had, was all the result of those painful losses. The man, deep in thought, looked out from behind the stove and looked at Nozomu sitting at the table. He watched Nozomu interacting with Hana and Ina, and realized that even if Mars had brought him here out of guilt, it was a significant step. It was the first time in many years that Mars had brought a man of his own age to the tavern, and it spoke to the fact that a change had begun within him. The man realized that perhaps his wayward son might finally want to make a friend, which would be a big step forward for him. As he approached Mars, the man advised him to remember to apologize to Nozomu. His voice was soft, but he sounded confident and supportive. He knew how important it was for Mars to admit his mistakes and take the first step toward reconciliation. Mars, listening carefully, nodded, expressing understanding and willingness to follow this advice. In his eyes, one could see determination and a sincere desire to make things right. As Nozomu left the tavern, he thanked everyone for dinner with sincere gratitude and said with a smile that everything was delicious. His words sounded sincere and warm, and everyone in the tavern felt happy that they had been able to treat him and make the evening special. Everyone began to say goodbye to him, wishing him all the best and offering to stop by again. Their voices were full of kindness and hospitality, as if they already considered Nozomu part of their large and friendly family. Hana looked carefully at Mars and said with a slight smile on her lips that after his prank he was obliged to walk Nozomu home. Her words were full of maternal concern and strictness, and Mars, realizing this, nodded. He knew that this was not just an errand, but an opportunity to show his sincerity and correct his mistakes. Mars and Nozomu walked through the streets of the city, immersed in their thoughts and observing the evening life around them. The moonlight softly illuminated the road, casting long shadows from the buildings and trees, and the air was filled with a cool freshness. Suddenly Mars stopped, turned to Nozomo and, gathering his courage, apologized to him for everything he had ever done. His voice was quiet but full of sincere regret. This confession came out of the blue, like a discharge in the clear sky, and made Nozomo stop and look at Mars carefully. Nozomo, looking at Mars, remembered Hana's words that Mars had never once brought any of his friends to the tavern. Those words began to form a new picture in Nozomo's mind. He realized that Mars didn't want to involve his family in his dirty deeds and worries. This was a revelation to Nozomo because he saw a new side to Mars that he had not shown in school. He now realized that behind the mask of insolence and bullying was a man who cared about his loved ones. That alone did not excuse his vile behavior, but now things had changed a little in Nozomo's eyes. Realizing that Mars was not indifferent to other people's pain and that there was sincerity in him, Nozomo remarked that since Mars had apologized, he was willing to forgive him. Forgiveness didn't come easily to him, but he felt it was the right thing to do. Besides, Nozomo thought that Mars might know about his secret, but he wasn't going to expose it. This fact gave him confidence that Mars was not as bad as it seemed at first glance. Mars looked at Nozomo, and seeing the forgiveness in his eyes, he smiled and thanked him. His smile was sincere and a little shy, as if he was not used to such moments of sincerity and support. Nozomo stated that it would be inhumane to continue to resent someone who was being humiliated and told off by his own sister. He realized that Mars lived under constant pressure and shame for his actions, and it made him feel pity and sympathy for him. These thoughts caused Nozomo to smile slightly, which Mars noticed. Mars, noticing the smile, was dumbfounded and asked Nozomo what he was laughing at. His question was tinged with a note of bewilderment and slight offense, but Nozomo couldn't help himself. He apologized, but he was still laughing, unable to contain his amusement. He explained to Mars that it was hard to forget the times his sister had humiliated him in front of him, and every time he remembered it, he would laugh involuntarily. Mars, at first trying to remain serious, ordered Nozomo to quickly forget about it. He spoke firmly, even a little angrily, but sparks of laughter were already beginning to flicker in his eyes. Mars tried to pretend he wasn't joking, and urged Nozomo to put it out of his mind. However, his attempts to look serious quickly evaporated, and he started laughing along with Nozomo. Henry Var sat across from Nozomo and Mars, who were enjoying their lunch as they sat side by side. She couldn't help but exclaim happily, stating that it was such a joy to see them now best friends. Her eyes shone with happiness and she looked like someone whose dreams had finally come true. Her face glowed with joy, as if she herself had just gained something important and valuable. She could not hide her delight, and her smile was so wide that it seemed as if she was ready to embrace the whole world. Norn Altena, who was sitting next to Henry, smiled slightly and, with a slight irony in her voice, noticed that Henry was once again going overboard with her emotions. Her voice was soft and calm, as if she was used to such outbursts of enthusiasm from her friend. She shook her head slightly, but there was kindness and understanding in her eyes. Her words sounded like a slight rebuke, but there was no judgment in them, only warm, friendly concern. However, Henry Var couldn't stop. Her enthusiasm knew no bounds. She continued to admire Nozomo and Mars, calling them cute. Her eyes glistened with joy, and her smile never left her face. She truly believed that their friendship was one of the most beautiful things that had happened this year. Henry looked at them with pride, feeling happy that her hopes and efforts had finally borne fruit. When Nozomo was invited, or rather dragged to the infirmary to have lunch, Mars was already there. This meeting was organized to bring them closer together, and once Nozomo started talking to Mars more often, the atmosphere in the classroom changed. The students who used to bully Nozomo all the time now only squinted angrily at him from afar, not daring to come closer. Mars' friends who always followed him around gradually moved aside, giving him more freedom. Gradually, Nozomo and Mars began to spend more and more time together. Their conversations became deeper and more sincere, and they opened up to each other more and more. Together they went to classes, practiced and discussed their dreams and plans for the future. Nozomo could feel a true friendship budding between them, and it filled his heart with joy and warmth. Despite this, Nozomo still didn't understand why Mrs. Henry was so happy about it. Norn Altena, noticing Nozomo's hesitation, explained that Henry was not only worried about him, but also about Mars. Her concern extended far beyond the visible, and she always tried to support all of her students. Recently, she had even said that Mars had turned out to be a pretty good boy. These words caused Nozomo to be surprised, and he looked at Norn with a question in his eyes. Mars, after hearing Henry's words, asked with slight bewilderment in his voice why she thought so. There was a genuine curiosity glowing in his eyes, for he couldn't understand where she got that impression from. Mars's voice was soft, but he was interested, as if he really wanted to understand Henry's motives and thoughts. Her opinion meant more to him than he was willing to admit, even to himself. Henry Var, with a warm smile on her lips, explained that she'd noticed back at the end of second year that Mars had stopped bullying Nozomo. Her discerning eye, sharp as a blade, couldn't miss such a change. She watched the students closely and could see even the smallest changes in their behavior. Henry said that Mars had probably thought deeply about his behavior and decided to change his attitude towards Nozomo. Her words sounded confident and calm, as if she had come to this conclusion long ago, and was now only sharing her observations. Henry Var confidently continued, stating that such changes in Mars' behavior made her believe that he could not be a bad boy. Henry Var was a terribly perceptive woman. Nozomo remembered well how she had pulled similar tricks on him, helping him realize his mistakes and find the right path. Her ability to see deeper than outward appearances had always amazed him. Henry could look into the very depths of a person's soul and understand what drove his actions. At that moment a girl entered the infirmary. Her steps were quick and decisive, but her eyes were troubled. She looked around, obviously trying to find someone. Her breathing was ragged and sweat glistened on her forehead. The girl's voice, sounding excited and anxious, carried through the room, attracting the attention of everyone present. She asked if Dr. Norn was in the office, and her words sounded like a cry for help. There was a sense of panic and urgency in her voice, as if something really serious had happened. The girl continued without waiting for a response, announcing that they had a student with an injury and he needed immediate help. Her words sounded like a wake-up call, and everyone in the room immediately paid attention to her. When the girl walked further into the room and saw Mars, Nozomo, and the others eating lunch, she stopped suddenly. Her gaze ran over the faces of those gathered, and for a moment she froze, as if she saw something unexpected. Her eyes opened wide with surprise when she noticed Nozomo. A genuine smile appeared on the girl's face, and joy and relief shone in her eyes. It was Iris. Her appearance in the infirmary was a surprise to everyone, but especially to Nozomo. He stared at her with a dumbfounded expression on his face, not believing his eyes. Iris looked at Nozomo and noticed with a pleased smile that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Her voice was full of warmth and friendliness, as if she was genuinely happy to see him again. Sparks of joy shone in her eyes, and she took a step forward to be closer. Everyone present in the infirmary fell silent, their gazes fixed on Nozomo. A tension hung in the air, as if everyone was waiting to see what would happen next. Everyone was absorbed in the moment, ready to catch any movement or word that might explain what was happening. Henry couldn't help but whisper softly, asking Nozomo if he knew Iris and if he had wronged her in any way. Her voice was soft, but there was a note of concern in it. She watched his reaction carefully, her eyes searching for answers. Henry tried to speak as reassuringly as possible, trying to create an atmosphere of trust so that Nozomo could open up to her. She asked Nozomo to tell her everything, assuring her that she wouldn't get angry. Her eyes glowed with genuine concern and a desire to help. Nozomo noticed that perhaps something had made Iris angry after all. Her anxiety was evident, and it added to his own excitement. He felt her tension and anxiety as if they were his own emotions. Then a memory surfaced in his mind that she should be angry with him, for last time he had run away from her without explaining why. Although they weren't so close that she would be pissed off by such petty things, Nozomo realized that he could still have upset her. He realized that his act might have hurt her feelings, and it hurt him. He could see the disappointment in her eyes and the attempt to understand why he had done such a thing. Guilt grew in his heart for letting her trust down. Iris stood smiling, her face glowing with joy and relief. Her eyes were full of genuine happiness that they had finally met. Her smile was wide and genuine, lighting up her face. She reflected on the fact that she was so busy because of exams that she couldn't even go look for Nozomo. Her patience had almost run out, but now that they were meeting again, she felt relieved and happy. At that moment, Thelma, who was standing behind Iris, reminded her of a student who needed help. Her voice was quiet but insistent, as if she was afraid her request would be forgotten. Thelma looked a little embarrassed, but her face expressed determination. She knew that help was needed immediately and could not afford to procrastinate. Norn Altina, noticing this, motioned for the girl to sit down and asked what was wrong. Her voice was full of professional concern and calmness, and she tried to create an atmosphere where the girl could feel safe. Norn examined the student carefully, her hands working confidently and professionally. Iris explained that the girl had been practicing magic, but a spell had exploded right on her hand. Her voice sounded anxious and sympathetic, trying to convey the seriousness of the situation. She recounted how it had happened, her eyes reflecting all the pain and fear the student had experienced. Her voice trembled with worry and she tried not to show her anxiety so as not to frighten the victim even more. Norn, examining her arm, explained that she had a lot of blood loss, but fortunately, her bones were intact and her muscles were not torn. Her words sounded confident and reassuring. She tried to reassure the girl and everyone present. She explained that at first glance the wound looked scary, but with the right treatment everything would be fine. Her voice was firm and confident, like someone who knows her business. She said that just to be on the safe side, the arm should still be treated with healing magic and medicine. Her words sounded like a sentence, but in them there was hope for recovery. Norn began to recite the spell, her voice monotonous and soothing. The magical words pouring from her lips filled the room with a soft light that enveloped the girl's wounded arm, causing the pain to subside. She stated that if the discomfort didn't go away in a few days, the girl should come again. She explained that such treatment took time and patience, and that it was important to follow her recommendations. Norn continued to recite the spell, her hands moving over the wound like a cloth binding the worlds together. At that moment Thelma noticed Nozomo and hid behind Iris' back, embarrassed as usual by his presence. Her face reddened, and she tried not to meet his eyes. Mars, who was standing nearby, glared angrily at Thelma, and she hid even further behind Iris in terror. Her heart beat faster, and she felt unprotected before his gaze. Nozomo, noticing this, asked Mars to take it easy and asked what was wrong. He didn't understand why Mars was reacting to Thelma like that and wanted to get to the bottom of the situation. Mars only turned away, his face expressing irritation and anger. Mars then whispered that Thelma was above him in rank, but she was still afraid of him, and it pissed him off. His voice was full of indignation. He couldn't understand why a girl who should be stronger was so fearful of him. His eyes glittered with anger and he felt humiliated at causing her such fear. Thelma, who was standing behind Iris, was thinking about Mars being scarier than a forest monster. Her thoughts were full of fear and anxiety. She couldn't understand why Mars was so frightening to her. She tried to stay close to Iris, feeling more secure in her presence. Iris, walking over to the girl, reminded her that the doctor had said that she had better refrain from magical training for a while. She spoke with such care and attention that the apprentice felt more confident. Iris smiled and put her hand on the girl's shoulder, conveying her confidence and support. The girl nodded happily, her face brightening at Iris's words. She thanked Iris and Thelma for bringing her to the infirmary, her voice full of gratitude and relief. She felt that she was not alone in her troubles, and it gave her strength. As the girl walked out, Nozomo immediately heard her start whispering to the other students that she had been escorted out by Iris herself. She talked about this event with such enthusiasm as if it was something incredibly important. Iris approached Nozomo, her steps light but determined. She smiled and thanked him for his help, her voice full of sincerity and warmth. However, Nozomo, slightly surprised by her words, explained that he had happened to be in the infirmary by accident and had not intended to help on purpose. His words sounded a little embarrassed, but sincere. Iris noticed that since she and he had met, they now had a chance to talk. Her eyes shone with determination, and she looked at Nozomo with such attention that he felt a slight excitement rising in him. Nozomo asked if she wanted to talk directly in the infirmary. His voice was a little unsure, but there was a willingness in it to listen to her. Iris leaned closer to him and whispered that it would be better to talk in private if possible. Her words sounded soft, but there was a sense of urgency in them. Norn, who had been watching their conversation, looked at them carefully and suggested that they could go to the storeroom. Norn explained that the medicines were stored there and they would definitely not be disturbed. Her words sounded like an offer of a safe haven where they could discuss something important. Thelma, who was standing nearby, approached Iris and Nozomo, and they walked into the storeroom together. The pantry was a small room with shelves lined with various bottles and jars of medicine. On the table was a magic lantern, a magic item that constantly emitted a soft light, illuminating their faces and creating a cozy atmosphere. The light from the lantern played on their faces, making their features soft and warm. Iris, looking at Nozomo with a serious expression, stated that she wanted to apologize. Her voice was full of sincere regret, and she blushed slightly with embarrassment. Nozomo raised his eyebrows in surprise, his eyes widening in surprise. He hadn't expected to hear her say that, and it surprised him even more. Iris explained that when the three of them had lunch with Somiya, she had started asking rude questions without knowing all the circumstances, and that she was sorry for her behavior. Her voice trembled with excitement, and she struggled to find the right words to express her regret. Nozomo listened attentively, his face expressing mixed feelings of surprise, understanding, and gratitude. Nozomo, feeling that he too should express his feelings, remarked that he was the one who should apologize. After all, he had flared up and just walked away. He realized that his reaction was rash and hurt others. At that moment, Nozomo looked at Thelma, who was standing nearby, shuffling nervously from foot to foot. He asked her why she had come, and Thelma, blushing slightly, whispered that she too wanted to apologize. She explained that he had saved her life in the woods, and she had behaved horribly to him afterward, and she was ashamed to even remember it. Her eyes filled with tears, and she could hardly hold them back from crying. Iris, in order to support Thelma, told Nozomo that, just as she had said earlier, Thelma was afraid of guys. Her voice sounded soft, but there was a seriousness in it that emphasized the importance of what she said. Iris explained that Thelma's fears and prejudices were not only due to her own experiences, but also due to the many rumors that had been spread about Nozomo. These rumors spread like a poisonous fog through the academy, filling people's hearts and minds with false perceptions and fears. Nozomo, smiling, said that it was no big deal as Thelma had apologized. His voice was soft and reassuring, and there was genuine kindness in it. He added that the fact that they believed the rumors explained everything. His words were full of understanding and forgiveness, as if he was embracing them with his words, seeking to reassure and support them. He understood that people can make mistakes, and the most important thing is to admit your mistakes and try to correct them. At this moment, Nozomo remembered Lisa and how she started to hate him because of all the rumors that someone had spread about him. These memories were bitter and painful, like old wounds that never fully healed. He remembered how her eyes, once full of warmth and friendship, had become filled with coldness and contempt. This change was like a stab to his heart. He realized that his attempts to forget the past had been in vain. The inner demons he had tried to ignore came back to mind. He had to admit that avoiding problems didn't solve them, but only made them worse. Iris, noticing his brooding, asked what was wrong. Her voice was soft and caring, like the rustling of leaves in the wind. She wanted to understand what was going on in his soul, and her eyes were full of genuine concern. Nozomo, shuddering slightly, came back to reality and replied that everything was fine. He offered to go back to the infirmary. His words were an attempt to regain control of the situation and hide his inner torment. As they walked out of the storeroom and into the infirmary, Iris asked Nozomo to introduce her to the others present. Nozomo readily agreed, feeling a little nervous, but still happy to introduce his friends and mentors. He pointed to Mars, his friend, standing nearby, and to their class teacher, Mrs. Henry Varr. His voice sounded with a note of pride and respect for the people he represented. Mars met Thelma's gaze and hummed, expressing his usual displeasure and skepticism. His eyes glittered with cunning, and there was a certain sneer in his demeanor. Iris, noticing this, turned to Nozomo with a smile, commenting that his friend clearly had a temper. Her words sounded slightly ironic, but there was a sense of sympathy and understanding in them. Thelma, hearing this comment, hid behind Iris's back in embarrassment, trying not to draw attention to herself. Her face turned red, and she looked completely confused. Nozomo smiled as he watched Thelma's reaction and realized that Iris was trying to defuse the situation. His smile was warm and reassuring, as if he wanted to convey his confidence and calmness to her. Mars, not wanting to be part of the conversation, stepped aside slightly, his footsteps sounding heavy and determined. Iris looked at Nozomo with a serious expression and told him the news: Somiya's birthday was coming up. Her voice was filled with joy and enthusiasm, and she was looking forward to the event. She added that she thought Somiya had already told him about it. Her classmates would mostly be at the party, but Somiya also wanted to invite him as well. Her eyes shone with a sincere desire to make the celebration special for everyone invited. Nozomo thought for a moment, and then expressed doubt. If it was a birthday party for someone in the Franchild family, there would probably be a lot of important people there, and whether he should come. His voice was full of uncertainty, and he didn't want to feel out of place among the high-status guests. He was afraid that his presence might make the other guests uncomfortable or unhappy. Iris, catching his anxiety with a kind smile, asked him not to worry. She assured him that only family and close friends would be at the party, and he, as Somiya's friend, should definitely attend. Her words sounded reassuring, like the rays of the morning sun breaking through the clouds. Iris spoke with such confidence and sincerity that Nozomo felt his doubts gradually dissipate. Iris asked if they should wait for him at the feast, and Nozomo, smiling, agreed, saying that he would come. His voice was full of determination and gratitude for her invitation. Iris, in response to his agreement, smiled broadly, her face lighting up with joy. She noticed that Somiya would be very happy to see him at her birthday party. Iris then turned her attention to Mars sitting by the window and asked him if he wanted to come to the party too. Her voice was soft and reassuring, and there was a sincere desire to see him among the guests. Mars hesitated, his face expressing mixed feelings. He was dumbfounded by the invitation, and his thoughts wavered between surprise and doubt. He wasn't used to such unexpected invitations and didn't know how to react to them. Thelma, who was watching the scene, was equally surprised, her eyes wide with surprise. She couldn't believe that Iris was actually inviting Mars to the feast. Nozomo was also puzzled, not realizing whether Iris was mocking or seriously inviting his friend. Mars, after gathering his thoughts, said that he couldn't remember when he became friends with Iris or her sister since he had never even met her. His voice sounded a little irritated, and there was a touch of distrust in it. He didn't understand why he was being invited to such an important party, and he was wary. Iris, not losing her cool, remarked that since he was Nozomo's friend, it was logical to invite him as well. Her words sounded logical and reasonable. She wanted Mars to feel welcome. She spoke with such confidence and warmth that Mars began to doubt his initial doubts. Mars, after hesitating a bit, stated that unfortunately, he was not the type to go to show-off receptions for nobles. His voice was full of sarcasm and slight bitterness. He didn't want to be part of that world. He felt that such events were not for him, and he didn't want to feel like an outsider among the guests. Iris, smiling, replied that she had heard many things about Mars. Her eyes sparkled with good-naturedness, and she explained that it was immediately clear from his manner of speech that trouble followed him around for a reason. She then looked at Nozomo and, turning to Mars, asked how come he was having lunch with someone like Nozomo, since they make a rather odd duo. Her voice was soft, but there was genuine curiosity in it. She wanted to understand what these two such different people had in common. Nozomo realized it was true, because he, who was being bullied by everyone, was having lunch with Mars, the first bully of the class. He felt that their friendship did look unusual, but that was what made it so special. He knew that Mars didn't show his true nature to everyone, and their friendship was the result of mutual respect and understanding. Iris noticed that Mars might seem rude and mean, but at least he had common sense. Her words sounded with unexpected warmth, and Mars was surprised by her opinion. He sat thoughtfully, comprehending what she had said. He was not used to being understood and accepted as he was. Iris added that Mars had it all written on his forehead and was like a lonely stray dog. Her words were full of sympathy and understanding, as if she saw in Mars not just a rebel, but a man suffering deeply from his inner isolation. Mars, a little embarrassed, noticed that she knew how to flutter her tongue. His voice was full of slight irony, but there was a sense of appreciation for her words. He hadn't expected such insight and openness from Iris, and it made him wonder about her words. Iris, smiling, replied that otherwise she would have no weight in the higher circles, and by status she should be able to speak. Her voice was confident and firm. She knew her value and her role in society. She spoke with a touch of pride, showing that her ability to speak was not just a skill, but an important part of her social status. Her confidence and self-respect were evident in every word, and it gave her speech a special power. She added that she would not be offended if Mars declined the invitation. Iris wanted to show that her invitation was not intrusive, and she realized that Mars might have had his own reasons for declining. Iris also stated that if they did decide to come to the party, she would try to show herself to be the most hospitable hostess they had ever seen. Every word she spoke breathed a desire to make the feast special for all the guests so that no one would leave indifferent. She promised that the food would also be top-notch, emphasizing that every detail of the event would be carefully thought out and organized. Iris, like a light breeze, began to leave the infirmary, her steps confident but not hurried. Thelma, her head lowered in embarrassment, followed her, trying not to draw attention to herself. Her embarrassment was almost palpable, and every step she took reflected her inner uncertainty. Nozomo, watching them, turned to Mars and asked if he would go to the party Iris had organized. His voice was full of hope, but it was also full of doubt. Mars looked at Nozomo and said with certainty that Iris would not. A spark of stubbornness flashed in his eyes, and he seemed absolutely adamant in his intention not to attend the party. Nozomo, frowning slightly, noticed that he had the feeling that Mars was being too hard on Thelma. He tried to understand why his friend was being so harsh on her. Mars, after thinking for a moment, stated that people like Thelma pissed him off the most. There was a slight annoyance and irritation in his voice. He explained that he disliked strong people who were more fearful than a doe. Nozomu, trying to understand Mars' point of view, wondered why he thought that if Thelma was strong, she shouldn't be afraid of anything. He tried to convey to Mars that strength didn't always mean the absence of fear. He knew that it far from always worked that way, and he tried to explain that to his friend. At that moment, Norn Altina approached them. Her presence was like a breath of fresh air. She looked at both of them carefully and remarked that such exorbitant strength as Thelma had might be cause for fear. She explained that the knowledge of her magical power could frighten Thelma and that she probably had to go through a lot because of it. Mars, pondering her words, stared silently in front of him. He began to realize that his harshness toward Thelma might have been unfair. His face became serious, and a shadow of reflection flashed in his eyes. Nozomu, for his part, reflected on his exorbitant strength, remembering the chains he was shackled in that kept his strength from breaking free. These memories were painful but important. He looked at his hand, remembering the day he killed a dragon and became a dragon slayer. A shadow of sadness and longing appeared in his eyes. He realized that strength could be both a blessing and a curse. The next day, Nozomu thought again about Somiya's birthday. He pondered what he would give her, and his thoughts wandered in search of the perfect gift. Then he remembered the bracelet on her hand that she wore with such care and love. He remembered how much she treasured that bracelet, for it was a gift from her favorite sister. And then he had an idea of how to make her happy. Nozomu hoped that he would have enough time to realize his plan. He headed to the tree he had climbed when he caught the cat that had stolen Somiya's bracelet. His heart was full of determination, and each step brought him closer to his goal. Searching through the bushes, after a while he found the bells from the kitten's collar. The small object reminded him of that day and of the care Somiya had shown to her pet. Turning the jingle bell in his hands, Nozomu wondered if he could probably do something similar. Nozomu spent the entire day looking for materials to realize his intended project. His desire to make a special gift for Somiya required effort and time. He asked his teacher for a few necessary items that he could use. In addition, Nozomu decided to use the copper parts from his old belt that he hadn't worn in a long time. He believed that he could give them new life, turning them into something beautiful and meaningful. The work began with the first trial and error. He failed the first time, but Nozomu did not give up. He was determined and patient, and with each new attempt his skills improved. As the days passed, Nozomu became more and more passionate about his work, immersing himself in it. A week later, Mars, along with Nozomu and Ina, were standing in front of the huge gates of the grand mansion. Ina, slightly flustered and confused, asked if they had definitely come to the right place. Her voice trembled with excitement and her eyes searched her friends' faces for confirmation. Nozomu nodded, confirming that they were in the right place. He felt they were close to their goal, and it gave him confidence. Ina looked around the imposing house and noticed that it was indeed huge. Her voice was full of surprise and admiration. She asked Mars not to make up any nonsense and to behave. Her words were tinged with a note of pleading and hope that her brother wouldn't make another scandal. Nozomu, smiling slightly, looked at Mars and, with a note of curiosity and slight irony in his voice, asked what Ina was even doing here if she wasn't going to the birthday party itself. He hoped to get an answer that would clarify the situation, for her presence seemed a little odd. It turned out to be much simpler than it might have seemed at first glance. After the very day that Mars had given Thelma a big scare, Ina had become furious when she found out about it. Her anger was so strong that without realizing it, she strengthened her body with techniques and tried to punish her brother. Her rage was justified, for she had always sought to protect the weak and justice was her first priority. Mars, realizing the gravity of the situation and realizing that his sister would not stop, stated that this was why she went with them. Her determination and intransigence left him no choice. Ina, slightly embarrassed, explained that they were here to apologize to the girl her brother had intimidated. Her voice was quiet but confident. She realized that Mars would not be able to apologize on his own, so she decided to accompany him. Nozomu, smiling, looked at Mars with slight surprise. His gaze spoke more than words, and Mars felt uncomfortable under that intense gaze. He shouted for Nozomu not to look at him, as if he were some kind of coward. He explained that he had told Ina that he could handle it on his own, but she had followed him anyway, not wanting to leave him alone. Ina, unable to stand it, said that if he went alone, he would do the deeds again and things would only get worse. Her voice was full of stubbornness and determination. She wasn't going to give in. She knew her brother too well and realized that his impulsiveness could lead to more problems. People passing by looked back at them with curiosity and slight surprise. Their bickering was attracting attention, and it was beginning to annoy Nozomu. He realized that they looked ridiculous and it only made their situation worse. They began to argue louder and each of their arguments became more and more emotional. Ina yelled that she had raised Mars to be a good boy, and now she didn't need an overgrown blowhard who only ruined everything around him. Mars, unable to stand the accusations, asked how someone who tried to kill her brother with a chair could raise a goody-goody. His voice was full of sarcasm and resentment. He felt that he was being accused unfairly, and it made him angry. Nozomo, realizing that the situation was getting out of hand, tried to stop them. He noticed that the whole street was already looking at them, and that didn't add to their points in the eyes of others. He tried to calm his friends down to avoid further embarrassment. At that moment, a girl came up to them and asked them to keep their voices down under the gates of the mansion. Her voice was firm but polite, and she was clearly trying to keep calm. Nozomo apologized for his companions making a scene and explained that they had come to Samiya's birthday party. He hoped that this would help resolve the situation. The girl looked at Nozomo in surprise and asked if he wanted to say that they were invited. Her gaze was full of disbelief and slight doubt, as if she couldn't believe that those rowdy teenagers were really guests. Her eyes narrowed and she watched them carefully, trying to figure out if they were joking. Nozomo nodded, confirming his words. He understood that their behavior might have aroused suspicion, and he tried to be as convincing as possible. The girl, frowning at them, slammed the gate shut and said that she was terribly sorry, but they did not allow suspicious individuals into the house. Her words were cold and resolute, and Nozomo felt his heart clench with disappointment. He realized that they would have to find another way to prove their sincerity and earn the right to enter the mansion. Nozomo tried to hold the gate, but his efforts were in vain. Suddenly, as if by magic, Iris and Thelma appeared behind the girl. Their appearance was unexpected, and Nozomo felt relieved. Iris immediately took control of the situation, her confidence and calmness diffusing the situation. She explained to the girl that these people were her friends and had every right to enter. Her voice sounded firm, without the slightest hint of doubt. Iris assured her that she would personally escort the guests in and advised the girl to return to her duties. With a nod, the girl hurriedly departed, leaving the gate open, and Nozomo could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Feeling extremely grateful, Nozomo sincerely thanked Iris. With a slight smile on her face, she remarked that one shouldn't just turn away guests one had invited. Her words sounded with a slight note of reproach, but they were carrying in sincere desire to help. Then, noticing Mars and Ina fighting, Iris smiled good-naturedly and asked Nozomo to call them. Nozomo, without wasting any time, loudly asked Mars and Ina if they would be fighting for much longer. His voice was full of irritation, but at the same time he tried to keep calm. Mars, hearing him, shouted loudly that they were already going in. Then he suddenly looked around and seeing Iris, he exclaimed with surprise and embarrassment, asking why Nozomo hadn't told them earlier, because it was such an embarrassment what they had arranged. His voice was full of embarrassment and anger. He felt embarrassed about his behavior and the situation they were in. Iris, hearing this, chuckled softly, and then looked at Ina and with a slight smile, she asked Nozomo to introduce them to each other. Nozomo suddenly realized that Iris and Ina really didn't know each other, and his face took on a confused expression. He felt slightly embarrassed for not thinking of it earlier. Iris, without wasting time, introduced herself, giving her name. Her speech was full of friendliness and warmth, and she extended her hand in greeting. Ina, following her example, also introduced herself, expressing her joy at knowing her. Thelma, who was standing behind, quietly whispered her name and also expressed her joy at the acquaintance, adding a note of shyness. Ina, upon hearing her name, realized that it was the same Thelma that Mars was talking about. She bowed respectfully and said with sincere regret that she was sorry that her brother had caused Thelma trouble the other day. Thelma smiled embarrassedly and said that it was nothing to worry about. But Ina was certain that one couldn't get away with such a thing. Ina then turned to Mars and demanded that he apologize. Mars, shouting indignantly, replied that, as he had said, she was not his mother, and because of her it was now even harder for him to talk to Thelma. Ina parried that he couldn't even apologize himself, so she had to do it first. Mars, feeling cornered, said he could have done without her help. Nozomo, sensing the rising tension, shouted loudly at Mars and Ina to calm down immediately. It seemed to him that another fight now would be disastrous for them. His voice sounded with a note of desperation and pleading, eager to interrupt their altercation that had already attracted too much attention from the surrounding. Suddenly, there was Iris ringing laughter that literally cut through the air. This unexpected burst of mirth caused everyone to be silent and turn around to her in surprise. Thelma, watching Iris, wondered in surprise. She had never heard Iris laugh so loudly and sincerely before. It was something new and unusual to her, and a spark of surprise flashed in her eyes. Iris, realizing that her laughter had caught the attention of everyone present, apologized with slight embarrassment for her violent reaction. Her eyes shone with a sincere joy that could not help but be transmitted to those around her. Turning to Mars and Ina, Iris remarked that they must be very close if they could argue so much and still be close to each other. Her words sounded with a note of benevolence and understanding. She wanted to convey the importance of their relationship. Iris then turned to Ina, expressing the invitation with a smile and softness in her voice, asking if she would like to honor her little sister's party with her presence. Ina, slightly surprised at this turn of events, looked at Mars, and a slight uncertainty could be read in her eyes. She admitted that she had never been to a reception in such a luxurious palace, and that added to her excitement. Ina added that she only came to apologize for her brother and therefore didn't prepare properly. She didn't have a suitable outfit or gift with her. Iris explained to Ina that only the closest people were invited to tonight's party, so she didn't need to worry about her clothes. Her voice was full of confidence and goodwill, and she tried her best to reassure Ina. Iris assured her that at events like this, attention and sincere wishes were far more important than appearance. She added that Somiya would be more pleased with sincere wishes of happiness than with the most expensive gift, which only increased Ina's confidence in her decision. Mars, holding out the package to Iris, remarked with a slight smile that since the hostess herself didn't mind, why not? He explained that he had paid for the gift, but that his sister had chosen it, thus showing care and attention to her preferences. Ina chose a variety of sweets, paying for them with Mars' pocket money, which she had cunningly and persistently taken from him. Therefore, it could be considered a gift from both of them, and that added a special value to the gesture. Ina nodded and said that if she was not a burden to them, she would gladly accept the invitation. A shadow of doubt flashed in her eyes, but then she was determined to trust Iris and follow her. She felt that this invitation was sincere and well-meaning, and her heart was filled with warmth and joy at the upcoming event. Iris invited them to follow her into the hall, leading them through the majestic corridors of the mansion. Ina looked anxiously around at Mars and expressed her worry that the tavern might be in disarray if she didn't return immediately. Mars, trying to reassure her, remarked that this was unlikely to happen, since they had only been here for a couple hours. His voice sounded confident and calm. He was trying not to let her anxiety mar the upcoming celebration. When Mars and Nozomu entered the house, their eyes went wide with surprise. One of the maids, elegantly dressed and with a smile on her face, approached them and informed them that she would have to retrieve their swords. This surprised both of them, but realizing the need for safety regulations, they reluctantly handed over their weapons and followed Iris. Mars and Nozomu exchanged glances expressing slight bewilderment, but they understood that such a majestic place must have its own strict rules. Iris led them through several corridors, each one striking in its luxury and grandeur. The walls were decorated with exquisite paintings and tapestries, creating an atmosphere of coziness and nobility. Finally, they reached the great hall where the guests had already gathered. Iris, opening the door, explained with a smile that this was where the festive event would take place. Iris let the guests through with a smile and said that the party would start soon and asked them to wait just a moment. There was so much joy and enthusiasm in her voice that waiting was no longer a burden. Everyone present felt the warmth of her greeting, as if she was personally inviting each of them. When Nozomu, Mars and Ina entered the hall, they were amazed by the grandeur and beauty of the mansion. The interior of the house was simply breathtaking. High ceilings decorated with moldings, exquisite crystal chandeliers threw soft light flooding the entire room, creating an atmosphere of magic. Along the walls were rich tapestries depicting scenes from myths and legends that seemed to come to life when viewed. Surrounding the hall were a multitude of guests dressed in elegant attire, as well as numerous servants who scurried back and forth, taking care of every little aspect of the event. They all seemed to be part of a single mechanism, working smoothly and quietly to ensure that the guests were as comfortable as possible. Guests talked among themselves, laughed, raised their glasses in toasts, and all created an atmosphere of joy and celebration. On the long tables covered with snow-white tablecloths, there were many delicious dishes. The dishes were decorated with fresh flowers and herbs. Their aromas filled the air and aroused the appetite of all present. There were gourmet appetizers, a variety of salads, hot dishes prepared according to the best recipes, and desserts that looked like works of art. Each table was decorated with candles whose flickering added even more coziness and warmth to the room. Somiya, noticing her sister among the guests, instantly ran to her, throwing herself into her arms with a joyous cry. Her face lit up with happiness and tenderness as she hugged Iris tightly, expressing all her love and gratitude. This hug was full of sincere feelings, and everyone watching them couldn't help but smile. Their sisterly bond was obvious to everyone, and this moment added warmth and comfort to the overall mood of the celebration. Iris, addressing everyone gathered, thanked them for coming to celebrate her little sister's birthday. She spoke with such warmth and sincerity that every guest felt welcome and important. Iris asked everyone to forget about their worries and responsibilities for one day, and just enjoy the celebration filled with joy and fun. The guests began to congratulate Somaliana, each in their own way expressing their warm wishes. They exchanged compliments, hugged each other, and then began to enjoy the exquisite dishes that were served on the festive table. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and joy, and the hall came alive with the bright colors of the feast. Ina, after tasting the meat dish, was amazed by its delicious flavor. She closed her eyes, savoring every bite, and couldn't help but think that such a dish would be a real hit in their tavern. But then she realized that the ingredients for such a dish would be too expensive and could bankrupt their family establishment. Nevertheless, the thought never left her that she could try to reproduce this amazing sauce that was served with meat. The sauce was rich, flavorful, and a perfect complement to the dish, and Ina began to ponder how she could make something similar. Nozomo, listening to her enthusiastic comments, noticed that Ina really had a lot of enthusiasm and passion for cooking. He could see her eyes shining when she talked about food and new recipes. Mars, hearing the conversation, added that it was usually Ina who came up with new dishes for their tavern, and this she did with great inspiration. They continued to enjoy the food, discussing its amazing flavor. Nozomo took a bite of the meat and happily declared that it was incredibly delicious, and even Mars agreed that such a taste sensation could not be conveyed in words. They looked around and noticed that the other guests were also happily filling their plates, savoring every moment. Suddenly Samia, noticing Nozomo, ran up to him and greeted him happily. Nozomo immediately wished her happy birthday, smiling sincerely. Samia, radiant with joy, thanked everyone for coming to her party, and her eyes shone with happiness. Samia, standing next to Nozomo, turned her attention curiously to Mars and asked who it was that had come with him. Her eyes glistened with joy and curiosity. She was clearly excited to make new acquaintances and was interested in each of the guests. Nozomo, wasting no time, smiled and gestured for Mars to introduce himself. Mars, sensing the stares, stepped forward confidently and introduced himself with a broad smile on his face. His voice sounded firm and friendly. He was trying to make a good impression. Ina, not wanting to be left out, immediately happily stated that she was very happy to meet him and quickly added that she was Mars' sister. Her voice was full of enthusiasm and she seemed genuinely excited about the new acquaintance. Ina explained that they had been invited by Iris, which made Somia even more sympathetic. Somaliana, smiling, suggested that everyone just call her Somia. Her face glowed with kindness and openness. She wanted everyone to feel comfortable in her presence. Somia explained that she liked to keep things simple and easy, as it helped to establish a relaxed communication. Her words sounded sincere and warm. She really wanted to create an atmosphere of friendship and understanding. Mars, caught up in the general mood and infected by Somia's good-naturedness, called her sister. This unexpected gesture caused Ina to shout indignantly, and she immediately started yelling at her brother. Her voice sounded harsh and indignant. She clearly did not expect such familiarity from Mars. However, Somia laughed and said that she didn't mind being treated that way and was pleased to be called her little sister. Her laughter was infectious and everyone around her involuntarily smiled. Mars and Ina started arguing with each other again. Their voices were getting louder and louder, and the atmosphere was starting to heat up. Thelma, watching their quarrel, tried to calm them down by reminding them that they were in a hall full of guests. Her words had no effect, however, and the brother and sister continued to argue, ignoring the people around them. Iris, noticing this, approached Nozomo and asked him if he was enjoying the party. Nozomo nodded, confirming that he was enjoying it, even though he was a little embarrassed. Nozomo watched Mars and Ina's fight break out and asked Iris if she should break them up. Iris, knowing that this was a common thing for them, shook her head and advised her not to interfere. She smiled and remarked that judging from the scene at the gate, this seemed to be standard behavior for them. She also noticed that Samia, watching their shouting, only seemed to be amused. Unlike Thelma, who looked slightly worried, Somia was enjoying what was happening, finding something funny about it. Nozomo, looking at Iris, suddenly realized how extraordinarily beautiful she was. Her graceful facial features and friendly smile mesmerized him. Iris, sensing his gaze, turned to him and asked if he was all right. Nozomo, slightly embarrassed, nodded and assured her that everything was fine. At that moment, Iris came too close to Nozomo, and he felt his heart begin to beat faster. Her proximity embarrassed him, but he tried not to show it. Iris noticed the box in his hands and asked if it was a gift for Somiya. With a nod, Nozomo slowly opened his palm and showed Iris the elegant box he held in his hand. Iris looked at it with an appreciative smile and noted that Somiya was eagerly waiting for him. Her eyes glowed with genuine joy and warmth as she asked Nozomo to remember to give the gift to Somiya later, knowing how much it meant to her. They stood side by side watching the guests immersed in the festive atmosphere. The loud shouts of Mars and Ina could be heard, and merriment reigned all around. Iris and Nozomo were enjoying the sight, feeling the joy and comfort emanating from the general mood. Suddenly, Iris remembered that she hadn't thanked Nozomo for coming yet. She turned to him and her face lit up with a grateful smile. Her words came as a surprise to Nozomo. Iris, tilting her head slightly, explained that every year they celebrated Somiya's birthday, but today she looked especially happy. She suggested that it was thanks to Nozomo, and there was genuine sincerity in her voice. Nozomo was touched by those words, and upon hearing them, he couldn't hide his surprise. He asked why Iris thought so, hoping to better understand her point of view. Iris, with a sigh, explained that Somiya was extremely perceptive and could see people's true intentions. She compared her abilities to her own, emphasizing that despite her long years spent in high society, Somiya was able to recognize sincerity and falsity in people, making her very sensitive and attentive to those around her. Iris continued her story by sharing her family's history with Nozomo. She said that their mother had died when Somiya was first born, and since then she had tried to replace her mother to be a support and protection for her. But despite her efforts, Somiya always missed her mother, especially as her birthday approached. This day always reminded her of that loss, and so Somiya became sad and sorrowful. Iris noted that this time was different and she was sure it was because of Nozomo. She added that Somiya often talks about him, even in the mansion, calling him a strange but kind boy. Her words were spoken with such warmth and gratitude that Nozomo felt his heart clench with emotion. Nozomo was deeply moved by these words, and although he still doubted that he had made such a big impact on Somiya, he began to realize that his presence was really important to her. He realized that their friendship might have meant more than he had realized. Iris reiterated that Somiya is very sensitive and easily recognizes sincerity and kindness in people, which makes her especially susceptible to such qualities. Iris pointed to the servants bustling about the hall and remarked bitterly that even they, who had been living with their family since they had come to Arkazam, treated them with a certain amount of prejudice. There was sadness and fatigue in her words from the constant clash with human prejudices. She added that that was why, at least while they were in the city, she asked him to forget about Somiya's status and treat her simply as an ordinary girl. Nozomo, who was already contemplating a change in his attitude towards Somiya, decided that her words confirmed his intentions, and with a slight nod of his head, he signaled that he agreed. Iris smiled and thanked him, noting that he was indeed a kind man. Nozomo, a little embarrassed, objected that he didn't think he was kind, but Iris firmly stated that it was true. Iris continued her thought, explaining that it wasn't just the fact that he had agreed to fulfill her request. Most people, upon hearing of their mother's death, would usually throw in sincere words of sympathy or try to cheer them up with inappropriate jokes, but Nozomo didn't do that. There was genuine gratitude in her voice and an acknowledgement that he had behaved differently. Nozomo shrugged his shoulders and said that he just didn't know what to say in such a situation. His words were full of honesty and embarrassment. Iris tilted her head slightly, noting that he probably put himself in her shoes and decided not to try to smooth things over with fake consolations. Her insight was astounding and inspiring respect. She continued, noting that the people who judged him at the academy didn't know at all what he was really like. There was confidence and respect in her voice. She appreciated him for the kind of person he is. Iris admitted that, to be honest, he is even too kind. After all, he only stays at the academy because he worries about his childhood friend, Lisa. Nozomo looked at the floor and recalled all those moments when his worry for Lisa made him stay, his thoughts filled with memories and doubts. Iris, seeing his thoughtfulness, continued her speech, assuring Nozomo that the rumors going around the academy were just dirty gossip. Although she had no proof, her gut told her that. Her intuition was so strong that she couldn't ignore her feelings. Nozomo, surprised by her words, asked what she meant. His eyes widened in surprise. Iris, smiling, replied that her gut was rarely wrong, and of that she had no doubt. Her smile was full of confidence and warmth. Their gazes met, and at that moment they both smiled, feeling some kind of connection and understanding. This moment brought them even closer together. Suddenly Somiya, who was standing nearby, screamed at Mars and Ina with all her might, asking them to stop fighting. Her voice was full of despair and a plea for help. She couldn't stand their noise any longer. Everyone around laughed when they saw little Somiya trying to restore order. Her determination was heartwarming and respectful. Iris and Nozomo, hearing her cry, turned in her direction, their faces lighting up with smiles. Somiya, seeing them, appealed to them not to stand by and do something, her voice full of pleading and determination. Iris, smiling, remarked that since the princess was calling, she would have to help, her words full of cheerfulness and willingness to act. Nozomo nodded decisively and said that he would stop Mars. His voice sounded firm and determined. He headed toward his friends, ready to intervene and stop their bickering. At this time, an unfamiliar man approached the mansion's majestic gates. The girl standing guard at the gate asked suspiciously who he was and the purpose of his visit. The man, bowing slightly, apologized for such a late visit and asked her to tell the mistress of the mansion that he had important business that required her attention. The girl, remaining calm and professional, explained that today the estate was celebrating the birthday of the lady's younger sister, so she could not announce the arrival of a new guest in the middle of the evening. She assured him that if he had a truly urgent matter, she would relay the message after the reception, and asked him to refrain from further attempts to enter the mansion grounds. The man, understanding the situation, apologized again for his intrusion but insisted that his message be relayed immediately. He explained that he realized how impolite it was to show up uninvited, especially at such a moment, but circumstances compelled him to insist. The girl, not giving up, demanded that the purpose of the visit be disclosed. The man, lowering his voice and stepping forward, informed her that he was not at liberty to discuss the details of the case with outsiders at the behest of his mistress. He realized that this might arouse suspicion, but asked her to believe in his sincerity. After a few seconds of tense silence, the man made strange gestures with his hands, realizing that nothing could be done in this situation. His movements were smooth and precise, as if he were performing some kind of ritual. The girl opposite him suddenly collapsed to the ground as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. She slowly sank down as if her body had suddenly become too heavy and her eyes closed. The man looked at her with visible sadness in his eyes and quietly said that he was sorry, but it was his mistress's order. His voice trembled with regret, as if he was truly in pain because of his action. A few minutes later, he was already standing in front of the hall door. At this moment, Iris was announcing to the guests that they had prepared many surprises in honor of her little sister's birthday celebration. Her voice was full of enthusiasm and joy, and it spread throughout the hall, filling it with an atmosphere of celebration. Nozomo's gaze fell on the incoming man, and his face instantly became serious. He immediately turned to Iris, asking if she had invited this man. Iris, frowning slightly, shook her head negatively, her eyes narrowed with bewilderment. The man entered the hall with a confident gait and began to look around the guests, drawing their attention. His movements were calm and measured, as if he felt no embarrassment at his sudden appearance. Iris, without losing an ounce of her dignity, approached the stranger with a firm and determined expression on her face. Her gait was confident and graceful. Her every movement seemed to emphasize her status as the mistress of the house. She stopped in front of the man and asked him sternly and without delay who he was and the purpose of his visit. There was a firm determination in her voice, and her eyes studied the stranger with suspicion. She added that as far as she knew he was not on the guest list, and her tone left no room for doubt in her words. The man, sensing Iris' gaze on him, bowed and apologized for the rude intrusion. His bows were deep and respectful, as if he wanted to make amends for his sudden appearance. Introducing himself as the butler of a noble family from another state, he gave his name as Lugato. His voice sounded calm and confident, like a man accustomed to such situations. Lugato looked at Iris and her sister and assumed that the mistresses of this estate were standing before him. His gaze read respect and humility, as if he was bowing down to their status and position. Iris confirmed his guess by introducing herself as Iristiana Franchild, the mistress of the manor, and gestured to her sister standing behind her. She again questioned the purpose of his visit, adding that it would be unwise to extend a welcome to an uninvited guest who had appeared unannounced and had not even given the name of his host. Lugato, with a serious expression on his face and a voice full of conviction, said that Iris was absolutely right in her assumptions, but he would still like to speak to her and to Somaliana alone. He emphasized the importance of the conversation and added that discussing these matters required privacy. Iris looked at him with slight suspicion and sarcasm and remarked that it was a rather bold request for an uninvited guest to barge into her little sister's birthday party in someone else's home. Her words were as sharp as a knife, and the man, noticing this, bowed once more, asking to be allowed to introduce himself properly. Lugato, keeping his back straight and looking directly into Iris's eyes, respectfully said that he was a servant of the Wadzart family of the Desert Empire. His words sounded like a statement full of importance and significance. He explained that the purpose of his visit was to give them an extremely important message from his mistress, which further emphasized the seriousness of the situation. Iris, upon hearing the name and the mention of the Empire, sank into thought, remembering everything she knew about the place. The Desert Empire was a snowy country located in the northwest of the Arkmal continent, surrounded by majestic and impregnable mountains. Images of snowy landscapes and cold winds raging in this harsh terrain surfaced in her imagination. Iris knew that it was an extremely powerful power founded by 7 tribes that had been severely persecuted by other races in the past. These tribes had banded together to create a state that had no diplomatic relations with other countries and preferred not to interfere in their politics. Iris remembered that 20 years ago, during the Great Invasion, only the Desert Empire had managed to repel the hordes of demons that had crossed their borders. It had been one of the greatest feats of the time, and had solidified the Empire's reputation as an impregnable fortress. These memories caused her both admiration and anxiety at the same time. Lugato, seeing her thoughtfulness, continued his story. He stated that he had come here to return the treasure that had once been lent to the Franschild family, the crucible of spiritual flame. All the guests, who had been immersed in their conversations and merriment up to that point, suddenly froze, as if someone had turned off the sound and stopped time. Their gazes turned synchronously to Iris and Lugato, and the tension in the room became almost palpable. At that moment, everyone in the room was trying to figure out how the events would unfold next and what mysterious figure had appeared among them. Lugato, noticing the attention and wanting to clarify the situation, began to speak. He explained that the crucible of spiritual flame was not just an artifact, but a great treasure with the unique ability to capture the souls of living beings and use their power for various purposes. Lugato shifted his gaze to Samia, and his eyes gleamed with determination. He stated with icy certainty that, according to his information, this powerful artifact was now fused with her soul. The statement shocked everyone, and Samia felt a chill run down her spine. Lugato explained that it was his duty to return the artifact, even if he had to harm Samia to do so, because that was the terms of the ancient contract. Slowly and confidently reaching out to Samia, Lugato added that he was compelled to retrieve the artifact even if it would involve risking her life. Iris, realizing the seriousness of Lugato's intentions, instantly rushed forward, determined to stop him at any cost. Lugato, without wasting any time, began to use magic. An incredible amount of energy sparkled around him, making the air feel denser and more saturated. Nozomo, feeling the pressure building up, realized that it was urgent to act, because the power emanating from Lugato was crushing and threatened to destroy everything around him. The guests, gripped by fear and panic, began to scatter in different directions, fleeing from the possible danger. Nozomo, trying to shout out the noise and panic, asked Iris what it was. His voice was full of anxiety and incomprehension. Iris, struggling to keep her composure in such a critical situation, explained that it was like barrier magic, an ancient art that weakened all enemies within its borders. Her words sounded like a sentence, and Nozomo felt the uneasiness building up inside him. Suddenly, Nozomo realized that Lugato had created a magic circle that encompassed the entire Franschild family mansion. This circle did not just protect Lugato, but made everyone inside vulnerable and weakened. Lugato, approaching them with unrelenting determination, stated with genuine regret in his voice that he was truly sorry that he had to resort to such methods. However, in order to recover the artifact, he must extract Lady Somia's soul. Somia, in utter bewilderment and fear, didn't understand what he meant by soul extraction, or why it was even happening. Her heart was beating so hard that she could barely breathe. Lugato, seeing her confusion, clarified that he was speaking in the truest sense. His words were cold and merciless. He said that 300 years ago, the head of their clan had made a pact with the Vadzart family for the sake of the crucible of spiritual flames. Iris, trying to remember all the details of her family's history, realized that she had never heard of this pact, even though she thought she knew the history of the Franschields like the back of her hand. Lugato continued, telling her that the Wadzards had once gone out of their way to help the Franschields solve a serious problem they were facing. He pulled out a carefully folded piece of paper from his inside pocket, unfolded it, and stated that this was the very treaty made between their families. The treaty clearly mentioned that one of the magical items lent to the Franschield family was a crucible of spiritual flame. Iris began to read the text on the treaty, her voice trembling with tension. Every eye in the hall was fixed on her, and silence hung in the air like the harbinger of a storm. She read that the magical items owned by the Wadzart family would be loaned to the Franschild family in exchange for an agreed-upon sum. Everyone present tensed, realizing the significance of those words. The Franschild family had pledged to return the items after a specified period of time, and this clause seemed particularly important and threatening. Next, Iris read that an oath bracelet would be made as proof of the mutual agreement and as a symbol of the contract itself. This bracelet the Franschild family pledged to keep with them. The words sounded ominous and portended trouble. When the contract expired, the bracelet would summon an executor from the Wadzart family to complete the contract and return the magical items. This meant that someone from the Wadzart family would definitely come for these artifacts. Everyone who heard this was stunned and stood stunned, unable to believe what they were hearing. Every guest's gaze darted between Iris and Lugato, their faces contorted with surprise and fear. At the bottom of the contract was a seal with the Franschild family crest, which could only be used by the head of the family. It was a confirmation of the document's authenticity and its undeniability. Lugato, looking at everyone with cold calmness, said that in the course of returning the artifact, the soul itself would have to be extracted, so Lady Somaliana would die. His words sounded like a sentence, and the silence in the hall became unbearable. He emphasized that this was also stipulated in the terms of the contract and asked to be allowed to proceed. Iris, terrified, tried to stop Lugato, realizing the seriousness and danger of what was happening. Her heart was beating fast and her thoughts were racing around in her head, unable to find peace. She screamed at Lugato, her voice full of despair and anger that seemed to fill the space around her. That scream was the epitome of her fear for her sister's life and her hatred for the one who dared to threaten her family. At that moment, the bracelet on Somia's arm began to darken, as if reacting to her fear and panic. It seemed to come alive, becoming an ominous symbol of impending disaster. Suddenly, a huge skeleton in a black cloak appeared beside them, its presence bringing with it a sense of mortal threat. Everything around them began to blacken, sinking into an ominous darkness. This ghastly familiar of the treaty, responsible for the successful execution of the agreement and guardian of the artifact, was terrifying in appearance. Lugato tried to calm everyone down and said that there was no need to be afraid. His voice was cold and impassive, like a man accustomed to violent actions. He assured that everything would end without pain and suffering, but his words sounded so ruthless that no one had confidence. Somia was shrouded in chains and the familiar slowly approached her, reaching forward with his skeletal arms. His every movement was sinister and inescapable. Iris, determined to protect her sister, rushed towards Familiar without thinking for a second. Determination burned in her eyes, and her face was contorted with rage. She knew she couldn't let this sinister entity harm Somia. Iris concentrated and dark energy pulsed around her, coiling around her arms and stretching into black chains. She used a medium-level darkness spell to shackle the Familiar, safely immobilizing it. Those chains emitted an ominous light that reflected her will and power. Lugato, who was standing nearby, watched with confusion and bewilderment. He couldn't understand why Iris and the others were resisting. After all, in his opinion, they should have accepted the inevitable. But now, as he saw Familiar find himself in chains emitting a dark light, he realized that the situation was out of his control. Familiar, feeling the pressure of the chains, began to break free, displaying his incredible strength. His skeletal arms moved with frightening power, the chains strained and shook, but held. Nozomo, standing off to the side and watching, realized it was his turn to act. His heart beat faster, and without wasting a second, he began to draw his sword from its sheath. Every movement was filled with determination and readiness to engage in battle. He knew that this fight would be difficult and dangerous, but he was willing to give everything to protect those he cared about. Iris, seeing that Familiar continued to break free from his chains, realized that she had to act decisively and quickly. She ran straight towards him, her eyes blazing with the fire of determination and rage. Her movements were swift and precise, every action calculated. She shouted to Thelma to use her skill as well, realizing that their combined efforts could be decisive in this battle. A few seconds later, 4 magic circles appeared above the Familiar, emitting a dazzling light. It was the Fourfold Seal, a complex and powerful spell that combined the circles of the 4 elements to form a barrier, locking the victim inside. The circles glittered with different colors, symbolizing the power and harmony of the elements united to contain a dangerous enemy. The Familiar, upon seeing this, only smirked. His teeth gleamed in the light of the magic circles, and he clapped his hands while uttering words of admiration. He declared that this was an amazing spell, his voice full of obvious pleasure and even admiration. He seemed to enjoy what was happening, as if it was an exciting game for him. The familiar began to break free from the chains with incredible strength. His movements were fast and powerful, like a wild beast caught in a trap. His every action was filled with energy and determination, and the chains that bound him trembled and bent under the force of his power. The very earth seemed to shudder under his blows, and everyone who witnessed the scene felt the power and fury emanating from familiar. Lugato, with a sly squint and a note of respect in his eyes, stared intently at Thelma. He noted that every magical attribute she used circulated harmoniously, and without the slightest bit of rejection. This union created an incredibly strong barrier that was so perfect that even he, with all his long life and experience, had never seen anything like it. He recognized to himself that a spell of this level was a true rarity, and a true display of skill. Lugato also couldn't help but notice Iristiana's spell. He was genuinely impressed with her abilities, though he realized that the instant activation of the spell might have reduced its effectiveness. This was because instant activation required very high concentration. Nevertheless, even with these limitations, Iris managed to delay the familiar, albeit briefly. Lugato, realizing the gravity of the situation and the need to act decisively, loudly declared that their attempts to stop familiar were futile. His voice was full of confidence and peremptoriness, as if he had already sealed their fate. With those words, he swung his hand sharply, drawing complex magical symbols in the air. His movements were quick and precise, as if he had been preparing for this all his life. At this moment, Thelma, realizing the threat, rushed towards Lugato in order to stop him. Her determination was visible in every movement. She knew she could not let him carry out his intentions. Lugato, wasting no time, used his magical abilities to create a multitude of swords out of thin air. These blades glittered in the dim light of the hall, as if representing the impending danger. These magical blades, as if possessing their own will, rushed towards Iris, who at the same time was running towards him, ready to engage in battle. Iris, seeing the approaching swords, did not slow down her running. Iris, at the very moment the magic sword rushed towards her, was able to react lightning fast. It was as if her body made the decision to dodge. With a strong and graceful movement, she arched to avoid the blow, and one could feel the tension coursing through every muscle in her body. Thelma, rushing towards familiar with the same desperation and determination, could feel the pain and fear literally constricting her body. Every movement reverberated with pain, but within her burned an unquenchable determination. She realized that if her magic spell weakened or dissipated, Somia might die. This thought burned her heart, for Somia was not just her best friend's sister to her, but a part of her own world, a light that illuminated her path. Memories of her childhood flashed through Thelma's mind like bright lights in the dark. She recalled the day her magical power had first awakened, stunning her with its power and unpredictability. Those days she had felt trapped inside her own head, scared and helpless in the face of something she couldn't control. Each day was filled with fear of her own power and dark thoughts of her abilities separating her from those around her. Entering the Eclose Academy did not bring relief. Despite her exceptional abilities that allowed her to master the four elements, she was still a loner, an outsider among her peers. She felt that her abnormal potential for magic only reinforced this alienation, making her even more isolated. Thelma often wondered how she could find common ground with those around her, but she never found the answer. Everything changed the moment Iris approached her for the first time. Her friendly voice and request for a moment of conversation was the beginning of a new chapter in Thelma's life. That moment was a turning point for her because from then on Iris became more than just a friend to her. Iris became a guiding star in Thelma's night sky, guiding her through difficult moments. Somia, with her infinite kindness and bright soul, was like a ray of sunshine that dispelled the darkness of loneliness in her heart. These two became the light that helped Thelma cope with the darkness within herself. Lugato, watching Iris and Thelma's actions, couldn't help but recognize their resilience and determination. He saw them not only as magicians with outstanding abilities, but also as people with indomitable willpower. Their determination to continue fighting despite all the difficulties impressed him. As Iris thought about what was happening, she realized that Lugato wasn't just using magic swords, but was controlling them with complex spells. She noticed that as the number of these spells increased, they became more powerful and complex. This realization only strengthened her resolve. Lugato continued to recite his spell, and each word he spoke seemed to burst through the air, filling the space around him with a heavy, crushing energy. The magic he was summoning seemed alive, and every burst of it felt like a blow, causing those present to shudder with an invisible but incredibly powerful force. Meanwhile, Thelma, standing as still as a rock, continued to restrain the familiar with her enchantments. Her face was contorted from the strain, and every cell in her body protested against the continued strain. However, she knew that if she loosened her grip for even a moment, the magical being would break free, and then their situation would become hopeless. The moment Lugato finished casting his spell and directed a stream of magical energy directly at Thelma, Mars suddenly appeared between them. His appearance was so sudden that Lugato himself froze in surprise for a moment. Mars, in his typical decisive manner, repelled the attack aimed at Thelma with his skills, displaying amazing speed and reaction. This act of selflessness shocked Thelma, for she had always thought that Mars did not love her. But now he didn't hesitate to stand up for her like a true comrade. Mars shouted to Thelma to concentrate on maintaining her spell, and not be distracted by his actions. His voice was stern yet determined, as if he suddenly realized his role in this battle. Thelma, gathering all her will into a fist, thanked him, her heart filled with a new strength that helped her hold the spell. Nozomo, who was standing nearby, quickly realized that he had to distract Lugato to give his friends more time. His mind was spinning with the thought that with his suppressed ability to use magic, there was little he could do to help in battle right now, especially without a weapon. He knew that without a sword he would only be a hindrance, so his attention turned to how he could be useful in this situation. At that moment, Mars turned to Nozomo with a shout, asking him to bring their swords as quickly as possible. It was an order that was not in doubt, and Nozomo instantly subordinately rushed towards the exit. Iris, noticing this, tossed him the key to the vault while asking if he had seen where it was. Nozomo grabbed the key, nodded affirmatively, and without wasting a second, shouted back that he would be back soon. Mars, seeing the determination in Nozomo's eyes, felt relieved for a moment. He realized that it would be better for everyone, because despite Nozomo's suppressed abilities, his talent for swordsmanship could prove decisive in this battle. Iris, still fighting the familiar, cast a glance at Lugato and gritted her teeth and recognized aloud that this man was much stronger than them. His level was no lower than rank S, and his skill was comparable to Professor Jihad. Thelma, desperately fighting the pressure, remembered the stories about the professor who could single-handedly defeat 100 enemies. It was almost a supernatural skill that only a few people in the entire continent of Arknell possessed. She wondered how one could confront a creature of that level and what their next action should be. As they discussed the plan, they came to the conclusion that the first thing to do was to deal with the familiar, but none of them knew how to destroy it. They concentrated on discussing possible solutions, and came to the conclusion that if the source of the familiar's summoning was the treaty itself, it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to break it. Each of them realized that this artifact carried ancient magic, and destroying it would be an almost impossible task. Doubt slipped into their minds as to whether they would have enough time to accomplish the task, for Lugato didn't seem intent on giving them a second's respite. Besides, they realized that getting to Lugato would be extremely difficult. There was a great distance between them, and any attempt to get closer would be a fatal mistake. Lugato possessed powerful magical barriers and battle spells that could destroy anyone who dared to engage him. Fear and the realization of their own vulnerability only increased their anxiety. Nevertheless, Iris, feeling that there was nowhere to retreat, took the initiative and shouted forcefully that no matter what, they would still win. Her voice sounded so confident and strong that the others, though doubting, began to feel a new wave of determination. She quickly ordered Mars to cover Thelma so that she could continue to hold off Familiar, and they each took their position, preparing to continue the battle. Meanwhile, Nozomo, who was running through the corridors of the manor, couldn't stop thinking about what was happening. He realized that magic and swordsmanship were two completely different types of combat. He thought about the fact that Lugato, judging from his actions, had the same level of skill as his mentor. This thought frightened him, because Iristiana and the others, despite their strength, might not be able to defeat such an enemy. Suddenly, Nozomo was seized by a grim thought. He realized that if he did not release the monster hidden deep within him, the chances of victory would tend to zero. This thought flooded his mind, causing his heart to beat faster. Immediately, however, doubt and fear gripped him. What would happen if his friends saw the true nature of his power and were frightened by it? What if they disown him, thinking him a monster, a creature best kept at a distance? Nozomo, immersed in his anxious thoughts, realized more and more with each step that the use of his full power could lead to the most dire consequences. He feared that if he gave vent to his latent powers, he would forever be alone, cut off from all those he considered friends. This fear was firmly rooted in his soul, like a poisonous root poisoning all his decisions. Meanwhile, the fight between his friends and Lugato continued with unprecedented ferocity. The hall was filled with the sounds of battle, the rumble of blows, the flashes of magic, and the heavy breathing of the combatants. Every moment of the battle was full of tension, as if the world had shrunk to the size of this hall, where the fate of all present was being decided. Iris, seeing the situation becoming more and more hopeless, cried out in desperation, calling her friends to decisive action. Her voice, full of determination and fear for her sister, pierced the air like a last call for salvation. At that moment, however, something terrible happened. Familiar, who until then had been restrained by Thelma's spell, suddenly broke free of his shackles. His movement was abrupt and frightening, like a dark creature breaking free from its chains. He began to quickly approach Somia, who was still chained. Her eyes widened in horror as she saw him pointing his axe directly at her. Every move he made was like a step of death that was ready to strike its final blow. Iris, noticing this, instantly snapped out of her seat and ran towards Somia. Desperate determination sparkled in her eyes. She couldn't let her sister get hurt. She ran as fast as she could, but time seemed frozen, each moment stretching into infinity. When Familiar raised his axe, intending to deliver the fatal blow, Iris, closing her eyes, screamed, trying to prevent the inevitable. Legato, who was watching all of this, waited patiently for it to be over so that he could finally leave this hall with his mission accomplished. He didn't show the slightest emotion, as if everything that was happening was just routine to him. However, at the moment when the Familiar's axe was about to fall on Somia, something incredible happened. The sword glinting in the light of magic suddenly pierced through the Familiar. At that moment, the entire hall froze. Everyone who witnessed it was stunned to the core. Iris and Legato opened their eyes in disbelief and saw something that no one expected. The bracelet on Somia's hand suddenly broke into pieces and fell to the floor with a thud, as if symbolizing the destruction of some ancient and sinister power. Her whole small figure shuddered as she realized that Nozomu had done it. He stood beside her, stepping aside, his sword still in his hands and his face full of determination and pain. Somia's eyes filled with tears. She could not believe what had happened. Nozomu stood before her, the same man she had known, but now he seemed different, more powerful, more dangerous, but still someone who was willing to sacrifice everything to save her. Nozomu, despite all his fears and doubts, remembered his master. He mentally turned to her, asking what he should do now, how he should cope with this new reality where his friends saw his true face. Nozomu stood in the center of the hall, barely holding his sword in his trembling hands. There was an oppressive silence around him, broken only by the occasional whispers of bewilderment from the guests, who were still unable to comprehend what had happened. All eyes were fixed on him as if he were something inexplicable and strange. In front of them was the same Nozomu they knew, but his actions, determination, and hidden power shook everyone to the core, causing them to reconsider their views of him. Legato, watching this scene, sighed quietly. His eyes, usually calm and unperturbed, were now full of hidden surprise. His gaze, intently studying Nozomu, was as if frozen in search of an answer to a question he couldn't voice. He had not expected that Familiar, such a powerful and ancient creature, capable of withstanding even the strongest magical attacks, would be defeated so easily and quickly, with just one precise blow, as if it was not an ordinary man but something much more fearsome that stood against him. Legato, despite his stamina, could not hide his slight confusion when he finally spoke, his voice sounding different, not as confident as before. He cautiously said that he had never thought that a Familiar who was supposed to be invulnerable could be defeated with a single blow. Thelma, who was lying on the cold marble floor, gradually came to her senses. She struggled to open her eyes, feeling the pain piercing her entire body. Off to the side, still struggling to get to his feet, Mars was staggering around, his face contorted with exertion. He whispered to Nozomu that he was too late. His voice was weak, but there was relief in it. Nozomu, feeling guilty, quietly apologized. His voice was barely audible, as if he was afraid of disturbing the fragile peace that had just arisen. Looking at his friends, Nozomu noticed that they were barely on their feet. Their strength was exhausted, and they could no longer fight. He realized that all responsibility now fell on his shoulders. His gaze fell on the broken bracelet, which was now inside a strange, black ball floating in the air. This ball seemed to pulsate with dark energy as if it were alive. Legato, without taking his gaze off Nozomu, stated with cold certainty that the purpose of the Familiar was to enforce the treaty at all costs. He explained that as long as he had the contract, the Familiar would be revived again and again, becoming more powerful each time. Nozomu looked straight into Legato's eyes, his heart pounding with excitement. He wondered if the man was really going to take the soul of Somia, an innocent girl who knew nothing about the ancient contract. Legato, without blinking an eye, calmly replied that that was exactly what his mistress had ordered. There was not a shadow of doubt or the slightest regret in his words. Nozomu clenched his fists, his soul tormented by despair. He did not know all the circumstances and responsibilities that the members of the Franchild family had borne 300 years ago, but his heart could not accept the injustice of what was happening. Nozomu felt anger and despair fill his heart, causing him to scream so that his voice echoed throughout the hall. He couldn't hold back his emotions any longer. He couldn't accept the injustice that was happening in front of his eyes. His voice was filled with rage as he said that the only condition of the ancient treaty was the return of the crucible of spiritual flame. Nowhere in the treaty was there any mention of taking Somiya's soul, and therefore it was unjust. Nozomu could not accept that his friend's innocent life should be sacrificed because of a debt that she did not even know about, that she could not have known about. His eyes threw lightning bolts, and his heart clenched at the thought that he might lose Somiya over some ancient, long-forgotten bargain. Lugato, standing opposite, looked at Nozomu with cold calmness, his face devoid of any emotion. But then, as if softening slightly, he admitted that he himself had not known about the crucible merging with Somaliana's soul until he saw it in person. There was something like regret in his voice, but it was only a tinge of it, a slight hint of compassion. Lugato continued, explaining that his mistress, the one he had served faithfully, did not care much about the treaty, or rather, she was not interested in it at all. And although her indifference to the fate of the crucible might seem paradoxical, he was obliged to carry out the order she had given him. The crucible of spiritual flame, according to Lugato, had become fused with Lady Somaliana's soul, and now it could not be separated from her. This fact did not invalidate the strength of the treaty made 300 years ago. Lugato, looking at Nozomu and Iris with the same nonchalant expression, added that despite his lady's lack of interest in the treaty, she would not remain silent if the Franchild family unilaterally broke their obligations. He said this with such confidence, as if he himself were the embodiment of the ancient treaty, an integral part of it, to which all were to listen. And at that moment Iris, unable to bear the strain, cried out. Her voice, full of rage and determination, cut through the silence of the hall like a blade cutting through the night air. She thrust her sword forward, her eyes burning with the fire of unyielding will. Looking directly at Lugato, she declared with fierce determination that she absolutely did not care about all these treaties, all these obligations. Her heart screamed one thing: she would not give anyone the life of Somiya, her little sister for whom she was willing to fight to the last. Then, shifting her gaze to Nozomu, she asked how many more times he could use his technique. Her voice sounded softer, but she still had the same determination, as if she was preparing for the last and most important battle of her life. Nozomu thought for a moment, his thoughts wavering between fatigue and necessity, between fear and determination. He realized that his strength was running out, and he told Iris that he could make a couple more runs before he reached the limit of his capabilities. It wasn't easy to admit it, but he knew that they had no other choice. Iris, seeing his condition, apologized to him with regret in her eyes. She was bitter to realize that she had to ask him to do the impossible, but she also knew that without him, they wouldn't be able to defeat Lugato. She openly admitted that she could not defeat the enemy alone. There was a plea in her voice. She begged Nozomu to destroy the black orb that controlled Familiar, the faithful guardian of the treaty. She knew that as long as they had Nozomu's strength, as long as the fire of battle burned within him, they must continue to fight despite all obstacles and difficulties. Nozomu, realizing the gravity of the situation, nodded in response, his eyes once again flashing with determination. There was no turning back now. He knew that he had to do everything he could to save Somiya and everyone he cared about. Lugato, with cold confidence in his eyes, fixed his gaze on Nozomu and Iris, who, despite the gravity of the situation, held their blades firmly, ready to fight. There was an unwavering determination in his voice as he declared that only strength was valued in his state, and it was strength that solved all disputes and contradictions. Lugato added that he had a simple but stern solution. If they were not satisfied with the terms of the treaty, they could challenge his strength in a duel, proving that they were capable of defeating him. There was an unshakable confidence in his invincibility in his words, as if he was absolutely convinced that no one present could defeat him. With those words, Lugato slowly raised his hands, and suddenly the entire hall was illuminated by bright flashes of fire. Flames burst out of nowhere, enveloping his figure and filling the air with searing heat. Iris and Nozomu froze, stunned by the sudden burst of magical power that emanated from their opponent. Lugato began to recite the ancient words of the spell, and mysterious magical symbols began to appear before him, glowing and shimmering in all the colors of the rainbow. These symbols seemed alive. They surrounded him, forming a powerful magical barrier around him, which seemed to taunt them, becoming an insurmountable obstacle in his way. Iris and Nozomo stood in mute shock as they realized the incredible power they were facing. They couldn't believe that Lugato possessed such a colossal power that could turn their plan into ashes in an instant. However, Lugato was only spurring them on. He was waiting to see what they would do, how they would react to his threat, as if he was playing a dangerous game with them where the stakes were incredibly high. Iris, gritting her teeth and gathering all her will into a fist, made the decision to rush into battle. Her heart beat like a drum in her chest as she rushed forward. But no sooner had she taken a few steps than fire shells rained down from the sky. They rained down on her like a rain of fire, causing her to dash to the sides, dodging each blow. She miraculously escaped serious injury at the last moment, her body moving at the edge of its capacity. Nozomo, meanwhile, drew his sword and lunged at Lugato. He gathered all his strength and determination into one powerful strike, hoping that he could break through his enemy's defenses. But Lugato, with the same lightning-fast reaction as before, easily repelled Nozomo's attack as if his attempts were nothing more than child's play. At that moment, Nozomo noticed something strange. Lugato's movements, which had previously seemed perfectly honed and smooth, suddenly lost their confidence. They became jagged and abrupt, as if there was some elusive weakness in Lugato's actions. It immediately alerted Nozomo, and the thought flashed through his mind that this might be his only chance of victory. He felt a wave of adrenaline run through his body, and gathering all his inner strength, he resolutely raised his blade. His hands trembled with exertion, but he knew it was now or never. Aiming for another strike, he put everything he had into it, aiming to pierce through Lugato's defenses. But his opponent, as if anticipating his every move, deftly dodged. Nozomo, though disappointed, realized that he might be superior to Lugato in pure swordsmanship, for his technique had been honed to perfection. However, Lugato had more than just swordsmanship. He had incredible physical strength and tremendous experience in his arsenal that allowed him to not only deal with Nozomo's attacks, but also to find the weaknesses in his defense. These qualities made up for the difference in their skills and made Lugato almost invincible. Lugato, without giving Nozomo a second to pause, continued to conjure. His lips, barely moving, spoke ancient and mysterious words filled with hidden power. Each of his whispers seemed to echo in the air, and in the next instant a dark storm, thick and ominous, erupted between him and Nozomo. This storm looked like a manifestation of chaos itself, and Nozomo, feeling its destructive power, barely had time to jump aside, realizing that any delay could be fatal to him. In desperation and rage, Nozomo cried out, asking Lugato how many more tricks he had stashed away. His voice was filled with bewilderment and fatigue, for he no longer knew how to fight such an opponent. But Lugato, with an icy calmness, only grinned and noted that Nozomo's reflexes were really good. But his Kai technique left much to be desired. It sounded like a challenge, like an insult, and Nozomo felt his heart clench with anger. Lugato was about to deliver a crushing blow to Nozomo, preparing to end this fight. But suddenly, from behind, came Iris' shout. She clenched her teeth and, unwilling to accept the inevitable, shouted that she would not let this happen. With her blade raised, she lunged at Lugato, trying to stop him, but Lugato, as always, was faster. He intercepted her blade at the very last moment and took advantage of the situation to cast a powerful spell on her, forcing Iris to retreat a few steps back. Nozomo, seeing that the situation was becoming increasingly hopeless, once again gathered all his strength and tried to attack Lugato. However, his opponent was relentless and continued to inscribe magical signs in the air. Suddenly, an invisible barrier appeared between him and Nozomo. This barrier seemed to completely cut Nozomo off from his target, depriving him of any opportunity to strike. Nozomo felt cornered, realizing that now he could not reach Lugato no matter how hard he tried. All his efforts seemed futile. Iris also continued her desperate attempts to attack, but each of her blows passed through the air without doing the slightest damage to Lugato. It was as if he were toying with them, like a predator who decided to play with its prey before striking its final blow. Nozomo and Iris, exhausted from their efforts, began to realize the hopelessness of their situation. Lugato was proving to be an incredibly strong opponent. His strength and skill were on a completely different level. The gap between them was so large that it seemed insurmountable. Iris realized this with bitterness and helplessness, but even so, they knew they had to keep fighting. The fight continued, and every blow and movement filled the air with tension. Iris and Nozomo stood in a fighting stance, ready, their bodies tense with fatigue and anticipation. Their eyes were focused on Lugato, trying to anticipate his next move, but every movement of this mysterious opponent left them in the dark. The atmosphere around them was saturated with tension, as if an invisible force was tearing between them, preparing for another clash. Nozomo, full of determination and concern, turned to Iris and cautiously asked how many more times she could use her technique at full power. Iris, her breathing ragged from fatigue and effort, struggled to gather the strength to answer. She nodded and said that she could perform one more decisive strike, but it would be her last chance. Nozomo realized that they only had one chance to succeed, and it had to be the decisive moment. At this critical moment, Nozomo began to lay out a plan in his head, carefully formulated so that Lugato couldn't overhear it. He knew that any wrong move could have fatal consequences. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Nozomo and Iris exchanged tense glances, powers of understanding and readiness for action. Nozomo shouted that he was starting and ordered Iris to get ready for action. Iris nodded, her face focused and full of determination, ready for one last decisive effort. This operation was pure adventurism. Nozomo and Iris had never trained together, and their coordination was only based on an intuitive understanding of each other's actions. Lugato, watching them with interest, grinned. He realized that they had trapped themselves, and breaking through by force was not possible for them. His gaze was full of confidence and condescending mockery. In the next second, Iris, gathering all her remaining energy and strength, activated her magic technique, Abyssal Throw. This magic, which mimicked spear throwing, flew towards Lugato. Nozomo, expecting Lugato to try to predict their actions, bet that he would be wrong in his assumptions. He hoped that Lugato would fail to correctly predict their next moves. When Iris released her spear, Lugato, easily knocking it away, uttered words of disdain. He stated that they had released their main attack too early. Lugato, with his characteristic confident smile, watched the tense faces of Nozomo and Iris. He seemed surprised at first, but his expression quickly changed to mocking disappointment. There was superiority in his voice as he stated that if this was their main strike, they should have waited a little longer to increase the effectiveness of their attack. He pointed out that their attempt was premature, which he felt only confirmed that they may have overestimated their own capabilities and strength. His words, full of contempt, emphasized that he saw them as insanely insignificant opponents who posed no serious threat to him. Nozomo, as he watched Lugato, noticed something remarkable. Their opponent's fighting style was remarkably similar to Iristiana's. This realization came to him like an epiphany when he saw Lugato use his magical techniques with skill and confidence. Nozomo realized that Lugato was a martial artist who possessed not only superior physical strength, but also many magical techniques that made him a dangerous opponent. However, Nozomo knew and realized that in swordsmanship, which he excelled at, he was certainly superior to Lugato. This confidence in his skills gave him the strength and determination to keep up the fight. However, Lugato, realizing that his magical power gave him an advantage, was wary of engaging in close combat with Nozomo again, and was oblivious to his ability to use Kai. Nozomo realized that if Lugato got within range of his technique, he would be forced to defend himself. This realization added to Nozomo's determination. Everything now depended on his next action, on how he managed to use his skills and capabilities. At that moment, Iris made the decision to use her most powerful technique, Lunar Eclipse. This technique was the key element of their strategy, carefully designed for this decisive moment. Iris concentrated all her inner energy and, closing her eyes, launched a technique full of magical power. When she opened her eyes, the world around them changed. He and Nozomo saw that Lugato had disappeared, and all that was left in place of his parking lot was a shattered earth with deep cracks and fissures, as if he had fallen beneath it. It was a moment when reality seemed to have shifted, and all they could see was the result of a powerful and sudden impact. Suddenly, Nozomo felt a strong jolt that threw his body back with such force that his sword flew out of his hands and rolled on the ground. Iris and Nozomo found themselves shackled by chains that suddenly appeared out of nowhere, twisted their bodies, and threw them to the ground with agonizing force. A multitude of bats swirled around them, their black wings flickering in the air, creating an ominous atmosphere. Nozomo realized that their opponent was most likely a vampire, an entity he had previously only heard of in legends. Lugato, appearing out of the gloom, whispered that they had almost hit him. There are many different races on the continent of Arkmill, and among them, vampires hold a special and rather unique place. This continent, rich in its diversity, hides many strange and unusual creatures, each with its own peculiarities and unique qualities. However, vampires stand out among all other races with their unusual potential and strength that surpasses many of them. Their unique abilities and magical power make them exceptionally dangerous and powerful opponents. Vampires, as a special race, possess incredible and, one might say, supernatural abilities that have allowed them to stand out among the many other creatures on Arkmill. Lugato, with his profound knowledge, looked at the sword with obvious interest. His eyes shone with a cold glint as he whispered that this sword made of mithril could pierce his heart and bring about his demise. It was a whisper full of meaning and terror. Mithril was known for its unique magical properties, and Lugato understood the threat this metal posed. Mithril was a rare and extremely valuable metal infused with magical energy that had special characteristics. This metal was known for its unique properties, among which its ability to become a lethal weapon against certain races was particularly notable. For example, for creatures such as vampires, mithril poses a deadly threat as it possesses magical properties that can cause them irreparable harm. Lugato, while possessing amazing physical abilities and immense magical power, also had a number of unique skills that set him apart from others. One of these abilities was the ability to transform into a bat, a characteristic that is often associated with vampires. The ability to transform into a bat allowed Lugato to dodge attacks and move with extraordinary agility, making him an extremely difficult opponent. Although the number of vampires on Arkmill has dwindled considerably over the past centuries, their legends have continued to live on, cementing their reputation and influence. These myths and tales of vampires have lost none of their power and vitality, recounting terrifying and exciting events. Legends spoke of a vampire who turned his entire city into horrible monsters overnight, as well as another vampire who used her mesmerizing power to destroy entire nations. These stories and images of vampires, their abilities, and their need to drink blood to survive made them symbols of horror and inevitable tragedy, further cementing their dark and frightening reputation. The Desert Empire, which unfolded its roots in the depths of suffering and persecution, was founded by those who had experienced the horrors of persecution and hardship. These unfortunate souls, once exiled and humiliated, found solace in the creation of a new order, hoping that a new world built on the foundation of their suffering would bring them long-awaited peace and freedom. However, even in this new home, they had to face harsh realities and their own demons. The Empire, like their previous existence, proved to be a place of fear and tyranny where old traumas seemed to resurface again. Iris, being held captive, experienced the bitterness of helplessness to the fullest. The chains that bound her hands were not merely metal fetters, but magical barriers filled with powerful enchantments. Every effort she made was aimed at breaking this spell, but the spell remained defiant. The magical energy contained within those chains refused to yield despite Iris's best efforts. Her desperate attempts, full of pain and exhausted strength, only added to her sense of helplessness. She realized that her physical power and magical abilities were insufficient to break this curse. Meanwhile, Nozomo, observing what was happening, noticed several obvious signs indicating that their opponent, Lugato, was a vampire. His mannerisms, demeanor, and use of magic indicated that he belonged to that dark race known for its dangerous abilities and dark nature. Nozomo realized that if he had removed the suppression of his own abilities earlier, perhaps Mars and Thelma would not have received their injuries, and the outcome of the situation could have been quite different. In the midst of the fight, Nozomo felt that their chances of success were dwindling, and the thought added to his already deep sense of regret. The familiar, a grim and intimidating creature, approached Somia again, while Lugato, watching, was unfazed. Iris, desperate and terrified, continued to try to break free of the chains, begging Familiar not to harm her sister. Her cries were full of pain and despair, but under the circumstances of their captivity, her voice could not affect the course of events. Nozomo, seeing that all he could do was watch, sank back into his regrets, realizing that he could not change anything. His eyes were filled with helplessness, and he could feel his anger and despair rising. The familiar, still pulling his bony hand towards Somia, continued his rapid approach. At this moment, Iris, seized by despair, screamed out of her last strength. She begged the familiar to stop, offering her own soul in exchange for her sister's safety. Her voice, filled with pain and determination, broke the silence. Iris, willing to give up everything to protect Somia, begged the familiar for mercy for her only jewel. The light emanating from Somia intensified, and a bright blob of energy began to burst from her body, creating a sense of impending disaster. Nozomo, being chained up, could only helplessly watch what was happening. The scene before his eyes was like a nightmare. He saw the dark forces entangling Somia, and his thoughts returned to the recent tragedy of his master's death, which had occurred before his eyes. His eyes were filled with deep regret, and he felt the pain of loss creep back into his heart. Iris, unable to believe what was happening, felt deep grief. To her, Somia was not just a sister, but a source of strength and life. This bond was so strong that losing Somiya would mean the end of her own existence for Iris. Iris, stricken with terror and despair, pleaded for help, hoping for a miracle that could save her sister. She was willing to give everything she had to keep her precious treasure alive. Nozomu, immersed in deep reflection, was clearly aware that his master, through her unspeakable pain and suffering, had once expressed her desire to leave this world. He remembered her last words, full of determination and humility, and despite her inner struggle, he had respected her decision, realizing that her death was part of her journey. But at this moment, with Iris and her sister Somiya's lives hanging in the balance, everything changed. Iris was willing to give everything she had, even her own life, just to save Somiya. These feelings were literally tearing her up from the inside out, and being willing to sacrifice everything to save Somiya was a natural and inevitable step for her. Nozomu could not bear to watch Iris suffer and hear her desperate cries for help. The agonizing realization that he could not help in such a critical situation filled his chest with an unbearable sense of powerlessness and guilt. Nozomu, realizing the magnitude of what was happening and the desperation of Iris, could no longer stand by. A strong sense of helplessness and guilt pushed him to action. He realized that if he didn't intervene, Iris and Somiya might die. In the next second, when time seemed to slow down, Nozomu gathered all his resolve and stood up from the ground despite the residual strength of the chains that were still on his wrists. With incredible strength and determination, Nozomu ripped them apart like cracks tearing through a wall. He felt the magical energy of those chains finally broken, and with a confident, determined stride, he headed towards Somiya. His every movement was filled with determination and intent to save her, even if it required him to make an incredible effort and sacrifice. Nozomu began to draw his sword from its sheath, feeling the metal blade release with a slight clang. There was an unyielding determination in his movements, his every step firm and confident, as if he had already foreseen his victory. Thelma, Mars, and Iris, all three of them lying on the ground, at first couldn't believe their eyes. Their hearts had already surrendered under the weight of the battle, and they thought it was all over. But when they saw Nozomu striding confidently toward Lugato, their faces brightened and their eyes lit up with new hope. Lugato, turning his head toward Nozomu, froze in bewilderment. His gaze expressed complete incomprehension of what was happening. He simply could not believe that someone had managed to free himself from his magic. This was all unexpected to him, as he was confident of his victory. Nevertheless, Nozomu continued to walk forward confidently. His steps were sure and carried a power that seemed to shake the air around him. The wind grew stronger, its cold gusts fluttering Nozomu's cloak as if nature itself emphasized his determination and power. Moving closer, Nozomu attacked Familiar with a sharp movement, his sword gleaming in the light of the magical barrier. His attack was precise and relentless, and in a moment the Familiar was destroyed. Lugato took a few steps back, his face expressing surprise and hidden fear. He hadn't expected the Familiar to be destroyed so quickly and with such ease. His eyes read despair, as if he had lost control of a situation that had previously seemed completely manageable. Iris, watching this, realized that Lugato himself did not understand what was happening. His confidence was beginning to wane, and it was obvious from the confused expression on his face. Thelma, for her part, was amazed at the power that Nozomu was radiating. She tried to understand where Nozomu got such an incredible amount of Kai from, this energy that seemed to emanate from the very depths of his soul. She felt that this power was something unnatural, too much for an ordinary person. Nozomu, without losing confidence, continued to approach Lugato, his eyes burning with determination. Lugato, realizing that he couldn't be stopped by simple magic, began to cast new spells. He drew magic marks in the air with incredible speed, and they began to glow, emitting dangerous power. But Nozomu was prepared for this. He deftly dodged all the magic attacks that Lugato directed at him, moving as if he had anticipated his every move. Lugato began to realize that Nozomu was too fast, that his usual techniques did not work on him, and they once again clashed in close combat. During their brutal fight, Lugato realized that Nozomu had a power that he could not overpower. Nozomu's every strike was precise, his movements graceful and deadly. Lugato began to realize that his chances of victory were melting away with every second. Iris, lying back, noticed Nozomu channeling his Kai into his sword, and the next moment, something incredible happened. A powerful explosion tore the space between them, and Lugato was thrown backwards. Lugato staggered back to his feet, but his confidence was seriously shattered. Lugato had no intention of giving up even though his strength was already running low. He concentrated all of his remaining magical energy, gathering it within himself as if pulling it from the very depths of his being. Fury flared in his eyes again, and he used one of his most complex and powerful techniques, the thunder jaws of frost. Dark energy began to condense around him, taking the form of giant jaws that swept towards Nozomu with fury and greed. Those jaws, shrouded in a black aura, quickly surrounded him, locking him in a huge prison of magical darkness that seemed to be impenetrable. Nozomu, once inside this horrible cage, felt its walls squeezing him, as if seeking to absorb all of his power. He felt the pressure around him intensify, the air grew thick and his breathing quickened. But a spark of determination ignited inside him, one that had never allowed him to give up before. He realized that if he failed to deal with this magical prison, he would perish, but he was ready to fight to the last. Nozomu concentrated all his strength, putting all his will into this action, and with an incredible effort, he tore open this magic cage. The black aura dissipated like smoke in the wind, and Nozomu, without wasting a second, rushed back to attack Lugato without giving him a moment to rest or recover. The fight continued with fierce fury, as if both warriors knew that not only their lives were at stake, but something far greater. It was a fight in which every blow was filled with determination, every lunge could be the last. Both realized that retreating in this fight meant imminent death, and so they fought with even greater fury. Lugato, feeling his strength leaving him, realized that Nozomu would not stop. He knew that with each new blow, Nozomu's strength was only growing, and his own chances of victory were rapidly melting away. And so, when Lugato realized that he could not fight his opponent with simple techniques, he decided to use his unique ability. In the blink of an eye, Lugato was transformed into a swarm of bats as black as the night itself. These sinister creatures surrounded Nozomu on all sides, their wings buzzing in the air, and their sharp claws and fangs furiously tearing towards him, trying to tear him apart. Nozomu, however, did not give up. He fought with desperate determination, swinging his sword and trying to repel every attack. But the mice were everywhere, and it seemed that this fight would be endless. Nozomu, realizing that something more powerful than just swordsmanship was needed, gathered all his magical power. He concentrated it in his body and, using fire magic, caused a huge explosion. The fire ripped apart the swarm of bats with a rumbling sound, throwing them off in different directions. The air was filled with the smell of burning, and as the smoke began to dissipate, Nozomu saw Lugato materialize in front of him once again. Lugato's face expressed fatigue and his movements became slower, but his eyes still burned with unquenchable determination. This fight was far from over, and Nozomu knew that his every next move would be critical.